Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, DevGAMM. And hello to you, Tom.
Hello, I'm here co-hosting with you.
Yes, this is so great. What is going on? This is live interviews of the DevGAMM Game Fest 2022. We're here with my fellow, how do I call you, Tom? Like a colleague, maybe?
Oh, yeah,
fellow
totally.
traveler.
We're friends. We're BFFs.
Absolutely.
We've been friends for years.
You're my fellow traveler through this majestic world of games, of indie developers and their games, their gameplays, their trailers, whatever they're going to show us. And yeah, in the next 6 hours, we'll be talking to those developers and watching their gameplay, watching their trailers, and discovering how they made up those incredible stories. I was there yesterday, and we've seen like 15 games with your colleague, Christy. Yeah, she was incredible. And we were amazed by how many talented people are out there. And they're all here right now at DevGAMM Game Fest. This is incredible.
Yeah, it's nuts. There's so many games. Every time at DevGAMM, like DevGAMM's been around for years now, and every time it feels like there's about 1,000 more games. It's
absolutely. Yeah. It's a gigantic number of those games, and I don't know if we can ever see all of them, but we'll try. We'll try today with you. But before we do, could you please introduce yourself to the audience?
Of course, yeah. So I'm, in case you don't know who I am, I'm Tom from tinyBuild. I'm one of the co-founders. I feel like Alex, the co-founder, is at DevGAMM every year, making a big, huge splash. I'm
sure.
the other guy. I'm the guy that stays at home. Let's see. I've been a developer, so I wrote code, I made artwork, I did design, I ported some of our games at tinyBuild, and now my main job is talking to developers about their games and just seeing if we can help them out publishing at tinyBuild. So I'll be meeting a lot of people working on games today. I won't be, usually I'm grilling them and saying like, how do you expect to hit all these targets? How do you expect to do this in this budget? Time? You psychos. But no, today we're just going to play nice guy. We're just going to see what people are working on, what they're excited about. Have fun.
Well, you're saying this for now, but we'll see how it will go, because I'm afraid that if you have such experience of, I don't know, evaluating those pitches from the developers, then maybe you'll go like, yeah, you'll go professional at some point, and maybe you'll ask those questions like, what's your plan? How do you publish it? What I don't know, what sort of marketing tools does your plan incorporate and everything? So I don't know.
If we see anyone who's too confident about their game, we'll start to tear them down. So for anyone who's coming up today, if you're too confident that your game is going to get made, you will be put on the spot.
Right.
Oh, at DevGAMM, do we still do that show where we like really review people's games very hardcore? There was a thing that we used to do.
It happens. It happens from time to time. We do this on our real events in person. Yeah, at this point, I might introduce myself. I'm Anton, by the way, from DevGAMM. I do PR and marketing for our events. And yeah, I'm just really excited to see those incredible games once again. In the next, as I mentioned, in the next 6 hours, we'll do exactly that. But apart from it, we'll also have a fireside chat between the Kowloon Nights, which is actually another publishing company, and Plethora Project, which is a developing team, and Boris Trenin, our big old friend from Remote Control Productions, will host this panel. So we'll have this 1 hour break, but it's not a break for you, our audience. Also for the audience, there is something to process. You've got a chat. You've got a chat section, and we'll be so thrilled to see questions from you to our developers. But not only that, you'll also have some drop of the keys of free keys on Steam right there on the games that you'll see today during these live interviews bits, and you should actually be attentive. You should just follow what's going on there, because yeah, you might also win some cool stuff right there, right in the chat.
Oh man, exciting.
Absolutely.
This is crazy. Did you give away keys yesterday?
Yes, we gave away some of those keys, and they were all used by our viewers. Absolutely.
Oh man, that panel is going to be so good, because Kowloon, it feels like they popped up. I mean, I know they've got tons of experience, but I feel like there was a year, maybe last year, where Kowloon just exploded onto the scene with incredible games. And Remote Control, I know, has been around forever. I spent a lot of time with Boris at the past couple of events this year. I know he's going to be a super good host.
Great.
And I know he's going to be dressed very well, because I know he's very stylish.
Yeah, he always does this. Yeah, absolutely. Boris is a great friend of ours. Absolutely. But do you follow the competitors, what they do, their news? Do you?
Oh yeah, no, we're not competitors, because we're making such different games. I mean, there's so many games come out every year. Sometimes there's people on Steam, there's people on Xbox, PlayStation, Meta. There's people who are only playing games in Roblox. There's people absolutely everywhere. So it's not competitors. It's like we'll release games where we release games, and they'll release games where they do.
Right.
Hey, I always like the developers, though. We all meet the same developers, and we all make friends with the same people.
Right. Yeah, but but I guess this bit for today, what you'll do over the next few hours, this is actually what you do for a living, right? Talking to developers.
Basically, yeah. It's weird. It's like I used to, because at tinyBuild we got tons of people who just work on games and make stuff. We have to interview people, and they're always surprised, oh, you played the whole game that I sent you a 5-hour demo when you got to the end. I was like, yes. Wait, are you pitching games to people and they're not playing them? And it blows my mind that sometimes developers will pitch a game, and then they'll get a meeting, and the publisher will say, can you tell me what's in the demo, because they didn't play it. It's so weird. But yeah, often I'll be the guy on the side of the table who is just trying to get as much info out of these guys as I can.
But I can imagine that it's really hard to surprise you, right? It must be truth, because, well, you've seen so many games and you've published lots of those in tinyBuild. So it really must be, yeah, you're like a brick wall. You're completely emotional, without any emotions. You're gonna see those games and yeah, well, this is something that I've seen before.
It helps that I have no emotion. Yeah, that's been core strength. When we do interviews, we try to test whether people have emotions or not. We get pitched something like 500, 600 games a year, so it's nuts. It's tons of games. But yeah, the most exciting thing to see is always a surprise. It's something that you didn't know you were going to get before the meeting started.
Yeah, but still, 600 games per year, really? It's 2 games a day on average, right?
Yeah, basically. We have we have email inboxes coming in. We go out searching for games. We go to events like DevGAMM, where we meet 100 people there, or more even. I take a lot of people to DevGAMM because there's so many games.
I must ask you though, why have you not? Well, you haven't been at DevGAMM events never? Is this your first one?
Oh yeah, no. Here's the thing. I've been to DevGAMM about 3 times or so. We've had tinyBuild for about 12 years now, so I've been to some DevGAMMs, but everyone else at DevGAMM is so much more useful than me, because it's people who come from Ukraine, Latvia, Russia, all over Eastern Europe. So they already have like good connections with all the developers there. So for me to go, I'm here in the Netherlands. For me to go to DevGAMM, it's like everybody else at the company already knows these guys. But now that I know that DevGAMM is moving deeper into Central Europe and Western Europe, is that true?
Oh yeah, I've heard this. I've heard some of those rumors. Yes, I cannot.
That's
I
what I've
cannot.
heard. Word
Yeah,
on
I
the
cannot
street.
neither confirm nor deny this information.
Okay, well, we'll see. If there's one that's further west, then I think I'll be more useful than the guys that we've been sending. So I might go.
I might know something about our plans though. I know that tomorrow we're gonna have a DevGAMM Awards ceremony, like this huge, exciting ceremony, online, of course, at 6 p.m. Central European time on this very YouTube channel. And I've heard that some of those news on the upcoming DevGAMM events might be revealed there, but I'm not sure. It's just a probability.
It's always fun at these big shows. I remember there was a year where the DevGAMM like opening keynote was a musical. I was not at that one, and that was the one where I was most sick that I wasn't there. It was like a full production. Like there were songs, there were performances. It was like a musical about the games industry, and it was sung by like members of DevGAMM who have been there for 10 years.
Tom, you've got to promise me you'll be back at DevGAMM. You'll be back next year.
We'll see. Yeah, I'm getting more into events now. I took a big break from events, but I think this year I went to about 3 places. I could definitely go to wherever DevGAMM is next year. It is definitely the funnest conference for game developers. There's a lot of boring conferences out there. This is definitely the funnest one.
Yes, we're gonna use this as the promo. The funniest conference out there. Tom Brien, tinyBuild. That's a good promo material.
And then you make better connections when you're just having fun with people. I think for our first games at tinyBuild, we've released like 65 games or something now. And I remember the first like 10 games were just going to DevGAMM, hanging out with people, like flipping over a napkin, writing a bunch of terms in it and just saying, does this sound good to you guys? And at that time, this was like 2010 or something. There was like no such thing as like an indie publisher.
Wow.
It was crazy. Yeah, there was like a couple of companies who were doing this. So we were going to people and saying like, can we publish your game? And they were just like, what do you mean? I think
I wasn't even born. I wasn't even born back there. 2010. Wow.
God, it's been a rough 12 years for you. 12 years.
Oh, wow. Oh, sure. COVID and everything. Yeah. So I guess before we start, we just should also mention that something else is happening right now at DevGAMM Game Fest. So if you got bored at this live stream at some point, you just might want to switch to live interviews, which is, digital live interviews is something that we do, but you also have a streaming showcase with online streamers from all around the world, and they play those festival games on their Twitch channels. And if you are lost and do not know where to find them, you just simply visit devgamm.com/fest22, and there you can find everything. Everything is out there. We also have a page on Steam with all the games from the festival right there, with the discount, with free demos, and you can add those games to wishlist. And of course, some of the links to those games on Steam you can see in our chat, alongside the free keys, as I mentioned before. And I guess that's before we start with the first developer for today, we must mention the sponsor of this live interview segment of the entire Game Fest, in fact, because nothing would have been possible without those incredible guys. And those guys are Archibaldi Studio. This is a company which helps you to come up with the craziest ideas for your sound design, for your game. So whatever you might need, like a soundtrack, composing some music, or maybe, I don't know, basically anything that makes your game sound, can be done by those guys at Archibaldi Studio. And we're so thankful for them for sponsoring these events, for sponsoring these Game Fest. Oh, and we can see the first developer already. Tom, I guess we're ready to introduce the first game. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Let's do this. Okay, so we've got a oh God, how do I pronounce it? A Mooncrust Princess, is it? Yeah.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. And let's welcome our first developer, Will. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Yeah.
How's it going, Will? We'll
Fine.
see you in a sec.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so how's it going?
Fine. Everything good. I'm working on games as usually. I'm having a lot of stuff to do and personal and professional projects, but I'm very happy.
That's great. So could you please introduce your game to us?
Yeah, sure. As you see, my game is called Mooncrossed Princess. You pronounced it perfectly. So yeah, I know
Thank
it's
you.
it's a bit strange name, but I explain later
this
why
X
the name
in the middle. Yeah.
Yeah, I will explain later. So my game started while I was, of course, like other many indie dev, I was during the pandemic. I didn't have nothing to do, and I started working this game, and in my spare time. And my idea was from the beginning to make something where I took a strong RPG, Japanese RPG aesthetic, and combined with visual novel style. So it's a game with a strong narrative component. I mean, 80% of the game is text, dialogue texts, choices, character interaction, and then there is a part about combat, turn-based combat. So that's the balance of the game. About the name, I can explain now, as I said before.
Yes, please.
The meaning, yeah. It's the moon crossed because it's the game is set in a world where the world is ending. There is this moon which is crashing, is going to crash in the land of the protagonist, which is a princess, and it's like a setup like Zelda's Majora's Mask, where you got you see the giant moon trying to crash on your world. And the X, it was because of the connection. The X is, I mean, is representing the crosses between universes, because the game is set in a fantasy world with realistic elements, technical elements. As you can see, it's a world a little bit inspired by Akira Toriyama works. So it's this blend of technology, fantasy, and strange stuff. I mean, I love Akira Toriyama works because they blend stuff that's it's very different because he's the author of Dragon Ball, of course. Is blending the technical aspect, the fun. You see fantasy warriors, princesses, and magical stuff, but you see modern cards, modern technology. So this was the aesthetic of the game, and you can see so the strong Japanese influence, and the X was meaning the crossing of many different words. So I think it's in my professional and also in the side of my career, I very emphasize the aspect of crossing between words. I started working on games 4 years ago. My first project was on a visual novel, of course, 2D visual novel about Italian history because I'm from Italy, and I always like how history times technology people intersect. So it's a little bit of my obsession about creating works where you maybe are in the past or in the future, but the elements collide with each other. And of course, you are wondering what kind of game it is. I think, I mean, it's very based on dialogues. You can see for yourself. It's has a lot of choices, a lot of even the combat is. You can see also now in this portion of the trailer. The combat is very based on choices. So my idea was to make combats where it's not just statistics or you play that move, you play that skill of that summon, but dialogues can influence the flow of the battle. So it's, I mean, it's very standard basic turn-based combats, but you can influence the course of the combats by choosing the right answers. This is the one you see here is an older trailer. I mean, it was a rough gameplay trailer. I improved a lot the game meanwhile. I mean, it's I do this mostly in my spare time because it's a side project, but I worked a lot on adding new stories and new also I improved the combat, adding some card-based elements, but at the core is everything based on choices and your influence on the story. I mean, I love visual novel. I think it's one of my favorite genres. but I wanted to make a 3D visual novel because I needed the spatial aspect, the 3D environment aspect to emphasize the stories. I mean, also, I don't think there are a lot of 3D visual novels, so maybe it's something that can be interesting to people who play visual novels. Yeah, I'm talking too much. So
yeah, well, that's
so,
quite an introduction.
yeah. So
I know
yeah.
that you definitely have some questions.
Yeah, man. I mean, when you talk about visual novels and how like none of them are in 3D, I mean, this reminds me of stuff like Necrobarista, stuff like Persona. There's definitely like some Persona boss vibes in this game.
Mhm.
Man, but you said it was a pretty typical tactical battle system. I saw your options were attack, bound, and union, and then the character started dancing. So what's the battle system like?
Yeah. As I said, that's old gameplay video, and that was placeholder animation actually, because it was a old idea.
Where's the
because
new one, Will? Where's the new one?
on my itch.io. So
Right.
I really appreciate if people can go to my itch.io. I can download the demo and see the new trailer because it will make more sense, I promise. Anyway, if to answer your curiosity, the dance is related to the lore, okay? Because the lore, this is the word, the lore is the word. The lore of the game is based on the concept of connection, and I think music is the thing that connects everyone in every part of the world. So again, the crossing. So music is very recurring as a theme in the game, in the dialogues, in the story. And in the first version of the game, I was thinking of adding a writing game component, so hence the dance you see, but that's in the past. However, I retained the music elements. I very care about this aspect because I'm not the one making this game by myself, not the only one. And I made this game with a very talented composer, and which is called tinyBuild. You can find the link to his music in my itch.io, and tinyBuild, his name is Tom, made very great music, and we made some questing based on music, on finding music parts, of collecting music part, collecting broken records, assembling. So I mean, yeah, music is a very important aspect of this game. Also wanted to name another collaborator, which is called Anastasia. She's a great writer. She made the dialogues, and very, I mean, you can see the demo on itch.io. This is just the beginning of the game. We wrote a lot of dialogues, and we're expecting to get some feedback about the demo, and then we start getting rolling some traction of the page. We wish to introduce the new stories. So if you are even barely interested in the story, and you please give us a feedback, because we plan on landing more. I mean, we have a lot of stories rolling thanks to Anastasia and Tom work.
Man, awesome. This is exciting. There's like so much stuff going on in this game. There's like you're in a school in like a dungeon universe. There's a black hole. There's like a real world. In the modern version of the game, is the talking iPod shuffle still in the game?
Yeah, very. Yeah,
cool.
I mean,
what role does that iPod play?
Tutorial. I mean, since this is the element of, I mean, some retro nostalgic feeling. I think that it was nice to having an iPod character following you. I mean, it has an AI. I mean, the lore is that is a AI character is connecting to all over the world, and it was created by the scientist friend of the princess, of the protagonist. And I think that having the shape of an iPod was just a nice nostalgic touch, but it's a tutorial guy, yeah.
Okay, so speaking of the princess, so Princess Miyuki, I've heard that she goes through the path of sovereignty, and then that's when everything flips over for her. So can you just speak to what is that conflict right at the beginning of the game?
Yeah, the conflict is that she has been chosen as the rightful heir to the throne in this world is going to collapse. So she's mostly unaware of what's happening because she has lived all her life in a castle, and she's princess who is very much into games, into movies, into comics. So she's not able to see what's happening in the world, and she's not very socially aware. So the path of sovereignty is inspired by classic hero's journey. I mean, we got this inspiration from classic mythology, from the journey of Homer's Odyssey. The way, I think Anastasia would explain this better, but we were very confident about this idea of having, like in the Odyssey, where the protagonist is an adventurer, but in reality is a king. Okay, I mean, this Homer is a king. Ulysses is a king in reality. He's a king adventuring and finding strange stuff, monsters, strange people on the place. But at the end, at his core, is a king, and every step in his travel helps him become a better king. So we took this canvas, this narrative canvas, and we adapted to our RPG Japanese style. Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
it's very far-fetched because it's Greek mythology meets Japanese RPG, but it's very...
There's so many things crossing over in this game. It's such a cool idea. Yeah. Man, Homer's Odyssey is like a magical girl. Yeah, that's cool. This is awesome. Man, so how long... When do you think the game's going to come out?
Yeah, we are
anywhere near?
Yeah, we are striving for 2023 release around spring. I mean, most of the game is set in stone because the system is a visual novel, so it's not quite. I mean, it's not a huge complexity, but we're waiting to gain a lot of traction and to get people interested in the story. At the end of the day, this is our concern. So whenever we start some awareness rolling, people maybe having some feedback, we plan on releasing the full prologue, because what you see now is a demo. We plan to release the full prologue, which is a concise story with 2 hours story content, and we aim to deliver that on spring 2023. Yeah, but the complete game is something that, I mean, we plan to evolve this over time if we to add more story content. I mean, it's because it's a very open-ended. We with a lot of lore. The system is there, so it comes to. Also where we have a plan of adding new episodes over time. Yeah.
Man, that's awesome. So we introduced you, Will de Gregory, but we didn't introduce the studio Conditore. That's right.
Yeah, that's right pronunciation.
The game is Mooncross Princess. Yep, the game is Mooncross Princess Prologue. It sounds like coming out soon, and then the game's going to be early 2023, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Anton, anything from you as we close out on our last minute of the interview?
Man, I'm just impressed. I'm just impressed by the idea. I mean, just one question, guys. How did you actually come up with an idea like that? What's your background? I mean, were you always interested in topics like that?
Yeah, I'm Italian, so I mean, there is a strong Italian Mediterranean. I mean, I love JRPGs, Japanese games, but I'm in Mediterranean. I'm Italian, so it was just very simple for me, no brainer to make these connections.
Right. Well, just good luck with that. Good luck with your game. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck. Enjoy the rest of the Game Fest.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. See you. And by the way, this is something that we've came up with Christy yesterday, that right now, end of 2022, we see what happened during COVID. Lots of those games that are about to be released, maybe early 2023 or late 2023. This is something that was born during COVID, those ideas. And that's incredible. That's incredible that we see it right now.
That seems like something I know Christy would enjoy talking about. The idea of people just being trapped inside, spinning around in circles and going insane.
Yeah, but the ideas, they're so those games are very cute. They're very nice. They're like intended for you not to be lonely, not to be alone. Somehow fight this loneliness or something. So that's cool.
Yeah, I really like Mooncross Princess. I think that's, I mean, everything like a series like Persona or Yakuza or something starts somewhere, and I think to start where Will's starting is, I think he's off to a really good start.
All right. Yes. Yes. So let's check out our new game and the next team. We've got Hitori Kakurenbo online. I'm having troubles with those names, really. But still, yeah. Hello, Juan Pablo. Welcome.
Hello, you guys. How you doing?
Doing all right there. What's going on with you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm happy to be here and excited to talk about our game and studio, and congratulations for the festival because it's gonna be amazing. Congratulations, you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so just could you please repeat the name of the game, because I
Yeah.
think that I did it wrong. I'm sorry.
It's Japanese name. It's Hitori
Okay.
Kakurenbo online,
Right.
which means hide and seek game, but in Japanese.
Okay. So yeah, maybe you can explain plots, main characters, basically introduce the game.
Okay, so Hitori Kakurembo, in fact, is a viral ritual that it's famous in the internet. This kind of viral challenges that teenagers do, you know, and it's in fact, it's a Japanese ritual which consists of taking a doll, open it. You change the stuff and use your nails and use salt, some rice, and then you sew the doll with a red thread, and you have to stab him or stab it, the doll. After that, the doll came alive and it chases you around the house. That's the ritual. A lot of people did the ritual, make some videos in YouTube. You can check it, and it's very fun. So we took this idea to make a game, a multiplayer game, an asymmetrical multiplayer game. It's what we are working on that. It's very fun to play with your friends. One player can be the doll and chase the other players. The other players have to do some task and hide inside closets, and that's the main idea and the core loop of the game.
I'm sure Tom have seen like a dozen of games like that, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed by the idea. That's very cool.
Thanks.
I mean, I've seen stuff like, you know, there's like Amnesia and there's like Alien Isolation, but these games are not multiplayer. So
yes.
what's
one of
so
our
when you say
references is those two. In fact, the Alien Isolation was, in fact, we started our first idea was to create a single player. In fact, we did it, a single player in which the doll was controlled by artificial intelligence. And one of our references was the Alien Isolation. But then we entered a pre-incubation program in Barcelona because we are a team from Spain, and we entered this pre-incubation program, and we decided to make it grow to a multiplayer asymmetrical game. Well, we are working on that since 1.5 years. Well, we're very happy with the progress. In fact, we have a demo in Steam. You can check it and play it.
Not only that, I've heard that there are some free keys are about to be dropped in the chat, so watch out.
Yes.
I have a couple of questions about the game. Oh no, hey Anton, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that this is a scary one, and I don't like scary games. I don't like to be scared.
No, it's a very friendly, scary game. You know?
You don't put friendly and scary in one sentence, man.
No, but people most of the time are laughing, having fun during the game.
All right.
When we go to events, when we give some keys to the streamers to try it. Every people is laughing. They just have some jump scares, but all the time it's very it's very fun. It's very friendly. You know.
So if as I can imagine playing the game, I can imagine what it's like the first time. You know, you hopefully somebody hides and hopefully you find them. Actually, do you have playtests where somebody hides and then they just don't get found?
Could you repeat the question? Because I have some.
Do you have playtests where somebody hides and then they just never get found by the other player?
Well, we have inside the mechanics, we have we avoid it because all the time you have to keep doing things. At the very early stages of the development, we found that problem that someone was hiding all the time, and so we decided to add some tasks to do to finish the game because it's very replayable in games of 5 to 7 minutes. So you have to keep doing things because if you don't do that things, you can't finish the game and win the game or lose the game.
That's a good idea. That makes sense. So if you say it's asymmetrical multiplayer, what's the difference between the two characters?
Okay, so in fact there are one character which is the doll, which is the killer. You know, you have to find the people and kill them. And the other team is the teenagers that created the ritual and became alive the doll. No, so the objective of this team, the teenagers, they have to find 3 keys to open the bathroom to finish the ritual. So these keys are spawned randomly around the area, the map, but to get the keys appear, you have to do some things. For example, you have to hide in some closets. You have to restore some power box for the lights. You have to do this simple task to keep people doing things and to have the idea of a progression inside the core loop.
What's the end of the ritual when you get into the bathroom?
Yes, when you get into the ritual, in the original ritual, you have to get to the bathroom and shout, I win, and you have to say the name of the doll. In our game, you just have to reach the bathroom and open it with the last key. At present, it's just to open the last door, the door of the bathroom. But in the future, we will add a quick event to open the last door, you know, to open the bathroom. So yeah, that's the idea.
That's cool. That's a good idea.
Thanks.
But so when you say Hitori Kakurembo was a viral ritual that everybody was doing, I didn't see this. So where did you see this?
Yes, it came famous 2 years ago, probably during the pandemic. You know,
No
people
way.
people started to do that. We found it in YouTube. If you find some big streamers in Spain started to do this ritual, so it became quite viral in Spain. And
It doesn't sound Spanish. This originated in Spain. It doesn't sound like something Spanish.
No, but I don't know. It's a Japanese original Japanese ritual, but some Spanish streamers take it and they thought it was a good idea to do this ritual by themselves.
Because you might imagine that with a name like that, you're specifically targeting Japanese markets or something.
No, well, we're working worldwide market,
right?
Because as you can see in the images, the aspects of the characters is quite manga, quite anime, but not very anime. We were doing a mix between a Occidental style and Oriental style in order to get our game worldwide, to focus on worldwide market.
Yeah. Right. And could you please introduce us to your team? Who are your team members? How many of you are there?
We are 12 people. Okay. We are all Spanish people, but we are not, we're working all remotely. In fact, I just know in person 2 or 3 of my team. in some events that we have shared the time there. So we are 12 Spanish people in different places of Spain. Some people are in Barcelona, other people in Madrid, some people in Valencia, in Andalusia. We also have one person in Ceuta, which is a city in North Africa. So
Wow.
yes. So we have a lot of people working in different places in Spain. So we say that our office is Discord. We have been working in our office Discord since 1.5 years, but 1 month ago we moved to a virtual office, which is gather.town. I don't know if you know this application, but it's amazing. You can have a virtual office with pixel art characters and furniture. So you can have meetings in different rooms, private rooms, desk for workspaces. And that's very, very fun to meet all people in our metaverse virtual office. So we're working on that since 1 month. So as we can't move to be all together, we found this solution. That's okay.
Wow.
Works for us. Yes.
Wow. And they say that metaverse is too early for the humanity. See,
Yes.
it's working for you already.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Have you guys ever met up together? Have you ever been to a game event?
We have met. I think I've met 4 or 5 of my team, but not all of them, because there are people everywhere in Spain, you know. So
yeah, that's cool. That's a lot.
Yeah, we met online, but not on site.
Nick in chat is saying that the girls with a haircut like that are always scary for some reason.
Yeah.
We don't know why, but they are.
Yes.
That's the character that you want to use in a scary game.
Yes.
I find all children scary. I don't know. There's some people who just understand children,
Yeah.
and I find those people scary too. But
Yeah.
anytime I have to interact with someone younger than, I'd say, like 11, I'm always kind of freaked out.
Well, if you do a viral ritual challenge or whatever like that, you have to be a scary person.
I guess what's needed to ask you is where you are, guys, in terms of the development process, and what's your plan?
Yeah, we're maybe in the middle of the development. We have one map and all the characters, all the animations, all the core loop, and we're working on the retention strategy to create all these extra things, such as the customization of the characters and the doll. We are going to implement also some system of teams or gangs to challenge other teams. We are doing an achievement system, so we're working on that, and we plan to release on Q4 of next year, 2023. We're searching for funding to finish all this process. That's everything. So we are happy working. We are working very hard. That's all.
So I understand you're launching into early access. What inspired you to go into early access?
Yes, we plan to release in early access because it would be a good idea to involve the community in the process. So, but we are not ready to launch the early access. So we will probably during next year, sometime the next year. So because I think in a game such as our game, we have to grow a big community. We have to be very, very, very careful with the community, carried and hear to them all the feedback we have received. So I think it's a good idea to launch in this model.
Okay, cool. Man, looking forward to it. So did you say it's going to be Q4 next year?
Yes, Q4 next year.
Okay, and there's a demo up right now. Is the demo online multiplayer?
Yes, you can play multiplayer. So I invite people to join some friends, download the demo or the keys that we are going to distribute, and play with your friends, and I'm sure you have a very fun time.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so
looking forward to
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the Game Fest. See you. See you next
See
time.
you. See you. Bye bye. Congratulations.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
I think I was getting some Hello Neighbor vibes from this game. Did you feel it, Tom?
What's Hello Neighbor? I don't know that game.
Just
There's some. There's
hyper cash game.
It's a hyper casual game. I've seen it on I've seen Hello Neighbor on YouTube Kids. It always pops up. He's always doing stuff.
So you are afraid of kids, but you are not afraid of YouTube for kids, right?
I'm afraid of YouTube Kids more than all. It's that's what I wake up in the middle of the night screaming.
Wow. Okay, so let's see if the next game frightens you that much. It's called Everdream Valley, and you've got Marek with us. Hello, Marek. Hello there. How's it going? Sorry, Mark, I think you're muted.
Okay, yep. Now I'm not.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Welcome.
Great. Amazing. Hi, I'm Mark. I'm a lead game designer from Monitors, and we are working, as you said, Everdream Valley.
Wow. So what is this about? What is Everdream Valley?
Okay, so Everdream Valley is open world farm game with a story and quite unique dream mechanic where you can play also as animals. So you're not only a farmer, you can also be a dog defending your farm from the wolves, or a magpie trying to steal something from the farm and flying above it, or a horse racing with other horses, and there's more, of course.
Sold. Wow. Okay. What's the plot? Is there one?
Yeah, there is. Actually, there's about 15 hours of plot of different missions, and your main goal, well, of course, you start with the whole mess on the farm and let's be a farmer and do something amazing on the farm. But later you start having those strange dreams and you don't know why. You start as, for example, as playing, defending your ships from the wolves attack, and you're trying to figure out what the hell. And there is actually one magic NPC. I won't spoil it. That try to tell you what's happening, but he also don't know everything. So you need to find out the reason behind those dreams.
The ship survives?
Yeah, actually, there's no death in the game, but if you fail to defend them, you will need to find them scattered all along the map, and the map in our game is quite huge. It's open world. It's about 2 square kilometers big, so lots of running and lots of riding, because we have a few mounts, for example, horses and pigs.
Everyone is so cheerful. What a cool game.
Yeah. I was told I should tell something about our team. I forget about that because I was so excited about the game. So we are a team of 7.
Okay.
We are placed in Poland, in Olsztyn, which is northeast Poland. We are called the land of the 1,000 lakes, and that's why there's so much water in our game. Well, that's one of the reasons.
Do you guys have a lot of farms out there?
Yeah, we have, and that's actually one reason. One inspiration behind our games. In our city, in our country, it's pretty often that you spend your summer vacation at your grandparents' or other relatives' countryside house or farm, etc. And that was actually the case with most of our team's members. So there's lots of inspiration about that. You know, when you are spending a summer holidays in the farm and you are a city kid, everything is unique, everything is different. Like you are jumping from the barn to the haystacks, and you are escaping from the geese, or you are learning how to milk the cow. And actually, the game will be on Switch also, so you will be able to milk the cow with Joy-Cons.
What?
Yeah, and shear the ships also, and a lot of different activities. There are a lot of different mini games. that may be quite interesting, because we are often asked about our inspiration, well, games, and of course, like all of the farm games, like Stardew Valley, My Time in Portia, and of course Harvest Moon, etc., were strong inspiration, but also Grand Theft Auto. And Grand Theft Auto, the series of Grand Theft Auto, in the terms how the mini games are immersed in the gameplay. You know, like when you're having a race between different cars in the Grand Theft Auto, you're actually racing in those streets that you were just a minute ago, and that's the case in our game. If you like put a lot of different buildings in the valley, or different trees, you could have a harder time to race it, or you can have a easier time to race it if you like fix the tracks.
Wow. Sorry, Tom. I know you want to go to the technical details, but I have just one question, small question.
Yeah.
Did you guys have to attend a lot of farms really to prepare, like to make some research?
Yeah. Actually, it doesn't.
Wow.
Well, for some of us, it was like we just knew that, because we every summer holidays for a few years we were on the farm. Me myself, not my grandfathers, but my grand aunt. It was like most of like every summer holidays, at least 1 or 2 weeks for few constant years. And even now, sometimes I'm go there with my grandparents and with my parents to visit. So
have you ever milked a cow?
Sadly, not yet. However,
okay. The future is bright.
However, I rode a pig. So and
what?
Yeah.
How big was the pig? Because you're not a small guy.
Well, I was the small then. So.
Oh, okay. This was not recent.
And the pigs are big animals. Pigs are big animals. You don't think about it when you watch your Peppa the Pig. How those pigs are big, but they are. Trust me. And we have a lot of wild pigs here in Austin, also, like coming from the woods and going in the parks, etc. And we have wild pigs, wild boars also in the game. So most of our animals are breedable. So you can, you can breed, of course, pigs and have small pigs and different breeds of pigs. But you can also try to catch a wild boar or a bison. And if you unlock it in the story, you can try to breed them also.
Wow, so many to process. You can go ahead, Tom.
Man, there's so many things going on in this game. I understand this is the Grand Theft Auto of farming games. You mentioned it was open world. So can you leave the farm? Like, what else is going on out there?
Yeah. You not only can leave the farm, but you should leave the farm, because of course you can just plant trees and plant flowers, etc., and stay on the farm. But if you want to progress with the story, you need to go all the way to different parts of the map, like for the old and dense forest, or for the mountains, when you can find different animals, different plants, etc. With some of those animals, you will be able to talk in your dreams, of course. You need to find, you can find like different plants and trees, and dig them out and plant it on your farm. Or if you have a lot of time and you want to do that, you can make all of the 2 square kilometers your farm, because you can plant your plants everywhere in the whole valley. Well, of course, not on the stones, not on the water, but everything could be your farm if you're brave enough.
Man, that's huge. I feel like this is just one of those endless games. And one of the things, looking at the footage, like this artwork, like there's people in the chat talking about it. This art and animation and everything is so good. Have you guys, like, this is not somebody's first game. What have you worked on before? Where do you find these artists?
Well, as a studio, this is our first game. We are working on it for about, a little more than 2 years. As some of us worked together earlier on different games, like some of mobile games, some normal games. but it's the first thing from our studio. I think that we have through our team members, we have like from 3 to 10 years experience in the game dev industry. It depends strongly on the part of the team. Most of us works from here, but we also, you mentioned animations. Our animator Yogesh is actually from India, so he is full remote. I hope that he will be able to come to us and visit our farms one day.
Man, it looks crazy. It looks so good. And you mentioned that so you go to sleep and you dream about being the animals. So is there like a brainstorming session where you're all sitting around like, okay, so pig, what would I do if I were a pig? Or like, what's a mini game that like a duck would do?
Yeah, exactly. That's how it worked. We tried to, usually our process was looking like, okay, let's think what this animal is doing, and let's think what kind of mechanics of cool games there are, and how we can connect it. So, for example, the game with the dog and with the wolves is a variation about tower defense, because there are a lot of there are waves of wolves, and you are running with your dog, and you could bark at those wolves, and they flee. But you also could think earlier and build, for example, two rows of fences, or you can plant a bonfire to defend a certain part of the enclosure of the sheep. And if you make a very big enclosure, and that would be easier for the sheep to find the food, but also it will be a lot harder to defend from the wolves. So you could and you should think about it if you want to have a lot of animals. But if you want to have just a cozy game, that's not a problem. You can have a small enclosure and just a few sheep. But also we think about like flying chickens from the Angry Birds, etc. There was a lot of different inspiration and a lot of fun, because when you look at your farm games, well, it was the case with me. I always wonder, okay, but how would it look from the ground perspective? If you are the mouse, everything will be giant. And in our games, you can change those perspectives in the dreams. Sometimes you are a dog, sometimes you are a sheep, and sometimes you are a magpie flying over the farm. And also, what was important for us is that life on the farm and the different animals in the wild are not like black and white, like pests and those good farm animals. There's living world everywhere. So in the day, the mice could be a pest, but during the night, you need to run from your cat, which is your in the day part. And if you will find the food, those mice won't eat out your crops during the day for some period of time. So everything is interconnected. Everything worked with itself, and of course, night games influence the gameplay during the day. And we wanted to show different views on the living on the farm. That was really important for us.
It seems like such a fun game to work on. Is there a demo available of the game anywhere?
Yes, it is. It is free on Steam, on Everdream Valley Steam page. There's about an hour of gameplay in this demo, so feel free to play and leave us feedback. We are incorporating those feedbacks all the time in the game.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. I just, I think I wish to join one day your team building activities, because I might imagine, my God, what you can do, guys, with your imagination. That's incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you next time. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Okay, how are we doing so far? Tom?
Good. So that's Everdream Valley, I guess. Right after, I was going to say right after this, go and check out the demo on Steam. But I think after the game streams, you've got like more panels with DevGAMM, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I think after this fest, everyone will like add so many games to their wish lists. They will have to spend another month playing those and playing those free demos that are available. And we're about to see the next game, but before that we're gonna have a short commercial break and word from our sponsor Archibald Studios. So stick around, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the live interviews. Tom, I missed you so much.
Yeah, man, I was missing you like crazy. I was crying my eyes out.
Oh no, here we are back, and we're about to see the next game. Are you excited about this one? It's called Homesick, and we've got Mike with us. Hello, Mike.
Hello, guys. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, man. How are you doing?
Very well.
All right, so Homesick, your game.
Yes. So Homesick is a survival strategy game. It's placed at the beginning of the next century, and it follows the destruction of our civilization, mostly due to the lack of resources and most importantly, the lack of drinkable water.
All right, very serious premises. But do we survive after all?
Well, not in the best state.
Oh no.
The civilization collapses to the point that the few survivors have to. The population is very low. They don't have communication with each other. They don't have the knowledge and the expertise that we currently have in our days. This gets lost along the way, and specifically regarding gameplay, the player controls a group of survivors that had entered a bunker, that were one of the few lucky ones that had entered the bunker, and they were self-sufficient for about 50 years, but now the children of their children and so on, they come back to the surface trying to
Oh wow.
To restart civilization. So kind of like a Fallout setting, kind of like that, / Mad Max, but we are trying to keep it as realistic and as plausible as possible, both in terms of aesthetics and, and graphics, but also, excuse me, but also in the way that we approach the story and the narrative and the writing.
So this idea that we're running out of water, where does this come from?
Well, it's actually, it started from a study that we came across. It's an actual thing. And there's also a site with a countdown that based on the projections of our water consumption right now and our growth in population, it calculates that about 2040, we won't have enough water for everyone.
What?
So yeah,
Are you serious?
Yeah,
That's for real.
it's right around the corner. Actually, it's very soon. So we take this event and we use it, as a kickstart event for all number of troubles that this will cause, because if we don't have water, we won't have enough to water our crops, so we won't have food, and so on and so forth. This can escalate very fast, as you can imagine. So we take this, let's say, semi-realistic approach to what is going to happen.
So we've talked about the premise and the setting a lot, but how's the gameplay? Like, I'm thinking it reminds me a little bit of Frostpunk, but it looks a lot more complex.
Well, I wouldn't say more complex. It has a lot of similarities with Frostpunk, but we are trying to touch bases that they don't, or the other games that are like Frostpunk don't. So we have a significant emphasis on the story and the narrative. So this is something that usually you don't see in strategy games, and we are trying to create a variant of the game that actually capitalizes on that. And there is a lot of there are many serious decisions about how your community is going to evolve. So it's quite punishing. The survival element is very prominent, and a distinct difference from Frostpunk is that our city building and our the way that you build your base is much more impactful. So I'm sure you've played Frostpunk. The way that you build your base is kind of like, say, on autopilot. We're just trying to build as close as possible to the core. In our building needs to be connected with another building in most cases, and the distance and the placement of each individual building affects efficiency and so on. So on a macro scale, your whole city can be built in several different ways, and every building that you place changes how it's going to evolve. We are trying to make connections between the buildings so that water is transferred from one source to the consumption point, or perhaps to a point of conversion to make it better. So you have kind of a pipeline where the source of one thing and the consumption is affected by several factors. Sorry about that.
Man, thank God we've still got some water left. So when you went in the description, I saw the description on DevGAMM that you said water is the new gold, and that's such a good line. That's such a good marketing tagline. So are people trading water? Do you keep huge barrels of water in the back of your car? Should I be saving water now? How's it looking?
Yeah, there are several things that we should be doing now that probably aren't doing, but we're trying to, within the game, we're trying to, show the vast difference on simple everyday matters, how it's going to be without water. So, the simplest of things, like taking a bath, becomes a serious problem when you don't have water. So we have a bunch of small narratives and laws and events that start, visit this matter on how the world without water is. And I like to think we have done a pretty good job of keeping it realistic, but yet interesting.
But I wonder, what are the ways? What are the ways actually to find? What do those characters do? They find some resources, water resources. Maybe they're hidden, or they're doing some chemical processes to come up with a solution. What's the idea?
Yeah. So the game has two parts which are equally important. The first one is the city building, and the second one is the exploration. Yeah. So the expeditions, which are similar to the way Frostpunk had, are much more emphasized in our case. You take decisions, there's a narrative, so it becomes like an interactive story when you send an expedition. And every location that you explore gives you new technologies. And eventually within each map, you will find a location that has enough resources for you to go to after you complete the scenario that you're playing. So the levels and the scenarios follow each other, and each level is supposed to be a little bit, each area is supposed to have a little bit more resources than the previous one, or the previous one, you know, the resources end up because they are finite. So these kind of things. And so during the day you city build, during night you explore, you find the resources that you need, and then there are conversions and improvements that you can do upon the resources that you find in order to clean them and be safer for your people to consume. Or you can, you know, you can try the way of having them drink contaminated water straight ahead, but being a survival game, this won't get you very far.
Very interesting, very interesting. I guess you must have put some other topics of this research into your game, right?
We're trying to incorporate technologies that are used in our days. So there are technologies that actually exist, but people are usually not, you know, very, they don't know about this very much. So even these buildings that are down to earth and are, let's say, very common nowadays, they become something of a new thing for the player to explore. He doesn't exactly know which building he's going to need in order to go for the next step of evolution within the game. So yeah, it's a combination of realism and a fantasy setting.
Wow, wow, incredible. And could you please introduce us to our team? Who are your team members? How many of you are there? Who's behind this game?
Yeah, we are a small Greek team. The core of the team is located in Greece, but we also have some writers from America and some other people from abroad. And we are 12 people right now working on Homesick. And we are a little bit of everything. We have our level designers, our environmental artists, 3D designers, programmers, and so on.
All right, and where are you guys? Have you released your game, or are you planning to?
No, we have a demo free on Steam, and
Yep.
we are actively looking for feedback. So if anyone tries it, please be forthcoming with what you think of it. And we are planned on release during the second trimester of 2023. With
Right.
I can't tell. Is this the type of game where I play it once all the way through for a lot of hours, or is this the type of game where I should expect to lose and I should expect to keep starting again?
We actually have 3 game modes, which are supposed to cover a little bit of everything. So we have the campaign, which is a story-driven scenario after scenario kind of thing, which is we have this small innovation where you can play it, like say in Iron Man mode, and everything you get from one scenario, you get to keep the next one and then keep to the next one. So you have this, let's say, consistent long-term survival experience. And sorry guys, and then you can play each individual scenario on endless mode, so you can play, you know, for as much as you can hold on. And the last game mode is the multiplayer. So we are also going to have a multiplayer mode where players can compete against each other in a setting that is similar to Hunger Games. So, you know, you have the same map, but you have the same resources. So you need to make the best out of each resource in order to survive the other ones. And there will be some conflict, but the main focus of the game is not to just straight up murder the other one, but starve him to death. So we have this.
Is it called Tasty Games?
We
Sorry,
haven't named it yet. We
Okay,
haven't named
right.
it yet, but yeah, I like to think that these different 3 different sides of the same thing will cover every different player that will be interested in our game.
Incredible.
Okay,
Nick. Yeah, Nick here says that it's cool that the game raises these important environmental issue, which is very, very nice.
We are trying to make a point out of it, but without compromising the fun of the game. So, you know, if we do manage to, you know, raise some awareness, it would be nice. But the game is a commercial, entertaining product above everything else.
Okay, awesome. So there's a demo on Steam, is that right?
Yes.
All right, cool. Then more demos for us to check out. The game is Homeseek by Traptix. And when do you think the game can come out as a full release?
In about 6 months.
Okay,
6
looking
months.
forward to it. Thanks.
Good luck to you
Thanks for
guys.
joining us, Mike.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you
And,
for having me.
Cool.
Thank
Nice
you.
meeting you.
Thank you. See you next
Right,
time.
best of luck with the release.
And I got
And,
immediately thirsty just when I heard the idea. I don't know why.
yeah, as soon as he said it's like Hunger Games, I wanted to jump in and say more like Thirsty Games right away. But I was trying to be as polite as I could and let him finish before I jumped to my dumb thing. It's cool though. It's cool that he's making. I mean, this is such an interesting topic with so much research going into it that man, this is another game that I'm going to check out the demo of as soon as we finish here today.
That's true. That's true. And absolutely, your wish list is full of those games by the end of this live stream. Maybe the next one is going there too. And this one is called Castle of Alchemists. We've got Khalil with us. Khalil, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Hello, and you've got the Batman t-shirts. What's the reason? Are you a Batman fan?
Yeah, I'm a huge Batman fan.
Very cool. Does your game have a man dressed as a bat?
No, our game is more like an 18th style action hero with a lot of muscles actually. With
Okay.
testosterone.
Okay, this type of masculine game is
Yes.
something that we need. Yes, could you please tell us more about it?
Our game is a kind of an action RPG and tower defense hybrid in pixel art. And it allows a more mobile game rather than a stationary game regularly seen in the tower defense games. Our game, after you deploy your defenses in regular fashion, like in a tower defense game, you take a control of another guy, a character or avatar of yours that you can use easily. And this character actually have, how can I say, skill trees, items that it can use. It's after that point, it's basically an action RPG in the defense section. We have a couple of games in this genre like this, like they're hybrid with third-person shooters, third-person action RPGs and tower defense. We are going for the approach for 2D pixel art action RPG and tower defense. It's what we call like maybe a bit more pompous, but Diablo light, that you can get items with customized abilities that you can deploy, like turrets, clockworks, bombs, other kind of stuff, booby traps that will help you to defend. Our game is designed in a fashion that you cannot hold a single place with just traps. You need to be mobile with your main character as well. And it's also designed in a way that character alone cannot hold the wave of enemies. It needs to make utilization of the other traps it deploys. And it works synergistically with each other and the skills that deployed by the main character, Bellator, we call him. It means warrior in Latin, actually. For example, the electricity booby trap can travel across all of the metal surfaces. And if you are deploying metal spike traps on the ground, and if you place a metal booby trap, electric booby trap on it, when it triggers, it follows through all of the metal traps. We will have other kind of interactions like this in the final game as well. It's basically a high-paced action RPG with tower defense hybrid including pixel art, actually.
Man, this is exciting. This is such a good one because I've been waiting for tower defense to make like a big comeback for so long. So how I know that you guys, I think there's been some in the past few years. What kind of games are you looking at for inspiration for the kind of action that we can see in this game?
Definitely, Orc Must Die is comes to first mind because it started with it was the first time I've seen like a character is also within the universe. Our art style and a little bit the gameplay is similar, but we want to differentiate with ourselves with focusing more on the character rather than the trap version of this game. There is a small lore that you can follow about the game, but we do not push it towards the player. If it chooses, it can be seen, but it's not pushed in the face. It's not a story-based game, to speak. Other type of games are like out of the genre, actually. We wanted to have a high-paced action, maybe like Doom 16. 2016 is a big impression as well as Eternal. The main character actually is kind of a little representation of that. We wanted to have that high-paced action combined with tower defense of the orc march style, and have a unique art style, which also feels familiar for the newcomers for the pixel art as well. So these two type of games are actually our main inspiration for this kind of game.
Man, that's such a cool mix. It was exciting. I used to only play like tower defense games because I used to work in Flash games, and I remember they were huge there, and then no one else was making them. And then when Orcs Must Die turned into a big thing, and like Dungeon Defenders and like Riftbreaker, I was like, yeah, people are figuring it out. This is like a great genre. You mentioned that the character was a big part of it. So, what kind of actions do you have as the character, and like how do you grow over between missions?
You can level up, which it has two different skill trees. One of them are mutations, changes how the character behaves. Other one is a combat training, which affects the items you carry around. You can change your weapons, melee weapons and ranged weapons. You can equip, as I said before, items that you can deploy. Call them like skills, but they are more like item oriented. Small turrets that can defend the area, or booby traps or vials. These all will have different kind of abilities via crafting, which will have a, how can I say, small vibe of the action RPGs like hack and slash games like Diablo or Grimdark or something like that. This type of approach allows different gameplay styles within the same maps. One character might focus completely on melee, other one might completely focus on clockworks to do its job. So we are trying to approach them, how can I say, more classical fashion in terms of action RPG, but we are mixing it with tower defense side of the game.
Man, exciting.
But do you have like any side quests, or is it always about running, shooting, and jumping?
It's all about the tower defense build up. Actually, it's instance based. You go into a map, you defend it wave by wave. There is nothing changing in that formula for the tower defense part. Only changing is that when you start the next wave, you get the control of a standalone character and you play that in instance. So we do not have like side quests, but we will have side missions. There will be a main branch of missions that you need to complete for a completed game, but there will be optional ones to gather resources and to be able to level up. They will contribute in terms of story as well, but as I said before, we do not want to show the story in front of the players. We want it to be a subtle and something to be explored if only wished. We do not want to take out of the excitement out of action for the players like me on the gameplay, first players like me. So we deliver stories and other kind of stuff at the main base. We kind of inspired from StarCraft 2 campaigns from that. After each mission, some of the NPCs would have something different to say about the game or something different about the level you just finished. So we're gonna deliver story and lore elements through like that. But our main focus on the game is definitely gameplay.
And this is such a good mix of, like, you're saying all the right games like StarCraft, Diablo, Orcs Must Die. This is like a great mix of these things. One thing that's jumping out to me, I understand what you do and who you're fighting and what kind of action it is, but the game's named Castle of Alchemists. Who are the alchemists?
Yeah, we kind of wrote a small background about that. Castle of Alchemists is an area that in a medieval setting, scholars or other kind of engineers, that kind of people that shunned by their society because of their gender, might be other stuff, or maybe their work has been found heretical or something similar like that. Castle of Alchemists provides them safe haven. It's a local name given by the locals. And for their research, they can deploy to other nations like siege weapons, localized armies for better weapons or something similar like that. In that way, they gather income. This Castle of Alchemists is a very huge complex, and as the story goes, that it's quite defendable from the outside attacks. But when they are trying to find the philosopher's stone, the attack comes from inside, and otherworldly creatures just pours into this realm. So the castle closes itself, and actually you are the one rescuing the alchemists here. You are a super soldier, Bellator, the Alchemia, that has been handcrafted to be able to deploy it as a, how can I say, mercenary, to be able to gain more upper hand for the alchemists. So you're actually saving them, and NPCs that you will save will be alchemists, engineers, that kind of people that will help you through your quest with items, mutations, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because you definitely want to see some like Easter eggs if it's about alchemists. I don't know, like the Philosopher's Stone or something.
Yes, definitely. We will have in the main base, we will have a different type of window that you can see mutation chambers, potions, etc. And our menus are designed in a way that, for example, level up menu is completely showing which organs are getting improved in terms of like a sketches or old scrolls, etc. So we are trying to, how can I say, keep a consistent image, visual image of the game in that regard. We are also heavily inspired by, again, Warhammer 40k Space Marines, and in terms of visuals, just Warhammer universe, like engineers and Skaven. I don't know if you're familiar with it, the dwarf factions. We are trying to keep that touch still in the game. Actually, right now, the video is coming through is from an older version. We are much improved upon that.
And this game is incredible. This is one of my, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, this is one of my favorite games I've seen.
Oh, thanks so much.
Like this week. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so I saw on Steam you were planning on entering early access, which I think is such a good fit for this. What are you excited about with early access?
We are excited about, we want to include the community into this game as well. This will be our first commercial release, and I'm gonna be honest, we are just two-man team, and we are not outsourcing anything. All the assets and all the coding are done by us. We are not getting anything from outsource. So there are bound to be some bugs, and we will require, even though with heavy play game testing, we will still require feedback about the core game loop as well. And we want to see what kind of reaction will the community will give as the game is given. And we want to shape it with the feedback as well. So we are quite excited about how the people will react, our gameplay choices, our difficulty choices, our choice of genre, mixing, etc. We are quite excited about it, but also very hopeful because all the reactions we are getting are quite positive.
Like all the reactions.
Most of them. Yeah, game is notoriously difficult right now because we are lacking proper introduction levels and prologues. We are working on that right now. We are preparing the vertical slice fully. So we're aware of our shortcomings right now. I can say that.
Okay.
How many of you guys are there at Team Machiavelli?
Two, me and just my partner.
Just two?
Yes, I am handling the pixel art and front-end developments. My partner is handling the back-end development and music and sound effects.
See, that's what impresses me the most. Like two of
Thank
you.
you.
How long have you been developing this one?
This game has been in development for 1.5 years, I believe, it fully when counted.
A year and a half?
Yeah, for the last year, we can able to work it fully, like a full-time job.
Yeah.
But previously, we worked it only on the holidays. We prepared it for a couple of competitions. So when you condense all this development time that we put into it, it's 1.5 years at most.
Okay, I think it's gonna pay off because I know that Steam loves games like this. Like Ox Must Die is huge on Steam. Everybody loves games like stuff you're mentioning. Like there's so many big Warhammer games. Like I feel like Dark Fantasy. Ever since Darkest Dungeon came out, I felt like Steam has just taken every Dark Fantasy game and gone nuts with it. So I really think it's gonna pay off for you guys.
Oh, thank you so much.
And everyone in the chat is also impressed by the mechanics, by the idea, and by the idea that there are just two people in your team as well.
Yeah, it also impresses us as well. I'm hearing about the team sizes, and I'm thinking about something is wrong with us, or we are just our own head.
True, that's so true.
So when do you think the game's going to be coming out?
We aim to launch the game into early access in the first week of May if possible. That's our sweet spot. And our actual schedule right now is planned right that, and we are on track. I can easily say that.
Good. Okay. Well, we're looking forward to it. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for
so
showing
much
us
for
Castle of Alchemist. Yeah,
absolutely.
Like I think the game's going to be a big hit for you guys. So best of luck with the release.
Absolutely, and you should definitely come visit next DevGAMM events and be at our showcases.
So definitely,
you are invited to all the time. You and your partner.
So thank you.
Thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the Game Fest. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having us and giving us an opportunity to introduce our game. Thank you.
It's a pleasure, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you next time. All right. So,
That's a good
Tom,
one. I think Castle Alchemist is going to be really big.
well, when there is a co-founder of a major publishing company, I think I have to trust him. So yes, it's gonna be really big.
Yeah, yeah, I think so.
Okay, so moving on to the next game, right? And this one
Yeah,
is
let's keep
called.
it going.
That one is called Kick It. So we're really kicking off with this interview right now, and we've got Sebastian with us. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello,
It's
Sebastian.
from Germany. Hi.
Oh, hello. How's it going there in Germany?
Very good. Raining like always. Yeah.
I've got. All right, you've got to say it to Tom. He's in the Netherlands, so.
Oh, okay. Same.
Yeah, I'm close. I'm close. It's the same.
Yeah, same weather.
So we're talking today about Kick It. What's the game? How do you describe it?
Yeah, Kick It is a one online PvP game. You can play versus your friends or online, and you have this is a auto battle game and a card battle game. This is a mix of many genres, and we make a new game concept. And it's a Kick It. It's a football game for sure, and we make a football game into a auto battle game, and this is a new feature, a new game mode, and maybe we can see a video of it.
Yeah, in just a sec we'll see it.
Okay.
I've never seen a concept like this. Like I checked out the game before the show, and I feel like you're fusing something like Slay the Spire with a football game. Where's the inspiration come for like your auto battler tactical combat, I guess, football?
Yeah, I had the idea really when I was 12 years old to make this game. And I'm very big fan of strategic auto battle games like TFT, Teamfight Tactics, you know, and Magic Cards Gathering, like a card battle game. So I mixed all these features together to make a casual new game mode. And I think we did it.
So, what kind of, I mean, I could try to make up in my head what kind of cards would pop up or like how you'd interact with this, but we see them for like a couple seconds on the screen. What kind of tactical choices do you make in the game?
It's like you go in the game and you have to choose at first your ability cards. So on the ability cards, you have 3 different skills. And offense, a defense, and balanced card, and you can choose your own way how to take it and to use it in your game. So you can underline your type of tactics, and all cards you take is just you just can take this card one time, and after this it will disappear.
Okay, I see some of the cards. There's like a striker and a joker. What is a bulwark?
Bulwark. It's maybe a German pronunciation, I don't know, but bulwark is like in Germany if you have a good defense. If you have a good defense like a shield, and like on the middle what's the name? On the knights, from the knights.
Midfield.
Yeah. No. On the knights have
Defense.
a bulwark, defense. Yeah, bulwark is a.
Oh, in like the Middle Ages.
Yeah, for sure. The Middle Ages. Yeah, it's like a pronunciation of this time. So a bulwark is a very hard defense, And so you have a bulwark. You can choose an extra defense player. You have a joker who is very agile. He is very agility, and you have a striker who is like Huntelaar from from Netherlands. It's a striker. It's for sure he's making goals and he will count twice.
Okay, but I don't understand. Do players move around the pitch, or do you position them? How does it work?
okay, it is a work. You have your on the start on the game. You have 9 positions to choose. So you have in the defense, you have 3 lines in the defense. You have 3 lines in the middle field, and there are 3 lines in the you see on the pit there. Zack, zack. You see there are 9 possible possibility positions to choose. Positions to choose. Yeah, and after you have choose your lineup, the last lineup will disappear, like you see there in the pitch and the video. You see now after the second round you just have 6 position, and in the third round you have just 3 positions to take. So you have to know what your opponent had chosen before. It's a mind game. Yeah, so
so you've got to have a strategy of sorts.
Yeah, it's a strategy game, and it's very, very deep. It's don't see very deep in the first time, but you have to know what positioning you have to take for yourself, and you have to remember what the enemy have taken, and in a vertical side. So you have to see this guy on the right, in the white one, I'm going from right to the left, and you going from the left to the right. So you have to know, okay, he took this in the last in his last turn, this lineup, and you have to in the next step you can outplay him, and with your cards you can make the game very, very competitive, because you can outsmart your opponent with your cards, and also combine the cards. For sure, you can also combine a joker with a striker, and you can combine a bulwark with a joker, and you can combine a striker with a joker, and the game is very deep, but not in the first step. It's a very new concept we have made.
Yeah, this is such a good approach to a sports game. If I was working on this, I mean, it's so good, and I think like all sports games kind of come down to mind games in the end of the day. So it's always surprising to me that there's not more people doing stuff like this. But I'd be so scared, because who do you show the game to? Do you try to reach football fans, or do you try to reach like Hearthstone fans?
Both. It's a for sure. It's a game for football players, not often all gamers, for sure. Many people who are looking are football fans, not the typical gaming persons. So it's a very good game to start your gaming career, for sure. With this game, because you have a soccer stream, you have the soccer world, and you have the conception, and you have the tactics of the real gaming world. Like Teamfight Tactics is very strategic, like Magic the Gathering is very strategic, and I had combined these 2 worlds into Kick-It. You have the football player who are just looking for a casual game, for fast fun, for a soccer game, and you have the person on the other hand who are very into gaming, and like the tactics, and like the card battle and the auto battle games. So you have a combine of chess, of tic-tac-toe, of stone-size paper, like this game.
Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah. Like this. And so you have a combination of all these games united in Kick-It.
Wow. Is there a card ability where you like fall down on the floor and pretend that you've been injured?
It's called a yellow card.
Yeah, yellow card. Yeah. No. The colors are not dependent to the cards. It's just RGB, red, blue, green. Like the typical red is like strength in the gaming world. Green is like agility, like here Warcraft and so on. And blue is wisdom. So I choose these colors to underline the cards.
Very interesting.
Before you go, go ahead, Anton. I'm sucking up all the time.
I was just wondering that now must be the best time for promoting a game like that, especially with the World Cup on.
Yeah, and in normal way, I just want to release the game on the World Cup, but we run out of money.
Oh no!
So we have
That's always
to,
bad.
so we
You're
have
looking
to,
for funding.
yeah, for sure. We are looking for a publisher who will invest too, and that's why we don't publish the game until yet. In my timeline was the concept to publish on the World Cup, but no.
What's the timeline now? Or you're not sure?
I think we are. If we get funding and investment, we can release a game in 4 to 6 months.
Right.
Yeah, on the first quarter of 2023. Yeah.
And when one of the players gets bigger, that's the bulwark
Yeah,
card,
it's a
right?
bulwark. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
okay.
a peer. Yeah, for sure. This is a peer.
Okay. Okay, because I wasn't sure.
Yeah. So the bulwark.
She was getting bigger, and what's the
the
reason?
bulwark is getting bigger. The joker is making a spin.
Yeah.
And the striker making what's the name of it in English? Like a
Takes a shot.
like an animation shot. Like
Yeah.
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 I've so as a fan. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Oh no, just
okay. As a fan of like games like this, like tactical games, do you build a deck in this game like before you go into a match?
Your deck you build is like the cards on the start you can choose. So you have the choose of 3 cards, and you can for sure take 3 bulwark cards or take 3 joker and 1 striker. It's up to you. So you're making
How
your
many
deck.
cards are in the game?
3 cards on the start and 1 card in the last round. And in the last round, all players get a second chance to take a card like this. Here you see, you can take 1 card, and there is an extra card, libero, for change a position of 1 player. It's very interesting in the last round to change 1 position of 1 player to make the game, to close the game.
Is that a basketball position though, libero? Sounds so familiar.
Libero, I don't know. I'm not basketball. Libero is like a player who can play on all positions.
Yeah.
Maybe it's in basketball too.
Do you hope to get to where Magic the Gathering's at, where there's like 3,000 different cards?
Yeah.
Introduce new expansion packs twice a year?
Yeah, I don't think, because the game is it's a casual game. The game duration of a game is 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes. It's perfect to if you are waiting for a bus, you are in a queue for a League of Legends game or anything else. You can play it on mobile device. You can play it on tablet, and you can play it on Steam for sure. It's for sure you can play it on your computer on your second desk.
Right, it's like Marvel Snap. You could have striker. You could have a striker card, but then you could have 100 variations where you just pick real strikers from real life, and then you collect them, and then it's a CCG.
Okay.
There's tons of stuff you could do with this. It's such a good idea to like turn football into like a tactics game, into an auto battler.
Yeah.
How long ago did you come up with this idea?
I start in 2019, and end of 2019. I started the game. First in the start, it was a game just with the lineup. I don't have cards at the beginning of the game, and the game is growing all the time, bigger and bigger and bigger. And now it's set to release with all tactics, because how to explain. The game is very balanced. This is not one way to win the game, and this is our USP. You have a USP that you can't win the game always in the same direction, because you have so much possibilities to place your soccer player, to use your cards, and it's not one way to win the game.
Okay, cool, man. I mean, this is really good. This is such an intelligent mix. So it seems like the game could come out sometime middle of next year. Is that true?
Yeah, on the middle next year. Yeah, on the start.
Okay.
Middle, yeah, something.
And is it coming to mobile or any other platforms?
Yeah, for mobile and so Android, iOS, and Steam, Windows for sure, for those 3.
Ah, cool. Okay.
Great.
Okay, so the game is Kick It by Intaps. It's going to mobile and PC sometime in the middle of next year. And
Hopefully, I
good
mean,
luck
fingers
with the
crossed.
release. Yeah, we hope so.
Good luck with this. Very,
Thanks.
very brilliant idea. Thank you, Sebastian, for joining.
Was a pleasure for me. Thanks.
Thank you, man.
Yeah,
See you
thanks.
next
Nice
time.
meeting you.
Cards and a football game. That's
I
something
got-
to process.
Yeah, I got over enthusiastic about that. I'm thinking like, man, you could have like Hearthstone season 15 for this football card game. You could just keep going. You could have the players transform and like eat each other and gain their stats and do all sorts of crazy stuff.
Oh no, you're thinking of thirsty games still, I guess.
I'm still hooked up on that thirsty games. It was such a good joke. We should rewind and play it.
It's such a good concept as well. Okay, moving on to the next game, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Uka and Guara's Stellar Bound. I'm afraid of my pronunciation again, but we've got a couple of developers actually, Fernando and Thais. Hello guys, welcome.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How's it going?
Pretty well.
That's pretty good.
All right, so your game, Stellar Bound, what's it about?
It's about the connection of two characters living in opposite places of the planet. So it's about a metaphysical connection by a magical power of a shooting star.
Of a shooting star, magical connection between people from different sides of a planet. So am I right that you also came up with the idea during COVID?
Yeah, this game was created during a game jam hosted by the Brazilian embassy in Helsinki.
All right.
So the theme was connection, and of course, talking about Brazil and Finland, we created this idea of a reindeer and a Brazilian maned wolf, connected by this magical power.
Wow. Okay. So what's the genre? How do you play this game?
It's a puzzle game, so you have to control one character at a time. So to solve the puzzles, each character has some abilities, and when you change the control of the characters by throwing the star to the other character, the environment changes to reflect the environment of that character. So we are talking about the northern region with cold weather, and the southern region with warm weather. So we can freeze water, and push things to solve the puzzles.
Very beautiful artwork.
Yeah, this is fun. I like the whole pop-up book idea. How did you come up with this stuff?
Please, Stace.
Because our characters, they are like really childish. Actually, they are two children from each country. So we thought about imagine a fairy tale. And I think the best way to tell a fairy tale for children is to have a pop-up book. So we have this idea to make one like that.
Okay, cool, fun. So knowing that it's a puzzle game, I'm a little bit afraid because I usually get into these games and then I find myself quitting about a fifth of the way through because I can't do the puzzles. Do you want this game to be perceived as a difficult puzzle game, or how do you want people to see it?
Actually, it's a easy game. It's not for hard thinkers, things like that. It's for kids, for everyone who want to play a light game. We don't have violence, so the puzzles are very short. It's around 30 puzzles, and you can do it in 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. All depends of the player.
Okay, and what's the kind of stuff? So I think I understand that you like swap characters and you open doors for the other character. What's some of the stuff that you do closer in the back half of the game? You're muted.
Sorry, Fernando.
I can't
Yeah,
hear you.
I guess.
Sorry. So we have a lot of different mechanics. So for example, we can ricochet the star when throwing to the other character. We have the dark levels where when playing with Vuko, we have the Aurora making the lighting of the level. And when we throw back to Guara, it's too dark and you see just around him. So yeah, there is a lot of different mechanics through the game.
Okay, cool. And so how did you decide for it to be, it was like a specific kind of fox that you mentioned. And is it a fox and a reindeer? Or how did you decide between these?
Please, Stace.
Actually, it's a wolf. It's a very specific wolf here in Brazil. It's not a wolf, nor a fox, but it's a really beautiful animal. You can check it later. And we want to have something that was really a Brazilian thing and something that was really Finnish. So we have the idea and the concept to have the reindeer and the fox, the maned wolf. And Guara, he's a really special animal because here in Brazil, he eats a fruit and he helps the environment here. And the reindeer also have that part in Finland. So we have these two animals that are animals really special that they help the environment. So that I think this was the best choice. And also because a lot of people doesn't know about this animal. It's a really different one, the maned wolf.
Indeed.
Yeah,
and what an idea to combine those two cultures, like Scandinavian culture and this creature from Brasilia. Wow. How did you come up with that, basically? Was it like a condition, one of the conditions? You mentioned the Finnish jam that you took part in?
Yes, the condition was we need to have a connection. And actually Finland and Brazil, we have another thing that is really common is that we love coffee. Brazil, we produce a lot of coffee. Yeah, and in Finland, they drink a lot.
Right.
But we thought, we think a lot about the environment thing, because here we have to protect our forests, and the Finland government, they also think about that. And we think it's the better thing is to make everybody think about the forests and the animals and how to protect them. And this was, I think it was the best idea to make a game when you can have fun, have cute animals, know about the animals, and make the children take a look at that also.
Brilliant, brilliant.
So what are some of this game reminds me of some other games in just accessible puzzle stuff, kind of like 2-character puzzle adventures. What are some of the games that you've played, or some of the games that are inspiring you when you're thinking about the design of these puzzles?
So for me, it was the games I used to play when I was a child, when on the 90s. So I played a lot of games on the Super Nintendo. So most of my inspirations come from that games, and Thais can tell about.
I loved playing Goof Trooping when I was young with my sister. So I think that was one of the games that really inspired me. And also Guara, when I look at him, I always think of Crash Bandicoot. Not about the game design itself, but the character. It really inspires me how to do it and how to make him. But all of the puzzle games, I am not, I don't play a lot of puzzle games, but I think Goof Trooping was my favorite one.
Okay, how many people are working on this? Is it you guys, just 2 people?
No, actually, when we created the game, it was 5 people. Then we as the winner of that game jam, we decided to continue the development of the game. So we bring into the company, and almost 10 people worked on the project along 6 months.
Wow, 10 people. 10 people in 6 months is a really compact development schedule. I guess
6 months?
Seems like, yeah, 6 months.
So you came from scratch to this point, what we can see right now on screen, and that's all for 6 months?
Actually, what you see on the screen like that was done in 1 week.
What?
Oh, right.
What?
How much longer are you going to be working on this?
So we have just released it on Steam. So we are trying to find some publishers to help us port for consoles like Nintendo Switch. So we'll be working for some months. Yeah.
Okay. When you say 1 week, does that include the cutscene that we saw at the beginning?
Not that animation. We had other animation at that time. So yeah, the voice was done at that time.
Okay, man. So 10 people. I'm gonna guess it's programmer, level designer. I guess you got 2 artists, animator. What is it? Sound engineer. What? Who's working on the game?
So when we created the game, when was 5 people, there was 2 developers and 1 3D artist and 2 2D artists. And then when we start working in the game in the company, we have around 2 to 3 developers, 3 2D artists, 2 3D artists, 1 animator, and yes, a sound designer and a game designer.
Okay, cool, exciting. And I guess you're all working in totally different places.
Yeah, we are all remote.
Okay, have you met each other yet?
Yes, we we went to Finland when we won the game jam. So yes, the first time I met Thais, and then at the middle of this year on July we had an event here in the city, so we could meet all the team.
Okay, man, exciting. And I bet in Brazil, I bet you went to Big Fest, but you've probably never flown all the way over and gone to DevGAMM, right?
No, not yet, but we went to Big, yeah.
Next year, guys,
Okay,
you've
yeah.
got a promise.
Yeah. So what's some of the stuff you guys, because I can see there's a lot of talent in, like, the animations are super good, the artwork's super good. Have you been working on games together for a long time, or is this your first game as a team?
We've been working for 1 year, 2 years as this team. The company has 10 years, but the team we have now, we start building on the beginning of the last year. So we are working for a year and a half.
Okay, fun. And are you excited? I think you said there's about 30 levels in the game right now. Are you going to be doing any more for the game post-release? Or if you want to work on a console version, is there anything exciting that you want to do to the game for that?
It all depends on the players. You know, if players want to play more, like we had a review on Steam asking for more levels, we also can consider, you know, creating more levels after the porting versions. Yeah, it's a possibility.
Okay, and why? So the name of the game is Uko and Guara, Stellar Bound. Why did you put a subtitle after the? Why does it have 2 names? Is this the beginning of the franchise, or is this a prologue? What's the idea?
We talked about the how to tell a little bit of the game in the name, because if it was just Uko and Guara, people have no idea what's about. When we talk about Stellar Bound, we have we can share an idea what's going on. You know, Stellar and Bound. There's something in there.
Okay, right. So let's see. The game is available on PC. Is it on Steam right now?
Yes, it's live on Steam.
Okay, so the game's live on Steam now, so we can go and check it out anytime. And we hope that the game might be coming to consoles sometime in the future, or even, are you thinking about mobile too?
Sure, mobile is a possibility. Of course, we have to find the best ways to the player control the characters, as now we can use the keyboard and a gamepad. So to use a touch screen, we have to find the best way to do that.
Okay, that'll be a bit more work. We'll think about that as we get into the new year. Then, guys, thanks for joining us. I think it looks like a really cool game. I think you got tons of talent in your art and animation over at the studio. The game is
very
Uko and
cute.
Guara. Yeah, it's super fun. It's super nice. Stellar Bound, and it's out on Steam right now. So thanks for joining us, guys, and please keep in touch in the future, because I think I think this is going to be a really nice game, and I'm excited. If this is your debut game as a studio, I'm excited what you do next.
Thank you, guys.
See you. Thanks so much. Thanks so
Thank
much
you
for
very
joining.
much.
Okay, nice meeting you guys.
Wow, very beautiful and very, very nice. Before we move on to the next game, let's go on for a short commercial break and the words from our sponsor, Archibaldi Studios. We'll be right back. Here we are again, live interviews at DevGAMM Game Fest. We are back and we're about to see more games because this is what this fest is all about. Right, Sam?
Game Fest, man, it's every year. I feel like I remember the DevGAMM Awards from like 2013 or something. Every year I feel like the awards get bigger and better games.
Right, the awards. We'll see about that. The awards will be up like in 24 hours or so. Well, it's tomorrow, 6 p.m. Central European time. You should watch it, this very YouTube channel. Check it out. And live interviews will be back actually. So yeah, see about that. But now back to the games. And the next one is called Gridventory. And we've got Alexei with us. Alexei, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, how's it going, man?
Nice to be here. Thank you. More or less fine.
Okay, so Gridventory. So is it grid with what? What's the combination?
With inventory, yes.
Okay.
It's a
okay,
bag.
so...
It's about grid and heroic bags. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I might imagine there are some lovely characters in this game.
I hope you find some in. Yes.
Okay, so what's your game is about?
As you probably noticed, it's about heroic grid. This is about adventurer's grid, because we all know that all that, defeating ancient evil who is apparently awakened one more time is fine, but it's a shirm and misdirection to hide the real intentions of the heroes. And this is, of course, loot, a hunger and a burning greed for new magical stuff that you usually want to shove it in your heroic bag immediately when you see it. So yeah, something like that.
Oh, wow. Sounds intense.
I hope. So the game, has a plot, of course, and it's about the vile organization who is named Igneous Sigil Brotherhood, who strives to collect and control every pieces of magic and artifacts. And thus confiscating the spoils of the adventures from the old adventurers, who is not too glad of the fact. Yep, and our uncle is one of those adventurers, and he decided the Brotherhood crossed all possible lines, so we should end this. Yes, and we, the heroic nephew, this time with the companion called the Imp, yeah, we're going to put the end to this organization in some way. But of course, this is the initial plan, and it will go not as planned. And
of course,
some twists will be unraveled. Yep.
Wow. So we're playing for this guy, right?
The pair, yes.
The pair.
We're playing as the hero, as a nameless hero, and the Imp, who is the guy who knows the adventurers stuff. Yeah, the questing, a little bit of fourth wall, and something like that. Yes, he guides us through and does the magic part as well. So the game has, well, unusual and somehow unique mechanics. Yes, it's point and slash RPG. You never heard of it, probably, of the genre. Yes, because I me neither. So yes, and we tried to make it. We always wanted to make a combat system, a magical system that is woven into vigorous strikes. Yes, into the swinging your sword. So we made it here. Yes, and you combine spells with your moves, which is done with your mouse, actually. Yes. With a cursor.
That's so crazy. How do you come up with an idea like that?
We constrain ourselves, and yes, you know, we always wanted to make. So the idea here is to make the Souls-like feel. Yes, a challenging combat, and deepen it to make it the whole game with bosses and stuff. Yes, and make it really interesting with parries and riposts and gallons of blood, as you probably may see. But squeeze it into really simple medium as the mouse clicks, yes, and not end up as a simple clicker, you see.
But those characters, though, they're so bizarre and weird. What kind of imagination you might have for coming up with those characters?
I'd love to create some wicked stuff. Yes.
Oh, so you are the man behind those creatures, right? You came up with them.
Mostly, yes.
What's your inspiration?
The inspiration is the Bard's Tale from the irony point of view, the Souls and Sekiro series from the combat feel, not exactly the complete mechanic, but the combat feel and action and reaction thing there. Yes, and of course hardcoreness. The game is hardcore-ish. You will die here a lot. And in the bizarreness, yes, is the series called Lex, if you remember that. They're really, this is the biggest inspiration. It's the old sci-fi series. Right. They went far and beyond in the. I'm just a mere adept on the of those.
So I'm really excited about like the mouse-based combat stuff. It seems like, can you like block and parry? It seemed like in the footage you bounced away somebody's projectile with the mouse.
Yep, exactly. This is what you do. The combat is yes, you actually block, parry, and hit with your mouse. Yes, you also have some spells and the dodge mechanic with your magical cape. Yeah, you can dodge something, and yes, you can repel. This people love repel the projectiles that enemies send at you with your shield with a tricky move that is somehow is a parry as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a good, cool idea. What inspired you to make a game like this, where the position of your mouse is such an important element?
Once again, the constraints and the fact that all you do, you click with your mouse. Yes, this is the very usual action for us, but in the games, yes, in all sorts of games, but you never put an effort to and some deep thoughts in it. Yes, you never develop a strategy. Usually, never develop a strategy how you are going to click. And this idea ended up with this combat system where you actually should be precise and skillful and learn some tricks and yeah. something like that.
The effects in this game, when you see like some cutscenes where it's like the Lich King opens its wings and there's a guy with a sword, it's like this smoke shot and the blood and everything. You can tell that animators are having so much fun on this game. How many people are working on it?
12, it's 13 now. Yes, it's 13 people. None of the artists is, suffer too much, but yes, it's it's actually a big work on the artist, but it's really hard project.
And how many
pixel arts, yes.
How many artists?
It's 4 right now, but
Okay.
the pixel guys, it's a 3 pixel guys. Yes, pixel art guys. Yep. So yes, there's 13 people right now in the whole team.
Right. So how long have you been working on this? Because it feels like the footage looks like a finished game.
No, actually, this is an old footage. The game looks way better than, than now.
God,
and
okay.
Yeah, we are preparing the new trailer right now, and you will see some really amazing stuff. Actually, this is a tricky question because for a long time it was my own like pet project and playground, and it's stupid to say, but it is started from like 8 years ago or something like that. But
wow,
no,
sorry, 8 years.
I'm not working on this for 8 years. Yes, it was like pet project, and there was me and the artist, for example. Yes, and I was iterating and playing with this idea of this click-based hardcore challenging combat from time to time. Yes, but in the normal production way with the full team and the full-scale team of really great professionals, we are working like 2 years and a half.
Our audience in the chat asks when it will finally be released.
Okay, I can't say the exact date, but it will be. We are preparing the reveal trailer with the release date right now. It will be released in 2023.
Okay.
So yes, I just tease it a little bit.
For anyone watching, you got to go to the Steam page for this game, because just looking at the screenshots, it's like when you see people making up like, here's what Bloodborne would look like if it was a pixel art game, and you always think, no, pixel art games were not that good looking. You're going crazy. This is like a modern thing. This game looks kind of unbelievable in how some of the artwork looks.
Thank you.
Man, so let's see, it's coming out maybe 2023. Oh yeah, so I would guess this can only come out on PC, right? Because it's a mouse-based game.
Yep, this is a constraint. I think we've actually tried to make the gamepad-based demo at some point, and you won't believe it, but we had some success in that, but we've thrown that away for now and for a long time. It's coming on PCs, yes.
Okay, and I feel like every character in this game, I'm getting a vibe that like everybody's kind of a mean jerk in this world. What are you going for with the writing and tone of the game?
Yeah, the dark humor is present there, and see on playtests we were really relieved that despite for some people it is a little bit too much and they are not ready for that, but a lot of people will actually love it. So yeah, we love spilling pixelated blood here and there, and we're allowing ourselves to do that from time to time. Actually, every chance we have.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's such a cool style. Man, I'm excited about the mouse-based combat. I think I've never seen that in a game before, and I feel like there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. Do you feel like close to the end of the game, you're still surprising people with what the combat can do?
We are at the final stages of production. We actually designing the final boss right now. We are making the final boss, and there are a lot of bosses there. So, and at this point, I'm safe to say that we can be sure that our ideas, at least from our perspective, work. Yes, because we came up with the stuff for all those bosses and dungeons and enemies, yes, throughout all the game. So yes, it's the final, more or less final stages. We need to design the final boss and do the round of polishing. Yes.
Have you already imagined these release dates when you're finally done with this job after 8 or maybe even 9 years in development?
Don't say that, please. I'm pushing this these thoughts away for now.
I mean, what you're gonna do after that? It's like life goal.
I don't know.
And how many bosses are there in the game? How many bosses?
It's 9. As I remember, it's 9 or 10 bosses. Yes.
Okay.
Everyone with his own gimmick and ways to chop your head off or somehow burn you to the ground.
Well, man, it looks epic. That's for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Something is already available on Steam, right?
You can wishlist it, and we will be really glad if you do, if you like it. Thank you very much.
Well, then, great. You should definitely check out Gridventory on Steam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexei. Good luck with your release, and good luck with everything. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. See you guys.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Moving on, though, because we've got no time. No time to pause. No time to pause. Another game is coming up. And this one is called Backbit. Backbit. Something sounds very, very cool. And we've got David with us. David, hello.
Hi, how are you?
We're fine. How are you?
I'm just doing great. It's a little dark up here, though, in Sweden. So many clouds, not a lot of sun.
But we've got this piano and some other instruments to your left, I believe.
That's right. We got all kinds of musical stuff in the room.
Are you a composer or are you a developer?
I'm a developer and a composer. I'm actually the director of our studio.
What?
In our games, we do games that have a very strong audio presence and lots of great music. So that's what I'm in charge of directing.
Right. So Backbit.
David, before we explain what Backbeat is, can you explain what backbeatgame.com is?
Yes.
What is this insane idea?
Backbeatgame.com is our homage to the GeoCities type web pages of the 1990s. Backbeat Game itself takes place in 1995. And we have recreated through much pain and effort what it would look like to have a web page for a video game in 1995 running in Internet Explorer 3.0.
What? Yeah, that's incredible.
Your mouse cursor has a trail of electric guitars behind it.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, so tell us about the game. What's Backbeat?
Backbeat is a game that mashes up strategy and puzzle genres. It's kind of like a Sokoban meets XCOM. So part of it is getting through a maze to a goal area with some obstacles in your way. Another part is that you have a squad. And each one of the characters in your squad has different ways they move and different resources. There's a shared resource pool, and everyone has to get to the goal while picking up some optional or required objectives and while following these resource constraints. So you really have to ration your powers along the way.
Man, and you're achieving such a tone piece with all of the 90s VHS stuff. How did you decide when to set the game?
So what we were thinking is that we really wanted to build a title that spoke back to the 32-bit games that we loved, the ones on PSX, and also the arcade titles like Tekken and things like that from back in the mid 90s. And building something in the 90s is something that's very easy for me because that's when I grew up in America where this title is set. So I worked at a video store at a Blockbuster, and I had to rewind all of those tapes and then make sure that all the customers could find their copies of Waterworld and Kevin Costner and things like that. So we wanted to build a story that we knew was true and could be authentic about. And that's why we chose the 90s and are working this analog vibe into the game.
Cool. So Sokoban meets XCOM. In Sokoban, your enemies are wooden crates. In XCOM,
exactly.
So
Exactly.
what are you playing against in Backbeat?
So in Backbeat, you're playing against security guards and bouncers and rival bands that are trying to sabotage your band from making it to your gigs on time. And sometimes your little brother who's running around the room with his friends and has stolen your PlayStation controller.
Great.
So I know it's a music themed game, but is it a rhythm game?
No, it's not a rhythm game at all. You don't have to have any kind of rhythm skills, and there's no tapping required.
Okay, all right. So, man, when I think about games like this, I think I mentioned before, I'm always scared of puzzle style games because I only play the beginning and then I just hit my head against the middle and never get anywhere.
Yeah.
Do you perceive this as working on a difficult game, or do you perceive it as something more accessible?
I really want to believe that it's accessible. And what we've done is we've worked it so that there's multiple solutions to each of the maps, each of the puzzles. So we hope that you can find at least some solution. And if you can make it to the end of the goal before running out of turns and resources, then you can get a C rank at best. But if you follow the in-game rules about resource management to optimize your resources so that the path you take is the most efficient one, or you've done a particularly good job of moving all your band members together in harmony, then you can get an S. And we hope that people can find their way through all of the maps. Not all of them are required to clear the game.
Okay, awesome, man. Good approach. That's a good way to kind of allow people to go crazy on the features without forcing everyone to go crazy on the features.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this. It seems polished enough, and like the artwork's really good, and the animation's really good, and all the design's really solid. I doubt this is your guys' first game, right?
This is our second game. Our first game was called Hexagroove, and it was an RTS that kind of mashed up making music with a rhythm title and also resource management there as well. That came out in 2019. But myself personally, I've been working in games for about 20 years.
Yeah, man, what an intense concept, the rhythm and RTS stuff. So let's see. Oh, yeah, it seems like you released a demo on Steam for Backbeat.
That's right. There is a demo, and we've been working on tuning that over the past year with feedback from people that have already played it and tried to make it a bit smoother. You can download that right now. It works on PC and Mac, and it contains a subset of levels from the full title, some which are very simple at the beginning, and then some which become more complicated. It's introduced the new mechanics like the manipulation of time and how you could potentially break future timelines and cause paradoxes by undoing your actions in those timelines.
Oh, this is a lot more complicated than I expected. Is it time travel for the sake of like undoing your actions, or are you meant to time travel in order to complete the puzzles?
So the time that's consumed is each turn is comprised of a series of micro increments of time, and the world is simulated with every step that you take. Each of the characters in your band has their own independent timeline, but the actions you do with one character's timeline may negatively or positively affect the timeline of another character. So like if one character opens a door, then the other character can go through it, but then that other character must be there at just the point in time when that door is open, so it's only going to be open for 4 turns. Conversely, you could do this to stop enemies from running into your friends, but if you opened one door to let somebody through, it might make enemies come in also and break another timeline. So it's about balancing these constraints of future and past while you move forward. And that's why it's rewindable, because we don't want you to have a game over. We want you to be able to take it at your own pace and relax, jump in, jump out, and then find the optimal solution for you so it can always be improved upon.
What I'd like to know is that with these nostalgia vibes are going around, Stranger Things, and Final is back, where do you guys find your inspiration for a game like this?
Yeah, so for me, I think, again, I'm drawing a lot from my personal history. Like this is the first game that I've written a story for. And I think a good axiom is that if you're going to start by writing, write with something you know from there. So I have a lot of great memories about my brother and I when we grew up, and we were had dreams of being game developers when we were children, and how we watched movies and how we played games together with each other. So that time that was very different from now, when we didn't have cell phones and when you had to meet people in a much more analog type sense and things were more ad hoc, was really cool to me. And I kind of wanted to bring a bit of that to people and share what it was like to be in, the big blocks era of the world before the .com.
Do you get to watch some old movies maybe from the 90s to get back to this era?
Yeah, exactly. So we have some inspirational films that we use when we were watching this. The Commitments, which is actually an Irish film about the band, which is a fantastic film. And then some that are more silly, like School of Rock or Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Wayne's World. So there's a lot of comedy around music. There were lots of really great movies from the 90s about music and about an ensemble piece where there's many different kinds of characters. And that's what we try to recreate in Backbeat as well.
Do you form the band in Backbeat, or does the band break up, or is the band just full on friends for the whole story?
So when you start off at the beginning, you have the main character, Watts, and she is decided that she wants to be a musician. So she recruits a band, and you spend the first few levels of the demo picking up those different members to the point where you reach the maximum size, which is 4 characters that move in different ways. And what happens to them while they're trying to win this battle of the bands and achieve stardom and win a record contract. I won't do any spoilers for the story moving on, but it follows that kind of feel of like the struggles. And we wanted to build something that was both humorous at times, but also very real, because it's really, really tough being a creative person and having multiple creative people work together, whether it's a band or making a video game, you know, without fighting and having differences in opinion, or maybe money or someone's parents, like creates a force of that breaks things up.
Or like a virus tells everyone to stop coming into work and stay at home instead,
Exactly.
where they don't have.
I didn't see
they don't
that
have work
coming, yeah.
machines. I know, yeah. Man, yeah, this is such an exciting idea. God, there's so much going on in this game.
But this is only on PC, right?
It's on PC and Mac right now, but we have
Right.
plans to launch it on Switch.
Okay. And how long have you been doing this? Developing this game?
Yeah, we've been working on this game for just a little over 2 years now.
Right, since COVID. I got it.
When
Wow.
you go to the level that's an arcade, do you get to do you do any parodies of existing arcade machines, or do you get to play any arcade machines?
I really wanted to put like a mini game inside where you could play the web version of the game, which also exists in the wild right now, inside of the video game. But no, we don't have that, unfortunately. But there are ways that you get to interact with the environment, though. You get to like do a jam session in front of a coin change machine and make it dance.
Okay, cool. Is there a web game? Why is there a web game version of the game?
That's how we start prototyping our titles. For us, it's very easy to test whether something is fun and usability by building it in Chrome. And then we just write everything in JavaScript, and the game is rendered only with emoji, and it's top down. And then we see like, okay, is this going to work with emoji? And if it's fun with emoji, it's going to be fun, I think, in 3D. So
That's pretty good. It's really accessible to like if you have a prototype, to get 1,000 people to just play it and tell you if it's good or not.
yeah.
Do you come from a web game background?
No, actually, I don't. I come from a console game background. I've been on DS and PSP and Xbox and things like that.
Oh man, okay, cool. So
I
do
wonder.
you,
Yeah,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, do you come into games knowing that you're gonna have to be really set and ready for passing certification and all of the tough stuff that you have to do to go through that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've done the dance enough times now that I'm used to it. Yeah, it's part and parcel of the deal, and it's starting to make sense.
I hate that stuff. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it's going to start making sense to me for the past 10 years. I never get used to it. I've failed certification for stuff like calling vibration rumble, or having something that was too close to the screen.
Using a lowercase b instead of an uppercase B or something like that.
Press any button to start versus press A to start, and then any button doesn't work because R3 doesn't start the game. Exactly. I hate that stuff.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if I'm breaking NDA, but that stuff sucks. They should fix it to make it easier.
We've gotten better and better at that. Like, we don't use words at all anymore. We just use glyphs, and they're much more tolerant of having a glyph instead of words.
Good, much better idea. Man, so the game, go ahead, Anton.
Yeah, I was just wondering, with this peculiar approach towards marketing your game, like having this old style website, and on Steam, what you do, you're inviting people to download, to play your game by adding a song clip to it. So does this help much in spreading the word?
I think it does a little bit. We definitely get a lot of laughs, and we've been actually gotten some like coverage from people retweeting our homepage because they love how much it looks like 1995 internet. And the coverage that we've gotten in like Edge magazine and Wireframe is also those people pay attention to that kind of stuff, and they dig it too. So we're glad that we put time into it.
You've got to have like an incredibly talented community with a game like this.
Yes, we have lots of great people we're working with.
Right. Okay, that's fun. And what are your plans? What are your future plans about this game? When do you plan to release it?
We really hope to release towards the end of Q1 next year. Right now, we just hit our beta milestone actually last Friday, and we're just fixing bugs in the database and doing optimizations and making everything, squeaky clean and work better. There's tiny little optimizations we're adding. Like some people are like, oh, it would be great if you had like auto advance in the story. I'm like, yeah, this is a story heavy game. It makes sense. You want the text to auto advance sometimes. So we're adding a new feature to that, so you can control whether you want to go through each dialogue yourself or just watch the cutscenes happen. But we look forward to launching at Q1, and we have some announcements coming up we can't talk about just yet. And we also want to add more content. This is a really interesting world, and we hope that people love the characters as much as we do, and we would love to see them in more places.
With the setting, sorry. I just want to say that with the setting like this, I mean, people really should dig the vibes of this game with this nostalgia going around. That's for sure. Yeah. So again, how many people on your team did you mention?
We have 4 people working on the game right now. So
oh my god, only 4 people made all of the stuff on screen?
Yeah,
including like the 2D characters, the 3D characters.
Yeah, we've been working with a number of students as well. So we have a good connection with interns, and then we work together helping train them how to make a game in production, and they help us out with assets and things like that. But I guess if you talk about for the 2 years we're talking about, it's a team size between 4 and 6.
Okay, man. And why every time? So what is Power Slide? Is that the name of the band? Yes,
Power Slide is the name of the band, and it's also because.
Why does it have a Y in the middle?
Ah, yeah. So that's like a nod to Sly and the Family Stone, which was a funk act from back.
Oh
back
yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Man, yeah, there's so much good animation and artwork and stuff in this game. The vibe and the setting and everything. It'll be exciting to see this come out, but also I think it'll be exciting to see what you guys are working on next. I think.
Yeah.
Is this game so? Did you say the game's out on PC, or did you say it's
just the demo
coming out?
It will be coming out.
Okay, the demo is out.
Yeah, the retail version will be launching at the same time with the Switch version next year.
Okay, cool. So there's a demo out on PC now.
Yes.
Is it on Steam?
Yes, definitely. So please, everyone, visit the game on Steam, wishlist to get notified about our dev blogs and things like that, and give the demo a shot.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Nice for meeting you. Anton?
Yeah, with events like this, I just wanted to ask about this DevGAMM Game Fest and maybe some other events that you are attending right now. Do you get a lot of feedback? Does it help a lot to promote the game, to find your audience maybe?
Yeah, definitely. We had a really big bump in wishlist. We were very fortunate. Right around Tokyo Game Show, that was our biggest beat this year. We were at Bit Summit in Kyoto, we were at Tokyo Game Show, we were at Gamescom, and we were in the Steam Next Fest, and now visiting DevGAMM as well. And up to this point, the Tokyo Game Show was fantastic. It just went through the roof for our wish list then. And there were people lining up to play the game the entire weekend. We were really, really fortunate to have that opportunity.
Oh, I wish I could have gone to Tokyo Game Show. It's such a long flight for me. It's like I have to be on a plane for about 15 hours.
Yeah.
But there's such cool games getting shown there.
Yeah, but then again, why bothering going to Japan if you can visit DevGAMM?
That's right.
Anytime next year, which is moving to Europe, deeper and deeper.
Yeah, I've been to DevGAMM like 3 times, but I've never been to TGS.
Yeah, that's 3.0, and we're winning. Okay, so thank you very much, David.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, enjoy the rest of the Game Fest, and yeah, good luck. Good luck with your upcoming release and with whatever coming out next.
Yeah, thank you so much. Cheers.
Thank you so much.
See you around. So Backbeat, I think I really screwed up like a video producer behind the stage when I said, hey, welcome to the show. And also, what's up with your website? Because everyone else is like, what is he talking about? So it is such a funny job that he did on it.
I immediately visited the website, and it's great. It's great. I like such stuff. I like when man, which musical band did something like the same? Was it Glass Animals or something? But they did like the website and the interface of early 2000s.
Yeah,
and it was sick. It was sick, and you could listen to it like in an old MP3 player online, and that's just I like this attention to details.
Yeah,
that's something that's selling the project to me.
There's like the final countdown, I think, plays on our website. If you click the sound button in the upper left-hand corner, it's like an ancient MIDI file of the final countdown.
Yeah.
Cool. I remember it used to take ages to download like a video. In fact, it makes me wonder, like, how did there used to be viral videos? How did the Numa Numa guy do it when it took like 12 minutes to get a video of a guy dancing?
Incredible
what
compression.
Were we doing back then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bluetooth, maybe that was the thing back then. Did people
What
show
do you do with
videos?
Bluetooth?
Well, like, I don't know, trying to copy this video from one device to another and then showing it to friends on your little Sony Ericsson or Nokia or what was popular back then. I don't even remember now.
I didn't figure out how to use Bluetooth until embarrassingly like 2018 or something. It's very late. Like when I found out that you can get wireless headphones, I was dumbfounded. I was like, this is what people are doing.
And look at us now.
That's right. Having conferences all over the world.
Yeah. Now I'm going crazy here. Somebody's late, aren't they? Can I say that? Am I allowed to say that? What's going on?
Well, you've said it. Yes. We're still like talking to David.
We're not on like, we're not on like national TV. Like we're on the internet. We can say like something's going on, isn't it?
But we're live. Yeah, we're live, and this stuff like this happens. So this is the modern technology. You couldn't do this back then in the 90s, but you can do this now.
It's tough getting lots of people together.
Yeah, my girlfriend hates it because she went to university to like learn how to be like a presenter and a host for radio and TV, and it's like everything that she learned was even at that time I feel like not useful anymore. And I'm always showing her like, oh, here's the thing I'm watching like some goobers in like a kitchen somewhere doing a podcast, and she's like, that doesn't count, that's not real. And I'm like, this is the most real. So I feel like back in the 90s when you look at anything, I saw like a clip of guys on local news commenting on camera phones and how they were not going to catch on because the photos took too long to send or something. Everything from the 90s TV just looks ridiculous now. Apart from, there's a really good interview with like David Bowie. He was way ahead. He knew everything about the internet in like 1992. He knew exactly where it was going.
Yeah. Those prodigies. But they're also like, they're seen like some sort of weirdos right now. And we see that, I don't know, some people are like, telling about the future and like the metaverse, for instance. No one believes in metaverse right now, I guess. But maybe this is happening now. And maybe in 10 years, we'll all be there. Yeah. And then we'll think, yes, Mark Zuckerberg was a genius.
Ready Player One, it'll be happening.
Oh yeah. But definitely not today.
No, right now.
I'm on VR chat doing. I retweeted. I made a huge mistake. There was a clip of a bunch of furries in VR chat doing like an aerobics course, and that was very cool for them because there was like 30 people as like cartoon wolves doing gymnastics. And I retweeted it and said, "Man, if this is the metaverse, sign me up. This looks like great fun." And then I got like 300 new followers of people who thought I was like a furry guy. But I mean, it's the most interaction I've gotten on Twitter. But so I took it. I was like, okay, thanks, guys. But eventually I was like, please stop retweeting this because I'm not very interested. Anyone else got any furry stories? Is it somebody's late or is it that something's broken? What's going on?
Everything is working perfectly fine. Apart from the clock, I believe, at some developer's house because, someone did not show up, but we're still here.
Okay, cool. You guys had any furry mishaps on the internet recently? Because I've still got some that I could get into. No.
Nothing like that.
You mentioned before that you'd worked on console games for years, David. Are you allowed to say what kind of stuff that you worked on?
Yeah, sure. So I worked on second-party titles for Nintendo and Microsoft. Some of the more famous ones are like the Oendon and Elite Beat Agent series on Nintendo DS. So
this makes so much sense that you're working on music games now.
Yeah, and Gitaruman, if you've ever heard of that one, that was on PlayStation 2 and then on PSP.
Right. Oh my God. It was such a magical time for PlayStation. They had so many like strange, out there, crazy ideas.
Yeah, exactly. And then we did Lips, like the karaoke game for Xbox 360, which was like the SingStar competitor for Microsoft. We built that, yeah.
Oh my God, you've done tons of music stuff. Man, I mean, it's you know, people say that there's like an indie revolution in like, I don't know, 2009, 2008 or something.
Yeah.
When indie games really started hitting Steam and stuff.
Yeah.
But I feel back in like, I don't know, 2001, 2000, there was still a lot of like innovative, cool, weird ideas happening on the DS and on the PlayStation 1 and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I wonder if PlayStation's still interested in games like Parappa the Rapper, or if it's like the only way something like that can come back is as like a God of War or a Last of Us 2 style, like huge quadruple A thing.
No, I think that Sony is always looking at the market in a holistic kind of sense. I mean, obviously they're very strong with their first party studios, but they know that that's not sustainable and that's not going to keep them alive forever. And you want to grow your market. You want to grow people, bring them into the PlayStation brand. So supporting indies and having innovative content from smaller studios is definitely on their docket. I think Sony sees themselves as a premium brand, which is rightly so if you're comparing like the experience you have there to some of the other platforms. But I think they're definitely about that stuff too. That's why they have third-party support departments and PlayStation indies.
Was it complicated to you, David, to leave the big company basically and start on your own studio or whatever you're doing right now?
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, when I was in Japan, I worked there for about, I guess it was 10 years, a little bit less than that in Ennis. And then I moved to Europe because I got a little bit burnt out and I wanted to see how the European lifestyle was and like how art and music and things are created here. So I moved to Stockholm and that was fairly smooth. And I started working for a Swedish music software company. That's where I met my co-founder before we made this game studio.
Right, because
I feel like, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just always imagined that working as an indie developer, this might be really, really like risky business because you do not know, will we finish your game?
Yeah.
Will it be awesome? Will people like it? That's so many questions. That's, I don't know, so unpredictable. How do you navigate through such wild circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on the way that you approach being an indie is the same way you approach life or your career, I guess. And I'm the kind of guy that has a plan and I hedge my bets and I have backup routes. So like the things that are incredibly risky, but I'm not just jumping off a cliff or something like that and hoping I can fly before I hit the ground. But that's just the way I do it. That's just my style. You know, we do contracting and we build software and support for other game studios as well.
Yeah.
I feel like I've heard that Stockholm is an absolutely wonderful place to live.
It's nice for about 6 or 7 months of the year. Not nice right now when it becomes absolutely dark at 2 o'clock. But
right. And also, I want to check, by the way, we're like, we're vamping because something's happening somewhere. But David, are you like free to still be here, or are we cutting into your time and working on?
No, I'm cool. I'm in the office until at least 5:30, so I can wrap with you. I'm having fun. This is great.
Oh, okay. Man, I'm always so scared. I know. Actually, I keep assuming that your previous game, Hexagroove, is a rhythm game. It is.
Hexagroove is partially a rhythm game. It's a rhythm RTS mashup. So it's like an RTS mashed up with like a Guitar Hero kind of thing.
Yeah, that's such a cool idea. I'm too scared to work on any kind of rhythm games because it's so important. The delay that you get between inputs and the hardware that's taking the input.
The latency is super important. Yeah.
And then like display stuff. Yeah, I feel like if you've not got it from the beginning, just don't make the game. That's how I've been doing it.
Yeah, definitely. You want the animations and everything to feel rock solid. Otherwise, it's crap.
Yeah, and then I've heard about games before that they assumed were working totally fine. Oh, this is what I'm thinking of. The difference between like NTSC and PAL games.
Yeah.
I've heard games that were
it used to be so much harder, like 50 hertz versus 60 hertz. And when we were making Gitarman, which is a super intense rhythm game, and we had televisions in the office in Japan with the European television and the American television, the Japanese television, all built into rack mounts. So we could try it on all of them and make sure that we're not getting ghosting and that the timing and everything is working properly. It was hell.
Oh, that's so scary. I didn't even, when you first mentioned Gitaruman, I didn't know, I heard it wrong because I feel like you're pronouncing it the correct Japanese way of Gitaruman. But now, of course, I know what Gitaruman is. It was like the biggest thing on PS2. Well, you know, of course they were like giant blockbuster games, but if you knew about Gitaru Man, then it was the biggest thing on PS2 for you. It's one of those games where if you know what it is, then you're super into it. Like a Katamari Damacy or what's that? I always forget this. What's that Japanese game where like PlayStation had these mascots that were these little cat guys? It was only in Japan.
The Neko. Yeah, what was that? The Asobu.
Okay.
Yeah, and our voice in our heads is saying that it's time to move on to the next game. David, before we went completely Oprah Winfrey here, thank you so much for joining us for these 30-minute bits. It was a pleasure talking to you, man.
It was awesome talking with you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. See you next
thanks,
time.
David. Thanks a lot.
Yep. Cheers.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. Wow, what a nice man. It was a pleasure talking to him.
Like I've met game industry royalty. This guy worked on Gitaru Man.
Right.
Insane.
Right, but we're about to see another game title. It's called I See Red, and we've got our next developer here, Agustin. Hello, welcome. Oh, please talk.
He's muted. I can see him, but he's muted.
And I can see Red, but not Agustin. He's not here with us yet. But have you seen the game already? Have you checked it out?
Yeah, totally. I checked out all the games. I don't want to like steal his spotlight, but like he's making a roguelike that's a twin stick shooter. It's a super good time to be making something like this because the Ascent was huge on Steam. I don't know if you saw it. I feel like, I've been having this conversation at tinyBuild recently. Top-down like isometric games. For a long time they were like old school retro ideas. They were like Diablo and games that we remember, but there's a big block where no new people were playing top-down isometric games. And then like V Rising came out and the Ascent came out in the same year. And now I feel like people who are on Steam and they're like 14 playing whatever's the biggest, hottest thing, they're getting back into games that look like Diablo again.
Wow. Okay, so this next one is sort of similar or a similar genre? Because I haven't checked it out. You see, working at DevGAMM.
This is like your job to check this out. I mean,
not exactly. Working at DevGAMM, you're like doing this game fest. You're like trying to gather all those people here all around, but you have no time to check those games or to play those. You see, that's the problem.
Okay, right. Well, it's a sci-fi game. You're on a spaceship, and the spaceship is like a roguelike environment where the rooms change and like enemies change and things every time. Enemies show up, and you can like steal their weapons, upgrade your guys. It's got this really, with it being called I See Red, it's got this really cool art direction where it's black and white, and then enemies and anything dangerous is in red. But like I've seen this before where there's a couple of games that have done this. I always think of one on the Wii, I think, Mad World from Platinum Games. But this I See Red, it's more black than white. So it's got this like Aliens style like spookiness to it.
Okay, that sounds cool.
Yeah, it's really good. Maybe we should just put up footage of it anyway as we're here talking about it.
Well, if that's possible. And I can feel that we've got our developer back, so there's a slight chance that we'll get to talk to him.
Okay, we'll see.
Hey, is it working now? Agustin, welcome. Can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
And we can hear you too. Hello.
Okay. Hello. I am very sorry. My system just decided to restart, but I'm back here now. And I'm sorry too that I interrupted a very interesting conversation you were having with David, I believe.
We were actually discussing your game already, so
okay.
So we might want to hear something about the game from you.
Okay, yeah. Well, for anyone who doesn't know I See Red is a twin stick shooter. It's a roguelike. It is a frantic, raging experience where I believe I heard you talking about it in the live stream in YouTube. You are a kind of space bandit. You have to go through spaceships, killing everyone. And you're in a quest for vengeance, which is something you discover as you play. You find objects or little clues about your past and your past with these people that you are now targeting. And why you have to join this fight. So it is a pretty, I was going to say dark, but it is a pretty red story of revenge and violence and action. And we really try to, in the game, if some of you have played it or some of the people in the chat, there is, just as a clarification, the game is out on Steam right now on Epic Games, and on Steam too you have a free demo if you can play, if you want to try out the first level, so you can get a feel of the game.
I can actually see that there's a Mr. Key drop in our chat, and he's about to drop some keys to your game on Steam. So look out.
There are keys to.
And that's, by the way, that's exactly what Tom was saying before you joined, that your game is more dark. It's more dark than white. It's more black.
Yes, the game has a pretty remarkable difference, which is the art style. It is only black, white, and red. So you're not gonna miss it if you see it on Steam. It's like I don't know if you played Other Side. It's a game we get compared to a lot. We didn't draw inspiration from it, but there is that similarity. We drew inspirations from games like Hades, like Binding of Isaac, like Hatred, like Ruiner. So yeah, it's this roguelike twin stick shooter where you have to race through spaceships. That is like the tagline, in search of vengeance. So as soon as you start playing, you're gonna notice that the weapons are disposable, the boxes in the room are disposable. You have to use everything you can find in the room to take down your enemies and get to the end of the spaceship and move to the next spaceship, and so make progress in the game until you reach your final boss, your final enemy, which is the person you are looking for.
Man, it's such a good time to be making a game like this. With it being a roguelike, what's the kind of stuff as you go from run to run? What kind of different character builds can you make? What's some different styles you can get into?
Yes. Oh, a clarification too. It's a roguelite, not a roguelike, because
sorry.
No, it's okay. But you know, the key difference between the two is that in Icy Red, unlike a proper roguelike, when you die, your progress is reset, but you keep some permanent upgrades that you can get with coins and collectibles and printing matter, we call it, that you get within the game. So answering your question, when you die in Icy Red, you die, you really do die, but you are cloned into a new body, which you can then upgrade with this printing matter. But also, within each run, you will find in the ships, you will find passives, which are little loot boxes, little boxes you find in each room that give you special powers. For example, there is a passive that allows your bullets to go through enemies, or your bullets to bounce off walls. There's a passive that lets you spawn little mechanic mosquitoes that attack your enemies. So it is through these permanent upgrades and through these temporary passives that you get to build a build, that you get to build your gameplay and change it every run. You will see, I don't know if, well, you can search on YouTube right now. There are gameplay of people that have gone pretty far in the game, and we are probably going to release advanced gameplay, and you will see that if you compare the player in the first levels, it's just a guy with a gun, and if you compare the player in the last levels, it's like a semi-godlike being with wings and super weapons and a lot of mosquitoes flying around him and aliens on its backs shooting another projectiles, and red auras. So it's like you become this super powered person through these passives.
And how many levels?
So good.
How many levels do you have?
There are a lot of build levels. You will find Icy Red, unlike other typical roguelikes or roguelites, that the levels are not procedurally generated. They are handmade. But there are a lot of those, so that you don't necessarily repeat the same level over and over again. But to win the game properly, you have to go through 3 sectors, which are the first sector is focused on human enemies, the second is focused on alien enemies, and the third is focused on robot enemies. And each sector has 3 areas, which are a collection of levels that you can pick one from. And if you beat one ship, you advance to the next area. So in total, you would have to beat 9 ships, 3 for each sector, plus the last ship, which is the final boss.
Right.
Yeah, but you will find, I really doubt that on your first run you can defeat the 10 ships. I really doubt it.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago, I recommended Hades to a friend, and he came back into work the next day and said, "Yeah, I got to the end. It wasn't that good." I was like, "You got to the end?"
No.
Yeah, like my second go. It was so weird. Like, what a freak. How many? So, if you get to the end in Icy Red, does it unlock something? Is there like another reason to keep going and playing again?
There is actually more than one ending to the game.
Awesome.
Yeah, you will. I don't want to go into spoiler territory, but along the game, I mentioned earlier that you will find these clues about your past and the reason why you are on this quest for vengeance. And depending on which clues you have found, you will get to one ending or another. If you find all of the clues, you will get what we call the true ending of Icy Red. So even if you manage somehow, if you're a pro roguelite player, if you master the keyboard or the joystick and you get to the ending on the first run, you will still have incentive to keep playing because you will have to unlock the true ending of the game. And of course, experiment with all the passives you will find along.
All right. What kind of is the end boss? Is that the only boss in the game, or do you meet other characters who kind of pop up between runs?
In total, you have, if I'm not mistaken, you have 4 bosses. You have first the prologue boss, which is someone you can face in the prologue or first introductory level that you can play in the free demo on Steam. And then each sector has a boss. You have a human boss, an alien boss, and lastly the final boss, which is your ultimate objective. And it's cool because each of them you will find, well, first in each sector, when you start facing aliens and robots, you will find that the gameplay completely changes. Suddenly you have a new experience because the enemies are different and they behave differently and they have different sets of weapons. But also each boss has its own unique mechanics and little secrets you have to find to beat them properly. So in the first attempt you don't manage to do it, you probably have to find these little secrets and keep playing and keep practicing, and you will soon get the key to your revenge.
Man, this stuff rules. I love the footage of this game. I've not seen it before, but it just came out recently. We're giving away keys in the chat. If you're in the chat watching the stream, there's a few Steam keys there.
But it came out like it's fully released, right?
It's fully released on Steam and on Epic for PC. We are planning on a release for consoles likely next year. But yeah, it just came out. I think today, a month ago. It was 24 October.
Wow, congrats.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you. We are on a birthday here. I didn't notice.
What's the feedback so far?
The feedback is good. We haven't had a lot of people play it, so of course I want to invite you all to play, to gift it to your friends or get it for yourself. But the feedback we have gotten is really positive, really good. People love the music, the aesthetic. People love the rage mode. When you load your rage meter, you can enter into a rage mode where you are super powerful and you have a hook that you can use to hook enemies and make executions or brutal murders, we call them, which are sort of like fatalities from Mortal Kombat. So in your rage mode, that's like infinite. You can hook infinitely enemies and kill them, and it feels really good. And players luckily have been saying that to us. So far, it's been really positive. People say it's really hard too. So if you're up for a challenge.
Very nice.
Yeah,
and I like,
if it's a roguelite, it has to be hard.
Yeah,
that's good.
We don't want you to win it in the first try.
I like that the game Icy Red was developed by Whiteboard Games. I see some fun to it. How many of you guys are there in the team, and for how long did it take you to? For how long have you been developing it?
The game started in March 2021. So.
Oh wow!
So
Yes.
really
a
fast.
year and a half, basically.
No, wait, 2021, no, 2020. Excuse me.
Right.
So
That's
you're
more
just-
like
was-
it. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was starting with the pandemic, so that's like the mood here. And it started as a student project with just 4 people in the team, 4 students here in Argentina, which is our home country, in Buenos Aires. And from then they finished. It was their thesis project, their final project in college. And when they finished, they decided, okay, we have a good concept here, we have a good prototype, a good game. Let's continue it. Let's make whiteboard games. Like let's make a company and start gathering people. So today, or not today, when the game was released, there were 18 people, I think, working on the game, or 18, 20 people. And today we are more because, of course, we are planning to develop more games. So this doesn't end in Icy Red. We're exploring other colors too, so that we can develop. But yeah, when we finished the development for Icy Red, we were about 20 people in the different teams.
Oh my God, that's so nice. And now, did you say it's definitely coming to console soon, or you hope it's coming to console soon?
It's extremely likely, unless something really bad happens, it's coming
Okay.
to consoles. I can't say a date yet, but expecting next year.
Okay.
In
Man, that's such a
PlayStation,
fun story.
Xbox.
Yeah. That's so
Yeah.
good for that team in university that this is how they got to release this finished game.
Yeah, actually, a lot of professors, like the people that were teaching these guys, hopped into the project and are today working with us because they saw so much potential in the team and in the game, and they decided, okay, I have to be a part of this. And now some of our concept artists, some of our programmers are actually professors from that final project from that college that are in the team.
Incredible. Thank you, man. And congrats on your release. Good luck with
Yeah.
everything.
Thank you for this space. And yeah, everyone go play. Tell us what you think. I really hope you love it as much as we have loved making it.
Sure, sure. Tom is definitely adding this to his wish list. I can see.
I'm buying this. Like, forget the wish list. It's out on Steam. I'm buying it.
Oh, it's on Steam. Oh, well, you are. Well, now you are. You said it, man.
Yeah.
You said it.
Yeah, tell me what you think afterwards.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, see you, Augustine. Thank you so much.
See you.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks for
Goodbye.
stopping by. See ya.
Bye. Good luck.
And I guess, Tom, it's your time.
My time to play Icy Red.
Oh yes. You're probably leaving the live stream.
Man, yeah.
Did you enjoy
I
it?
finally get a break. Man, I loved it. I got to meet I got to meet that guy who worked on Guitar Man. I got to meet the devs. Oh, what was that Thirsty Games game? It
Oh
was,
yeah,
Homeseek.
Thirsty Games.
Homeseek is one I'm going to check out. Castle of Alchemists is definitely awesome. Greedventory looks very cool. I saw that at a previous DevGAMM, I think. A lot of good games coming out, and as always, a lot of good games tied to DevGAMM.
Great, man. Then you definitely know what to do this evening and whatever's coming next.
Yeah, okay. Then I'll see you at the next. When is there a next DevGAMM scheduled, or do we not know yet?
Well, Tom, you've got to watch tomorrow's DevGAMM Awards because something
Okay.
might pop up there. Some information. I'm not saying
Okay,
anything.
right then.
I'm not saying anything.
All right. I'll watch the awards then. I'll see you there tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you so much for joining
Okay,
us.
thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you, Tom. Bye. And we'll see my colleague Nick, sometime soon after the commercial break, I believe. So stick around. We'll be coming back really, really soon. Welcome back to the live interviews. And hello, Nick. Hello, my lovely Nick, my fellow colleague from DevGAMM.
Hello. Nice to be here. And Anton, I've been watching you all day. You've done a great job. And we got a bit more to do, but still.
Oh yeah. Stop watching me. Let's watch those games of ours because they're
Absolutely.
so cool.
But just one thing to do. I want to address the chat. People in the chat, you are lovely. Thank you so much for watching. Right now, I want you to click the like buttons on the whatever they are on your devices.
Hit the bell. Hit the bell.
The bell is second, but right now we need your likes, and if you can just write us something in the chat just so we know you're there, it would be really lovely. But yeah, without further ado, I think we can go.
Yeah, before that, maybe just a short introduction for your background in games and what you do for DevGAMM.
Sure thing. I'm Nick. I'm content manager here at DevGAMM. What I do is calling out speakers and doing all the things that like talks and panel discussions at our conferences. And yeah, that's why I'm here. And let's dig into games.
Yeah, feels like another Zoom call with you. So nothing unusual. Right, so let's dive into it. Another game, and it's called Wombat Dungeon Master. And we've got the master himself, Adrian. Adrian, welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Yeah, nice
it's a pleasure. So, Wombat Dungeon Master. Could you tell us more about this game? Could you tell us anything about your game?
Oh, definitely. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to keep up with all the creativity and the awesome visuals that you've been having throughout the entire day, because that stuff was amazing. Our game is much simpler, right? So Wombat Dungeon Master is an idle game. It's web-based. It's a very simple concept. And it's about NFTs a lot. I know that many people are very kind of cautious and wary about NFTs, but for us, it's really about showing off what you can do with NFTs and how NFTs can actually make games interoperable. So in Dungeon Master, you can basically stake your NFTs that you got from all kinds of other games, and then you can, it's an idle game, right? You basically just click every once in a while. It's all about developing a strategy. It's all about developing a character, about getting the right gear, and get to know NFTs and basically interact with NFTs and interact with other games.
Okay, so you're like building a metaverse with other games because people can get those NFTs from other games. Is that?
I don't really like talking about metaverses because everyone calls everything a metaverse nowadays.
Well, that's true.
Right? So,
yeah, but I find this thought exciting that people can drag NFTs from other games, and like something really unusual for this kind of setting that you're having can pop up, and this will be like, wow, I didn't expect this thing to go into this game. That's really cool.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I said, we started out with a very simple concept, right? And we wanted to kind of really show how NFTs can make games interoperable and how you can transition with your things from one game to another, right? And how you can also cooperate on these. So this was the original idea, right? And then we realized that a lot of people like this this idle concept of it. So we went on, and now we have a vast community. So we have 10, 11,000 people playing that every day and staking their NFTs. We actually have 1.2 million NFTs staked in the game, right? It's crazy how far we've gotten with that. And people love it simply because it's simple, but it's very powerful. And it's not kind of a short-term pump and dump scheme like the stuff that you hear a lot about in the NFT and blockchain space, obviously, right? It's supposed to be sustainable. It's supposed to be fun for people, and it's not supposed to take up a lot of their time, right? It's literally kind of an idle game that you can play for a few minutes straight, for a few hours, maybe even straight, but then you actually go and can relax and can do your 8-hour run and then come back 8 hours later, and nothing bad is going to happen to you, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really cool of you, because some games are just they're trying to be a second job for you, digging for your time. But if you can play it for as much time as you can spare, and return to it after that, and you're golden still, it's really great.
But I mean, you've got to to know how NFT works, and I know nothing about it. It doesn't work for me completely. To try to somehow teach people what is this? Do you have some educational content in your game?
We try not to educate people by educating them through kind of reading articles.
Yeah.
We do have a little bit of that, right? We do have videos. We do a weekly Twitch session where people can ask questions.
Okay.
We have this community, so there's hundreds and thousands of people discussing that on our Discord, right? But in general, what we try to do is really educate people by letting them experience it, right? So you can play Dungeon Master without having any NFTs, and you can get your first NFTs from the game, right? So the simplest thing that you can get is packs, and packs are NFTs themselves, right? And then you can open these packs, and then there's NFTs inside these packs, right? So they're just like physical cards. And that's what's really cool. I used to play Magic the Gathering a lot when I was younger, right? And I always really loved this feeling of opening up booster packs and just getting the cards out, right? And this is an addictive feeling, right? Just opening boosters and getting the cards out, right? I guess that anyone can relate who has been doing that. And then it's basically you just put the cards aside and you just want to open the next pack, right? This is what you do. And so this kind of fascinating thing is also what we have in the game. So just by playing the game, you have a chance of getting free packs, right? And these packs are NFTs, and then you can choose whether you want to sell these NFTs or whether you want sell the pack as an NFT or open the pack and see what's inside and maybe use or sell the items, right? And or also you can stake the pack, right? So you can use the pack in order to kind of move forward. So there's quite a lot of different strategies how you can play the game, and there's also quite a lot of different strategies that people employ, even if they're more advanced. Right, some people would basically open up their packs at all times, so they would like always open the packs. And some others would basically always sell them, and others you can even blend packs into one another, right? So if you get the lowest quality packs, like standard packs, you can use 3 of these packs and upgrade them to a silver pack, right? And then you can use 4 of these silver packs and upgrade them to a gold pack, and these kinds of things. So there's a lot of gamification inside of the NFTs themselves, right? Which is already fun, pretty much all by itself. But then you got this setting with this idle game around it that actually also pays money to its players every season. So people are really driven by, oh, let's find out what the most efficient strategy is. Let's like talk to others. We have clans where you can interact with one another, right? Where you can help each other's. And everything is an NFT. So even clan membership is an NFT itself.
Wow.
Right? We really want to show what's inside NFTs, what you can do with this, how it can make games better or not, maybe, right? That NFTs as membership for a clan, that is kind of a stupid idea. It makes things really hard in certain cases. Right, but it's fun, right? It's fun to explore this. It's fun to explore what you can do with that and how you can actually interact with all kinds of different NFTs and all kinds of different NFTs from all kinds of other games as well, not just ours, right? But also others.
I wonder at what point of the NFT technology development did you actually guys decide, aha, we can create a game out of this? When did you actually decided to make it?
I mean, in general, I was fascinated by kind of inter-game interoperability forever, right? For like 20 years, right? When I started university about 20 years ago, I was playing Diablo 2, right? And I was like, my friend and I were all about, oh, how cool would it be if you could use your gold that you get from Diablo, and you could flip that for credits in this racing game that we were playing, and you could buy a better engine for your car. How cool would that be, right? And then fast forward 15 or 16 years, blockchain technology came up, and I was like, hey, look at that. This would actually enable these kinds of things that I had in mind back then for games today, like for real, right? And so this is how I wanted to be in this kind of new era of gaming and try to see how we can push kind of technology for games, not kind of as a layer on top, but basically just as base technology, right? So the first game that we started developing that was using NFTs was actually back in 2019. It was called Chain Clash, and we were trying to make human avatars as NFTs, right? So that was the first time we actually explored NFTs we were way too early with that. Nobody wanted to play NFT-based games back in 2019. But we picked up that idea last year when NFTs kind of became a real thing, and everybody was talking about them, right? And we said, okay, we do have a lot of users in our ecosystem already with a lot of NFTs. So let's now gamify those NFTs because it's a lot of fun, right? So let's see how far we can gamify NFTs from all kinds of sources. And this is how we got started with Wombat Dungeon Master.
So it's only been a year in development, am I correct?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And you're now in open beta, if that's correct, yeah?
Yeah, we still call it open beta. Some people are complaining that it's still called open beta, but we're not, like, in this space, everything's beta, to be very honest, right?
Okay. So yeah, our viewers have the link to your project in their chats, actually. So everybody, welcome to check it out.
What's your further plans, though? When do you plan on like completely releasing it or anything?
So the major plan that we have is for next year to release the possibility for people to kind of run their own dungeon, because we have this notion of we have wombats, right? And wombats like digging, right?
Yeah.
And that's why we called it Wombat Dungeons. And now what we want to enable people is to run their own dungeons, because we have the problem that we have a lot of players who want different things, right? So some want a focus on more different NFTs that are usable in the game, and which ones, and how do you assign the rules. And we want to hand all of that into the hands of the community, into the hands of the players, so they can basically run their own dungeon and make up these rules themselves, right? So that it's going to be kind of a community-owned game. We don't want to be setting these rules. We want themselves to be able to set the rules and to attract players and see for themselves how they can actually make games more interoperable, and also other projects, also entertainment, right? NFTs are, that's what's cool about NFTs. They don't care where they're coming from, right? So they're just these objects, and then you can basically do whatever you want with them, because they're like physical objects. So this is what we want to kind of foster, like this consciousness for this new technology. I'm not saying it's good or bad, right? I'm saying it's super fascinating what you can do with it. You don't have to use it, but it's a lot of fun to do.
Sounds exciting.
Right, big plans. Okay, so good luck to you and your team.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for joining us, Adrian.
Yeah. See you next time.
See you next time. Enjoy the rest of the Game Fest.
Thanks. Have fun.
Right. NFT game. Who would have thought?
Yeah, the first one during these 2 days of stream. That's really exciting.
Are there many though?
I really don't know, but I don't think that there are too much of them in our showcase this time. So yeah, a rare bird. Rare indeed.
So let's take a look at another bird coming up here. Biomorph. That's an exciting name.
Yeah.
We've got Francis and we've got Maxim. Hello guys. Welcome to the live streams.
Hey there. Nice to see you.
Hey,
how's it going? How's it going? How's the Game Fest?
Pretty nice. Yeah, it's exciting.
Right, so let's dive into it. Biomorph.
Yes.
What can you tell us about your game?
Well, it's a Metroidvania, 2D games. It's end round. But the twist that we have, because there are many Metroidvania out there, is that you can take control of the creatures that you kill in the game. So we wanted to create some exciting moments in the navigation, even in solving puzzles, and even in the way that you fight other creatures. So this is the main thing that we have, the biomorph mechanic.
You can see it as Hollow Knight meets Kirby. So that's the kind of mix that we did, because we really enjoy like fast-paced gameplay, really tight controls, what Hollow Knight really totally delivers. But Kirby has this kind of fun things where you can kill monster, become the monster, use his ability. So you have the fantasy of being every monster that you beat in the game. So this is that's the premise of Biomorph.
Oh, that's I don't know. That's a bit philosophical thing, like you're becoming the thing that tried to kill you and stuff like that. Really, it can be fascinating.
Yeah, we thought that it was interesting. The idea came when we were playing a Mario Odyssey. So, the mechanics where you throw the hat, and we were like, hey, that would be great if you, become the monster. So we did a small prototype. It was really exciting. And we said, hey, let's do a game based around that.
Yeah, with the prototype, we knew that it would work because in Metroidvania, basically, you unlock abilities to progress. So it's really logical to say, hey, I will get new abilities when I become the monster. So it fits in the type of game that we do. But it's a twist that we haven't seen, really. So for some reason, nobody did it before in the way that we do it. So we were convinced that it was going to be really fun. And in the end, it is. So.
Awesome! Like a new word in the genre. Oh, what this particular monster that we have on the screen right now, it reminds me of the I don't remember the name, but this creature from Miyazaki's Gone with the Wind.
Yeah.
Do you have like some inspiration from Miyazaki?
Yeah, Veronique, she's our art director, and she's a big fan of those kind of things. So if she would be there, she would be probably really happy about the comparison. But yeah, this is something that in the art style that we wanted to have this kind of end round, really like the way that the artwork is built to get close to this kind of art.
Yeah, the art is truly beautiful.
Thank you.
That's what the first thing that struck me when I saw the trailer and the gameplay videos of your games. It's really like very vivid, very, very beautiful. And the colors, like I love it so much just for the looks of it.
Absolutely stunning. How many people work on that? How many artists do you have?
We are currently, we are 11, but 12. There's somebody that's coming with us in a month. But we have a team of 6 artists that is working on the game. 6? Yeah. So we have 2 people working with the animation department. And we have 4 people working on all the art, whether is it concept or even the level art, where every assets need to be end run and placed in the environment to set a mood in the different room that we have in the game. So yeah,
and it's a huge world that we're building. So there's a lot of surprise, and art is such a big part of creating this type of game, because one part that makes exploration really fun is when you discover like a secret room or a new like you go outside and you see like those big cloud, and then you become immersed in the world. So art is so important, and we are really happy about how the team delivered this so far. Yeah.
And just from the looks of it, I guess that you guys should have like a proper soundtrack to this game.
Oh yeah, the soundtrack will be really great. It's yeah, go ahead, Max. Yeah.
No, but it's one of Francis' friend. He worked with us on the first title that we did like a few years ago, Legends of Eternal, and we really enjoyed it. And he's coming back with us. So this is the guy that's joining us in January, because he was working part-time with us, but now he's joining us so we can create a great soundtrack to add to the atmosphere that we want to create in every different zone. Because, in the trailer, we see like 5 or 6 different zones, but in the final game there will be like 16. So we need to have like an emotion that is, every zone has a different emotion, so the soundtrack needs to fit that.
Okay. Can you share anything about like the story behind the game? So who is the protagonist, and why does he captures the bodies of its enemies?
Yeah, well, the question implies a lot of disclosure, but the way we because it's part of the game. So when the game starts, though, you in a way you wake up, if you want, and you realize that you're surrounded by 2 artificial intelligence, 2 AI that are with you, that act as your arms, and you wonder where you are and why you woke up there, and then you just start to explore the world, and you realize that everything is really dark, sad, in a way grim, but there's still hope. And through your adventure, you will start to understand what happens, like what really are you, and you will slowly gather this knowledge and to eventually understand like everything that happened to the world. So that's the basic story without unveiling too much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Sounds exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
also-
we have a dedicated awesome writer too in the team that work really hard to make sure that the story is delivered in a really nice way, like with a good dialogue, quest, world building.
Yeah.
So
Cool. I've also checked out your Steam page, and I saw it mentioning this feature, like you can customize or even build your own base or a village. Can you speak more about that?
Yeah, sure. In the game, there's the main hub of the game. It's called Blightmoor. So when you start, there are not much going on in that village. Everything is like old. And through the adventure, you encounter different NPCs and you can recruit them and they come back with you to the main city. Over there, you can offer them to rebuild the city and they can open a shop or a new place where they can give you quests. What we were thinking about is that it would be great if you can choose the look of the building. People like that. I think it's important since it's one of the major places in the game. You will be coming back to this place quite often. And it's something that we see in RPG and even in mobile games. You know, sometimes you can choose how you complete something and now you can choose how the wall looks like and things. People like that. So we're like, I think it's interesting for people to be like more immersed into their own adventure, and they can even show how they wanted to build the city. So we're thinking, hey, I think it's something important now that can give something that Metroidvanias just don't offer.
yeah, you kind of have this place in the game that's your own, that you can make your own, and then when you find new elements, you can just go back and put the crate, stuff like that. Needless to say, we have a lot of people in the team who like games like Animal Crossing, stuff like that. So it goes with the artist, I think. So to be able like just to tune this, and in the end, it's really fun. And if you want to do it, then it's there. If you don't want to do it, then just don't do it. But it's there. Yeah.
Well, it's a nice it's nice to have this option because if you're into it, it can be really fun and great.
What can you also tell about your team? How many people are working on this game, and actually, how long has it been in the development of this game?
The game has been in development now for about 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years. We went through many phases. Like at first, we're like a team of 5 people. Went to 6 people, work on the prototype. When we found out that everything was fine, we did a vertical slice. And when we were really excited about the vertical slice, everything was fine. This is where we went from 5 people to the team that we are now, which is, we will be 12 soon. So this is how we did. Now we are in full production. We aim to have to ship the game by the end of next year. So we are currently in full production. So we have, like I said, 16 different environments. So we're taking all different zone by itself first to make sure that by their own, they have their own story, they can be playable. And then after that, well, we already know how they all mingle together. But so this is what we are currently
doing.
And
the company will be 6 years old soon. Yeah. And me and Max, we knew each other for 20 years now. We met in college doing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we met in college. We were doing a major in physics. And then we met and we said, we don't really like physics. We want to make games. So then we switched program. And then
so you've been doing this for 20 years after college?
No. Basically, we've met 20 years ago, and after when we finished college, we said, "Hey, we want to make our studio," but back then there was no engine or stuff available. So we said we will work in the industry for like 10 years, and in 10 years we called each other back. Well, we did. We knew each other, but
we stayed friends. We stayed friends during that time.
We will create the company. So
you kept this friendship, right?
Yeah, we kept it in our heart. And then we've worked for a major studio like Ubisoft, Electronic Arts, Eidos, Square Enix, Gas Powered Games. We made multiple AAA games. And after 10 years, Max called me and said, it's time. And I said, okay. So
what a story.
Wow. Francis was working on the Far Cry franchise at Ubisoft. And me, I left Eidos, then I went back to college to get my MBA degree. Then I was done. I got my degree, and I called Francis. It was in December. Hey, I'm done. Let's start the company. And was like, well, give me a month and I'll be fine. So this is how what happened.
Yeah, and then we did it. We stick to our plan and we execute it. And we've already the first game we've shipped it as a small team of 3 people with some other people helping us on the side and now we are a team of 12 working on an awesome game, and the dream keeps going on, and it's really fun.
Wow, guys, what a story! Really, you're pursuing your goal, and you've known each other for so long. My God, I hope this game would become a real success. Thank you so much for sharing.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about it. I mean, it's really kind.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure, absolutely. Everyone in the chats absolutely should wishlist this game on Steam. And yes, we can't wait for your release, guys.
Great.
Thank you.
Just follow us on our social media, and you'll be in touch with maybe a demo that is coming out next year.
Yep. Ciao.
I will do. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. See you. Bye. Wow. Wow. Incredible story.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just wondering how it would go, let's meet up in 10 years and figure out if we're going to do our company. And I'm just putting this on in my, I don't know, calendar app, or I don't know, my book of...
Well, it's not something that you plan beforehand. It's something that occurs. Like when you think of an idea for a game and you're like, who might join my team? Well, I know the guy. And here you are, 10 years later. Maybe we will come up with an idea for a game. Maybe in 10 years, Nick, we'll release our first game. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe there'll be like an AI that can create game just from word description. That's the only way I can.
Oh, wow.
I can see myself doing a game, actually.
All right. But for now, we've got some real stuff, and we've got another project coming up. And this one is called Dreamers. We've got Luca with us.
Yeah.
Hello.
Luca.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
How are you?
Well, we're doing great. We're speaking with awesome developers, you included. And how are you?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm following. I see the various interviews and the projects. Yeah, super cool.
Awesome. So tell us about your game. What are you working on? What you brought us today?
Yeah, well, in this period, I'm working on Dreamers. And for this period, I mean the last 3 years almost. It's a longer project, and it's a single player, colorful game for. It's a multi-platform game, so it's going to be for console, PlayStation, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch. Actually, I'm announcing it here, Nintendo Switch.
Oh, exclusive content. Thank you.
Yeah. And the PC, Steam, possibly Steam Deck.
Awesome.
All right, that's lots of platforms.
Yeah, there are many. Yeah, many platforms and a very small team, actually.
How many of you are there?
Well, we are developing this game. So practically the core development team is made of 2 people. And we have contributor, so external contributor, and helps from people from different countries. All in all, we are 23 people involved on the project, with musician, localization, and various stuff, UIs.
What do you do on the project?
Well, I'm in charge of many things. I'm in charge of, first of all, of founding this project. So you can imagine it's a 3-year project, and so it has this founding part to keep track on. And mainly, I work on the code. So I'm coding all the systems, subsystems to make it real. Everything related to this multi-platform that is along parts. I'm also working on the 3D part of the 3D. So if you saw some images, some renders, some still images, those are my part. But mainly, professionally speaking, let's say I am the lead developer of this project. I'm the only developer of this project. So.
Okay, got it.
So I didn't catch it. You've got 2 developers, and how many other, or like you're outsourcing everything else?
Well, as an agency, we have contributors, let's say.
Right.
So help from external people. Some of them are my former students. So we join together our forces in this project. Yeah, I see the trailer running now.
Yeah, and I guess it's the time to dive into the game, right? So who are the dreamers and what's the plot?
Well, the plot, this is an adventure game. It's a 3D adventure game. It has some puzzle element, and mainly is a story about 3 characters that they meet, and they visit place, they do stuff, they solve some problems, and we have those 3 characters, and we have almost 100 NPCs to interact with. Each one with their own stories, their own problems.
Cool. The first thing that I thought when I first saw the trailer is that it looks, the protagonists are children, as far as I can tell, and they all, the world around them looks like, like this imaginary world that children are building in their heads, like on top of the real one. And it feels like exactly like a dream, very dreamy feeling I get from this. So the art is astounding. Yeah.
Well, thanks. Yeah, this is somehow the idea. Yeah, the protagonists are very young. They are young teenagers. Here in this trailer, actually, you see 2 of them. There is a 3rd one, as I told you. So I can keep it as a surprise. So you will see. More later, actually, there are some renders, some pictures here and there on the network. Being a small team, I'm also in charge of the marketing part. And again, we have help and support by other people, but mainly everything funnels to me also on this part. So there is communication about this 3rd character. You can see it, and the game is dreamy somehow. So. It's full of metaphors about what those characters want to do, which are their dreams, their expectation, and you will see by playing what happens to them. Some parts, like in that scene on the trailer, is in split screen. So the game is a single player, but is multi-character. So in some scene, the controller is split in half, and you can control both the character with the same controller. So of course you can play with a friend on the sofa with you. You have literally to share the controller with them.
Yeah, right. Who's in charge of the narrative parts, I wonder?
It's me again, me and. One person that is Dreamers started actually as my thesis project, so it goes back in 2005 2006.
What a rich background.
There it was more a technical challenge. It was we were still 2 at that time, 2 different people from the core team that we are now. And the programmer was a programmer of PlayStation 2 games, sport PlayStation 2 games at the time, and he wanted to develop his own game engine. And so we were joining the forces about the technical part and the narrative part.
So you've mentioned that you've also involved your students to work on this project?
Yeah, some of them, by time to time,
And you said that the project itself started as your own thesis. So it's like the generations of students that were working on this project like for 20 years almost now.
Are we allowed to say that this game has been in development for 20 years almost? 2 decades?
That
would have been a dream.
Somehow. Well, this game is actually, Dreamers I am a dreamer actually, so I can.
We all are.
Play with the characters because everybody is. And somehow, I'm taking some of my personal experiences and some personal event inside the game, not so direct, but it's. Yeah, this game passed through different engines. So we started, one part of the development, as you know, started with that proprietary engine. Then we moved to Unigine, game engine, very robust game engine. At the moment, we are finishing it. Actually, the development of the game is already over. So we are finishing the localization of the game. And the engine is Unity. And so we are kind of flexible to the multi-platform on including the Switch that I just announced. And in this part, I'm giving my contribution because beside of this game, though this game is in development since 20 years, as you said, we are doing portings of other games. So some commercial games for publisher, usually we do porting, virtual reality games, mobile games, console to another console games, and so.
So when can we expect the release? Are you planning like a simultaneous release on all the platforms, or how it's going to look?
Yeah, so very soon, meaning in a couple of months, top. So at the beginning of 2023, you will find Dreamers on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, because when we started the development, it was now talking about the 2-3 years ago, so the real development of the project, PlayStation 4 was where we promised to deploy the game, and I will keep the promise. So we'll be on PlayStation 4, 5, Microsoft, and possibly Switch in the same time. So possibly in the same day, the platforms, the console market will be covered, and then later the PC version.
But the day is still to be announced.
Yes. Yes.
Right.
But you can wishlist it right now.
This is also correct. Yeah. Both on PlayStation Store, is already available on PlayStation Store. Right today, we published the soundtrack on PlayStation. And a few days ago, we published the soundtrack on Steam. And earlier, a couple of weeks ago, we published again the soundtrack on the audio streaming, the music streaming platform. So I'm not mentioning them, but if you search Dreamers,
are you guys self-publishing?
Yes. We're self-publishing, and this is again is a choice because this is related with the future. Of places. Now we spoke about 20 years ago and the present. In the future, the publishing is something that I really want to understand much and much better. And it's something where I want to move this places agency in the publishing of third-party projects and support, the development and the porting.
Really cool. You have a very big and ambitious vision.
Yeah, thank you.
Really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And the game, it looks very, very nice.
Yep. I'm actually wishlisting this game just for the looks of it. I'm enjoying the narrative aspect as well, and the thing that it's the dreams of the teenagers that we're exploring. Really great. So yeah, you've sold the game to me at least, and I believe I'm not the only one.
So your main purpose, and correct me if I'm wrong, on these events like DevGAMM Game Fest is basically now looking for an audience, or are you actually trying to understand again the publishing and maybe searching for new opportunities in that terms?
Well, I'm looking for an audience at the moment.
Right.
So I want to spread the word as much as possible about Dreamers, being a very small and being the first long developed project. I'm looking for visibility. So somehow this is. Hope everybody likes it. I estimate 15 hours of gameplay. So if you wish listed, I hope you will find what you're.
That's so cool. That's so cool. And if you're looking for an audience, you should definitely join our upcoming DevGAMM events next year, because we're moving somewhere. And you should join too in our showcases.
Yeah, I will.
Absolutely. And by the way, if you'd like to understand a bit more about this publisher and developers relationships, in about 20 minutes, right here at this very stream, we'll have a fireside chat of Kowloon Nights and another developers team. And yeah, they might share some insights with you and our viewers.
Yeah. Thanks.
Otherwise, thank you so much, Luca. Thanks for joining, and good luck with your release.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, man. See you.
Yeah.
Bye. See you.
I had the thought, and I wanted to mention something, but I completely forgot because the game looks great.
Yeah,
looks
absolutely.
Great.
You know, like sometimes you just see something and thoughts just leave you, and all that is left are pure emotions. That was the case.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Let's see what emotions the next game title will bring.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Ultimate Godspeed. I like the title already.
Yeah.
So we've got our developers, right? It's Denise and Pierre.
Yep. Hello, guys. Hello,
oh, I are in the same window. Hello.
Hi there.
Hello, hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, we're glad to have you. So tell us a little bit about your game. It's a racing game, if I'm correct, right?
Yeah. So it is it is a party racing game. We call the genre. It's a place and race. On one hand, it has a lot of inspiration from party racing games like Mario Kart or Crash Team Racing. But on the other hand, and that's really the big aspect, is it is inspired by Ultimate Chicken Horse, if you know that game, and you mash it up together. It's all about manipulating the racetrack with items and objects you place on them, and then driving the racetrack, and then manipulating some more and drive again and again and again. And like there's a lot of chaos ensuing. You can get really creative with placing traps or creating shortcuts, or just getting wild with weird ways to traverse the level from one end to the other.
So let's be clear. You have a racetrack and you can both race it and place obstacles on it, right?
Yeah, you have like different phases, like 3 phases. In the first phase, you just pick items, and everyone is doing this at the same time. And then in the next phase, you're placing it on the racetrack, and there is some three-dimensional space where you can put platform higher to have a ramp and go up through a wall. And in the third place, everyone is racing at the same time and has to overcome these obstacles.
Awesome.
And when then the phase starts new, all before placed item will stay at the racetrack. And it gets more and more chaotic over time.
Yeah, so there are like these 3 phases are part of one round, and you play the like in a game or in a match you play it for like 7 rounds. So you get a lot of new items, new ways during this match to really cover that racetrack.
Cool.
And there is a multiplayer, right? From what you've seen.
Yeah.
Great.
At the moment, we are developing for the local, or we have the local multiplayer, and now are developing the online multiplayer.
Yes.
And we want to have up to 8 players in the online multiplayer.
Yeah, and also some aspect we really like, because we were inspired by games like Halo 2, that we plan for online multiplayer, that you actually can join as 4 local players with split screen, another party of 4. And then you can just play like with 2 installations of the game, like with 8 people. It's just great.
Well, given that players can, or they have an opportunity to put these obstacles for each other, I just imagined like if it's a hot seat situation, when you're playing from one keyboard for whatever reason without gamepads, it can create really tough situations for people. It can break friendships, actually.
Yes, yeah.
It's supposed to be,
Yes, I think that's something we're actually quite good at, is creating mean games and some action games. And really, somebody can really plan a path, like using platforms and ramps and like rails where you can slide across to like create a shortcut that is really short and really nets you a lot of points, because it's all about collecting points in different ways. but like Denise can swoop in and just play something deadly in my way and I could be killed, and then she gets a point for it and I could be like, oh god damn.
And it's not only about being the first in the goal, it's also about collecting points. So if someone is falling into your trap, you will actually get some point for that, and at the end the player with the most points wins.
Yeah.
Cool. And is there like a progress in your game? Do you like open new tracks while doing stuff, or do you open new traps, for example?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things we plan and think about also when we talk to other people, other devs, or even people in the publishing business, is that we say, okay, it's highly expandable, so we can add new tracks.
Yeah.
Then you can, like you mentioned in progression, unlock. We could add new items or item sets, new characters, new character skins. And as you may noticed in the game, our theme is also in the name is about gods, and it's the gods placing these huge items on the track, and their champions are then driving across it. And so you have the big hands, and then you have the characters, and even with them just creating new characters and adding them, this is all a possibility, and which leads to additional progression and unlock situations that are just possible.
I really enjoy these huge hands from above that put the traps on people.
Yeah, isn't it metaphorical? Like we're all toys in the god's hands.
Yeah.
Also, there's a duality to it, because you're the god and the champion at the same time. So you have a lot of weight in the game, right? Yes. And I mean, through all this, like there are different kind of there are like traps, there are shortcut items, and everything combined, you can get like there's a huge range how you play the game. You can go strategic and trying to get the best time, getting a lot of points through tempo, through velocity, or you can just be mean and place traps, try to assist somebody else in killing somebody else and collect points through this way, which is great.
Awesome. And tell us about your team. So you two are obviously working on the game. Is there something else in your team, or just you two?
We are a small studio. We are 3 people. And we are all some.
Where's the third one?
The third one actually is
the plant.
The third one currently is modeling one of the god hands, so yes.
Okay.
And we have like leader roles. So he who is actually modeling now is actually the tech lead. He's doing the whole
programming, the implementation of the online multiplayer currently. So that is Jan. And the other hand, you have us two, and I mean, for example, I'm the project lead, and I think like the game designer, and Dennis is the art lead. So everything that you see visually is came from this hat. But in the end, like our team, we all are able to do like everything, not like really good, but we can work in all fields, and this leads to, for example, our tech lead modeling a giant robot god hand right now while we do an interview with you guys.
Cool.
Right.
And how did you meet each other?
We met during our studies. We studied in Zurich in Switzerland from 2017 to 2020 and studied together game design bachelor degree. And actually the first prototype of the game we created in 2 months, Jan and I, during our bachelor's degree, which was during the first lockdown in Switzerland.
Wow.
We were really depressed because our projects were going nowhere and we could not go anywhere because everything was just shut down. And we had a Zoom call just talking about our project because we were like lagging behind in the class. And at some point Jan was like, hey, imagine Ultimate Chicken Horse meets Mario Kart. And I was like, wait a minute, I had the same idea yesterday. And then from one moment to the other, we just switched project and did the first implementation of the game. But then it was all about food and the graphics were really...
Right, so is this your first game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like so the first we plan to release commercially. Yes.
Have you already figured out what to do next after this one is released, or are you still like completely dived into what's going on right now?
We have some ideas in the back, which we also kind of worked on in the studies, but we think we could do something out of it. But yeah, we will to evaluate that a bit further.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, when we get the time, if we do the first release, we will look how well it does, and then we will probably just also evaluate what people want to play right now, and maybe we have a project ready and we could iterate on that, or just do prototypes and do new stuff. Which is also like the coolest part about the game development is just doing the prototypes in the beginning and then getting started with something cool.
How's the business part of this one though? Do you have like a proper pitch? Do you pitch a lot? Have you figured out how to work with developers, basically with publishers? I mean,
we used to pitch a lot in the last 1 year, I think. But we also did a pitching workshop and won the first place there. And but we didn't have the really how is it called?
What do you want to say? Nothing really happened from it because either way we have to like email again to some people, or we got just feedback that it is not a match. And at some point we just realized there was a point because we work on the game like part-time, 2 days a week minimum, but 3 at most. And at some point we just came to the conclusion that right now when we do pitching and going to events like Gamescom or something, we do not have the time to actually develop the game, which is horrible. Yeah. So right now our plan is to go self-publishing, doing an early access release in the end of the next year, hopefully, and then just evaluate how well it goes. You asked about the team just before, because we are not just the 3 developers. We also have two community managers, which are just external partners. They work with us. They help us out with just getting the game in front of the audience. For example, that's the reason why we're here, right? So
got it. So how stupid of me asking you about the following game if you still have like proper long-term plans for this one.
Yeah, no, it's okay to ask, because in the end we have to also to think about the future of it, right? And we want to do games together and get the fun in front of the players.
Right.
Well, sounds awesome. I really hope that your projects really start with a high note and you get a very good and well accepted release. Because it looks awesome.
Can people play already something?
Yes.
Some parts of your game.
Yes. So we are on Steam. You can wish list us there. We do like bi-monthly, so every 2 months we do some play tests where we just, or it's not really the testing of the game itself, but more features. Currently you can test procedural tunnels that you can actually place in the levels. Stick the entrance to one part of the wall and the exit to another one, and then you can actually drive through it, which is amazing. So this is something that is actually playable, and from time to time we just put our demo online where you actually can play the local multiplayer version of the game on Steam. Yes.
Right, really, really nice. Okay, guys, so thank you very much for sharing your story. It sounds incredible. I just like how you come up with those craziest ideas, and they already are there on the screen, and they look awesome.
Yeah,
congrats on that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So good luck to you. Have a great evening, and I hope to see you at the next DevGAMM events.
Oh, definitely. Well, if at Gamescom, if it doesn't work at Gamescom, doesn't mean that it won't work at DevGAMM. DevGAMM is completely different. It's a very unique event. Let me put it this way. Thank you guys for joining. Enjoy the rest of the Game Fest.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Right, Nick. So what's going to happen next? Could you share?
Yeah, absolutely. So next thing that's going to happen here is the short commercial break when we see once again the brief commercial video of our beloved sponsor, Archibald Studio.
Oh, they are the best.
The people who can help you with any of your game audio needs. So don't take it from me. Go to the website when you see it on the screen and just check them out. Maybe they're the people that you are looking for.
So if no one wants your game to be silent, no one. So please
Absolutely.
check them out. Check those out. Check those guys out. Our Archibald Studio. They are, wow, they are incredible.
Yeah, really cool guys.
And
after that, we'll have a very enticing, I would say, fireside chat about the collaboration between a publisher and a developer. So how exactly do you find your dream partner, and how do you go from zero to hero with them side by side into the sunset, and how you achieve every of your goals together?
Wow, sounds like we're gonna have like a bachelor show here at the DevGAMM stream at Game Fest. Incredible.
Well, yeah, that's what we are aiming for. And yeah, I believe guys will introduce themselves and will let us have some intrigue for a bit and go to commercial break, and they'll return after that.
And Nick and I will be back after that. So stick around. We'll be back soon.
Yep.
Hello and welcome again to our fireside chat with developers and publishers, where we discuss beautiful collaborations and a story in depth behind the scenes on how it came to be. For all the developers out there looking to establish partnerships, and you will today understand a bit better on the different side how the collaboration works. And we have a bit of a special guests today. But before we went into that, again, around introductions for anyone who missed yesterday, who am I? I'm Boris Trenin. I'm working in remote control productions in Munich. We are a family of game development studios. And for those studios, me and my colleagues are giving a bunch of services like representations, business development. You might have heard previous story from the guys developing the game that they don't have time to actually develop a game behind going to other conferences. We do it for them. And with me today are two partners, Kowloon Nights and Plethora Project, with representatives Anlu Liu and Jose Sanchez. So, Anlu, would you like to introduce yourself, where you come from, and what your company is about?
Yep, thank you, Boris. And nice to meet everyone here. Thank you so much for joining today's session. For Kowloon ourselves, Kowloon Nights started back in late 2017, so it's actually more than 5 years now. We don't really call ourselves a publisher, but actually more like a gaming fund that supports exceptional developers across the world. We focus on PC, console, premium games with no genre focus. We always make fun that, we are a portfolio. We are a world where we sign both Spiritfarer and Scorn, even though they are, super different game. One is cozy, one is horror. So, but, in general, we want to sign games that we like and we enjoy. And right now we've already invested in over 50 projects, including the 2 titles I mentioned just now, but also Sifu and of course, Jose's title, Common Herd. And in terms of the way that we work, we sign games that we like, but at the same time, we want to sign games that are looking to doing self-publishing. This means that we want to provide all the creativity and business type of freedom for developers. And ultimately, the goal is that after developer work with us, they actually become more independent after working with us. So should I move on to Jose? To talk about his great game and his great studio.
Yeah, please, Jose, tell us.
Right, thanks Boris for having me. So my name is Jose Sanchez. I'm a game designer and the director of the Plethora Project. I'm also trained as an architect, and that's a little bit the story behind the studio. This is a studio that started looking at architecture, but also how do we design architecture through game design. We developed our first project, Blockhood, in 2016 and finished 2017. It was published with Devolver Digital, which was a city building simulator, but really with an emotional take on ecology. And from that project, we really started kind of a much more longer term project, which is our current game, Common Herd, that was recently released on Steam, and a partnership with Kowloon Nights that really was interested on the process of supporting a long-term vision for this project, a project that is very emphasized on building, on crafting, on customization, and the way in which people can actually build amazing things together. And we have a vision to really take this not only within the gaming space, but really kind of expand it into reality. We were part of a little documentary called From Gaming to Making, right? Or gaming the real world in a way. So we have really kind of beautiful ambitions about how the games that we're producing could actually, go places maybe that are a bit unexpected.
Yeah, wow, sounds impressive. And especially after working with Devolver, I imagine you had quite high hopes for the next big project. So what I'm interested in is how it actually started your cooperation. How did you found each other, and where did you approach like for the first time? When did the pitch or the demo ended up on Anlu's table?
If I may, sure. So we definitely started we didn't know each other personally. There was no kind of personal relationship. I started developing Common Herd, as a small team coming out of Blockhood, and really kind of looking for partners. The pitching process took probably 2 years. And I have to share, it was really brutal. Like just seeing the kind of offers that they're out there. It's such a big decision. And I think that just listening to some of the previous conversation, it can go either way. That process takes away energy on development. And in many ways, many of the conversations I was having with colleagues is that Kowloon Nights were kind of a dream partner in a way, right? The kind of relationship that you could potentially have with them, I think that was the rumor in a way, would be, very earnest. There was a sense of family or a sense of kind of a deal that would also kind of believe in, kind of a longer vision of the project. And we got an introduction. We started that pitching process, and really kind of sharing the longer term vision for the project was something that ultimately I think I was really happy that we were able to kind of move ahead on that collaboration, because it wasn't so much about specific targets. It was kind of really holistically looking at what the project and the studio wanted to do as a whole. So from my side, it really started from scratch. Even the relationship that we had with Devolver was really good. I think that this different kind of form of collaboration where we would actually self-publish became a great vehicle to kind of develop the project. Yeah.
So having almost 2 years in pitching before you signed with Kowloon, do you remember, Anlu, what was your first thoughts when you saw the project or the team that you worked with?
Right. I mean, I would love to share my side of the story. So like, Jose mentioned, this came in from referral, and then he started talking to a member from our team. And I remember this, when we've seen this project is already at a very polished or mature stage where there was a build for us to try, we could play, we could spend hours on it already. And I think there are two big reasons why we signed the project. The first one is definitely the game itself. Like when we played it, we really, really liked it. Some of us even spent hours on it. And we see a lot of potential in the title itself, because like it could go into such details when it comes to building. And a lot of us really like building stuff, right? Whether it's in Minecraft or in other games. But for this game, Commonhood itself, for example, if you were to build a chair, you really need to start from scratch. So even the legs and stuff, you need to build from blocks. So this means there's actually a lot of like possibilities or creativity that could happen when it comes to building inside the title. So we see a lot of potential in not only multiplayer, but if you build something nice, you can share blueprints with your friends. I think that really attracted us quite a lot. And then in the pitch deck itself, like even if you go to check out Commonhood Steam page, you can see some of the buildings that probably Jose did himself. And it's just crazy. It looks like a building that you can see from a magazine, like a Japanese magazine about a cool building somewhere. So I think being able to see what are the cool stuff you can build from the pitch was very, very appealing to us. And then I would say the second biggest reason why we invested in the project itself is definitely because of the team. Because Jose also mentioned, he has an architecture background and this is a building game, right? So we're very impressed about his background into coming into building a title like this. And also because Blockhood was a pretty successful game, right? And this one is really building on top of the experience from Blockhood, at least from our point of view. And I think one thing to specifically mention that we really, really liked is we see the ambition in the team itself. Blockhood is a 2D building game, but Commonhood is a 3D building game, right? And we want to be able to invest in teams that are trying out new things, that are stepping out of their comfort zone. And that's what we see in Plethora Project, right? They're trying to build a bigger scope games. They're trying to handle a bigger title. And, these are, I would say, the two biggest reasons why we invested in the project itself.
Yeah, definitely. Just looking at Commonhood and what kind of message it conveys about community, bringing people together and actually creating something great. This is in part also reflected in your relationship, and this is really great. But overall, just to understand the size of the operation you're running, so we have a better idea of amount of teams, amount of pitches you look through the years. Because Plethora Project is quite special in that. How many pitches do you receive in a year roughly?
A lot, I would say, over 1,000 projects per year. And we always tell our developers, we've reviewed 2,000, 3,000 projects in the past 5 years, and we only signed 55. So we are very proud of what we have selected to be part of Kowloon. And we, our founder Alexi always tells us, you don't really take too much into projects that you have missed, but really be careful of what you sign and make sure that's something these are the projects that Kowloon are proud of, and we think that we see something very special in it. So
yeah, definitely. So talking more about specifics, so we went through this point when you liked the project, Jose liked the partner, and after 2 years of pitching, you signed up together. The project, by the way, was released just around 2 weeks ago on Steam, so everyone could check it out. Please, people in the chat, I think the DevGAMM team will post a link, so definitely wishlist it, check it out. Currently, there's a sale going on, so I don't know if it's going to be on sale because it's just released, but maybe on the next one you get it, or get it right now because it's super fresh and going to be developing more. So how much time passed since signing the project and actually releasing it?
So yeah, the project has been in development for 5 years. So probably the first 2 years from the prototype, the pitch that already had a working, as Anu kind of mentioned, we had a project where you could actually, play a lot. All the building mechanics were there. It certainly needed a lot of polish. But once we signed, I think it's been more than 2 years of production at this point, and there's been challenges and delays along the ways. But yeah, the project really, in a way, became a quite ambitious project. We are a very small team. We're a small team of 4 at the moment, but obviously an expanded team of people that have collaborated with the project. But as Andrew mentioned, there was a lot of knowledge that we acquired from Blockhood, but a lot of things that we really wanted to do that were very new, and we wanted to innovate on, and we didn't want to just follow a blueprint that existed in terms of a kind of crafting systems. We wanted to put something out there, and I think that some of the biggest risks of the project were always just how do we kind of innovate on the way in which people craft things and so on. So it has taken time, but in a way, I always shared from the very beginning, this is kind of a passion of us as a studio, and it's something that we want to continue supporting and developing for a long time. We're really setting up the foundation for something that should be a long-lived project, right? And that's something that we certainly want to continue demonstrating with post-launch patches, updates, and content that will be coming out. Really championing, or kind of admiring games that have done that very well in the past, and I think that we can follow suit on kind of maintaining a lot of a great relationship with that community, just because of the passion for this particular subject matter in a way.
Yeah, this really sounds amazing. So for everyone interested in architecture, I see there's a link in the chat already. Check it out. But to talk a bit more, so once you signed the project, what were the parts that were given by the partners? So as I already explained, there was a passion for the subject, really the desire to create a perfect game to represent all those architectural nuances and how you build things from little blocks. What did Kowloon bring to the table apart from funding?
Right. So, we are, unlike normal publishers, I would say we are more hands-off partner. So this means we don't really normally do like weekly check-ins or monthly check-ins, but we do have a Discord channel. So how it works is that after we sign with Jose, we invite him to our big Kowloon family Discord where all our 55 titles are in it. Then that's the place that I feel like it's also something that very valuable that I want to provide to developers, is that interaction with other portfolio titles within the Kowloon family, and to share resources, to share knowledge among that. But of course, like each team would have a dedicated channel where they would check with us. They can ask us anything. They can ask us feedback. They can ask questions there, where the entire Kowloon team would be able to check out and answer those, right? So in terms of stuff that we want to be able to offer to our partners is really things that they need. And I would say, like, even though Jose is a small team, and even within our Kowloon portfolio is probably one of the smaller teams, they are super independent developers, which is something I think we really appreciate working with them. So like I mentioned, during the introduction, we're looking for teams to do self-publishing. So what it means is that we don't have an in-house marketing or QA or localization team, but we have people in our network. There are developers that work with other agencies out there that we can provide our recommendations. So for other developers, if they need this sort of help, we're here to provide recommendations, connect them with third-party agencies and stuff like that. But specifically on Jose's situation, I would say like they were super prepared since the beginning working with us in terms of self-publishing. So they already identified, what marketing partner to be working with, what localization company to use. So in terms of these, I would say like these areas, like Jose really didn't need a lot of help from us. Then we stem in on stuff that Jose might need a bit more support in, right? And it could be stuff like platform relationships. So we pitch to platforms regularly on our portfolio, and then we actually connect the developers directly with these platforms. So Jose was in, Jose was talking to different platforms himself as well. So he's involved in all the email chains, and he was actually driving these conversations, which might not be something that we get working with the publisher. So this is something that I want to offer to developers, and that's what we offer to Jose, is to build that relationship with platforms, to know exactly, you know, in the future, like who to reach out to, what are the terms, what is a good and bad terms, and to provide a lot of advice and knowledge around that. And then something else specifically would be, because I'm based in Hong Kong, so a lot of the stuff I do is also to recommend Asia partners to our developers. So in terms of areas like this where Jose might need a bit more knowledge and stuff, you know, we're here to provide him. And I hope, you know, these sort of support were stuff that Jose was happy with.
Yeah, if I could add to that, there is, it's difficult to overstate how important it is to have the right partner like Kowloon at the right time. Just as Andrew mentioned, initially everything is set up as a family. We have a Discord channel where people chat like more informally. We share, it's like, hey, look at this trailer. Like there's this kind of rough cut of our trailer, like people saying like, cut a minute from that, that's too long, or like try to kind of hit like, you know, feedback. And that might come from other developers, that it's not necessarily Kowloon Nights itself. So there's a kind of a really strong sense of camaraderie, I think. And there is intelligence that you wouldn't have if we were all kind of disaggregated, right? If we were all kind of completely independent, you wouldn't be able to kind of have a sense, oh, there is maybe there's a good or bad reputation from particular partners, or an opportunity here to kind of expand a publishing wing, let's say an Asian partner or something like that. Market intelligence that could be aggregated. There's kind of great, you know, things that you would normally have maybe with a publisher, but I think that it's done differently in a sense that all the studios maintain their independence. And what I found really kind of encouraging is that Kowloon Nights tells you, well, you should grow your own community. That's going to be an asset to you as a studio, and the relationship that you're going to establish with that community is not something that we want to kind of take away from you in any way or kind of lead. So we were forced, you know, we had to learn as well a lot how to kind of open up a wing of our studio that would just deal with, you know, community management, like relationship with our community in such a way that that relationship became much more informative and created feedback for the game, right? And it's something that we've been, you know, attuned ever since. So yeah, in other cases, I imagine, right, like, you know, that might be handled, you know, separately by a publisher. But in this case, yeah, the challenge was certainly a challenge, but at the same time, it was a welcome challenge to really kind of get very close to those community relationships. And what I was mentioning before about the kind of almost acupuncture, like Kowloon Nights would be able to really provide help or a kind of a one conversation in critical moments on when the project really had to take a really important decision regarding partnerships, regarding timeline, regarding, you know, critical points, right? Just knowing that we could tap into a kind of a very kind of conversation that is not just, hey, this is just a person that is funding your game. It's rather kind of a team that is really wanting to succeed with you and wants the studio to succeed. So I felt really comfortable, to be honest, to really kind of put on the table, this is kind of the challenges that I see, this is how I'm approaching the problem, and really having conversations that that are critical at different points in the project. So it might seem hands-off in some capacity, but it also kind of offers an incredible amount of strategic support when it's really needed.
Yeah, it really sounds like a true fellowship where you have a common goal to ensure the project is successful, but then there's many more people in the fellowship who have different quests, side quests, their own opinions, and you can come to every one of those. So if I got it right, you also can communicate with studios who previously released the project in Kowloon family. So you can come to other founders and talk with them, and you will then have this sense of community that is so close also to the idea to your game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. So on day-to-day basis, then you explained that you have more or less like centralize the means of communication, but then you only get back to that whenever you have a specific question. So how do you tackle the challenges of this? So of course, I can imagine you all still being remote. Have you ever met each other throughout the time of collaboration in person?
No, actually, for the question about funny point, that was one of the points I want to bring up. I've worked with Jose for 3 years, but we never ever met in person. But like in regards to this point, I think the pandemic is definitely very, very difficult for developers in general. People have to work remote from home. There were a lot of delays in a lot of the projects as well. But I think on our end, some of the measures that we try to help developers during this difficult period of time is that in our Discord channel, we had a lot of casual channels like pets and food and movies and TV show. We actually only implemented that during the pandemic because it was difficult for people to meet face to face. So we wanted these casual channels where developers can share about their daily lives. They can chat with people that are not necessarily within the team, but with like other folks and get to know new people. So these are the measures that we tried to help our developers during the pandemic, because we know it was very, very difficult. But I wouldn't say it is a challenge, because I think that we're quite active on the Discord channels as well. Like if Jose needs anything, he just message there. There are like 7 to 8 members on Kowloon. They're all inside. Like everyone is there to answer any questions. And then we were very used to, doing calls on Discord or on Teams whenever the developer needs feedback or anything. So yeah.
Yeah, it's great. The pandemic gave us those tools, but maybe you, Jose, have any perception from your end. Do you had crisis situation when Anlu and her team stepped in and helped you resolve things?
I think that there were maybe it ties to the previous question. I think there were several moments where we did feel like, hey, how do we do this, right? How do we really tackle this? I think that a lot of uncertainty, right? So I think that the sense of trust that has been fostered by Kowloon was the kind of conversation. I think the tone of the conversation was always a sense of, how do we figure out this together? And there was never kind of an adversarial position there. I think the biggest challenge initially for the project had to do with the pandemic, right? The project really, we signed the deal, I think it was a month before a complete lockdown. And this is a moment where, we're celebrating, project gets funded, but suddenly shut down. And we basically have to start growing the studio and doing partnerships and figuring out how to work online completely, right? That really kind of not only marked the relationship that we could have with Kowloon, but also within our studio, right? With a lot of people within the studio, people that we work remotely as well. So it created a certain challenge. And initially I was very nervous that there was a sense of how this pandemic is going to really strangle something that you've been working for so long, a partnership that might, you never know how it would actually pan out, right? And we had, I remember that in our contract, it was maybe a first milestone or something along those lines. And we were really trying so hard to just really go above and beyond in terms of demonstrating that even though we were kind of apart and kind of working online, that we would up for this kind of massive ambitious challenge that we were kind of putting together as a pitch, right? So that the first few months maybe felt like a lot of, it felt very accelerated of trying to kind of deliver a lot. And I think that Kowloon kind of, the response was always kind of, oh, I think that we're seeing you, we're seeing what you're putting on the table. I think that you are, because there's that kind of gaining that trust, I think, at the beginning, right? And that was something that was handled very, smoothly. And I think that kind of relationship kind of grew over the years, right? But yeah, more than a crisis moment, there's been that kind of sense of development of trust and kind of conversations that, sometimes are, especially when you're dealing with legal issues or things that are kind of, you want to, let's say, sign something, or you want to kind of figure out something a bit quicker. Some of those things delayed for months, right? And they drain sometimes the energy or kind of the timeline. So having them as partners with knowledge of this is going to take so much time. This is going to affect the project in such a way. It's been an incredible resource, and I'm happy that we're doing that partnership in a way.
Yeah, definitely sounds like you found really peace throughout the pandemic times and found your rhythm to actually deliver this project and do it together to the best of the abilities of both teams. So it's really good to hear. For anyone out there still struggling, I hope there's many studios getting built remotely. Maybe you have any tips or recommendations on anyone who's starting out now, having a great idea and getting new team on board to actually build something.
We were just discussing, like, there's like all the different kind of little platforms that we use. Obviously, there's so many of them. We ended up gravitating to use something called Miro, which is like a canvas where you can just drop out ideas. Like game design became less of a document, but rather kind of a place where we would hang out, where you would see people just joining in, like collaborators, and like growing, you know, big areas of the project and designing the project together. I'm sure there's others like Figma and things like that, software specifically. But I think that the channels that Kowloon implement, like the social channels, I feel like sometimes guilty of not really engaging with those as much, but just knowing that they're there, that there are jokes happening in the background, that there's kind of a sense of like a community that supports, and then also a sense of you know, I think that the emotional process and kind of the psychology of building games, because there's such long projects, right? Like we've been working on this project for 5 years. Just knowing sometimes that you can share, you know, a screenshot or a kind of a trailer and material and get a sense of like support and kind of camaraderie. I think I find that kind of really useful, because it's difficult to maintain that energy all the time really high, and you know, naturally you are going to doubt certain things at certain moments. And you know, I think that community is really useful, especially even if you have to do that completely digitally. So making time and energy to kind of build that infrastructure, I think that's really useful and critical.
And Anlu, having even like more insight about more teams, maybe you see like some also unique parts of this, how people handle this remote environment, but maybe they never met in person.
I think especially Kowloon itself, we are super familiar with the concept of work from home, because even before the pandemic, because it's such a global team, like I've never met some of the members of the team actually, even though it was before the pandemic. So I think I would say in terms of stuff that I've heard from developers that are operating in this format, like some of the tips they might give would be like, you know, don't hesitate to hire on Twitter. Like it might sound a bit sketchy, but actually a lot of teams do manage to find very, very good talent on Twitter itself. Of course, you need to filter them, but you will be able to find very great talent, even if it's on platforms like Twitter, because we have had developers that have these sort of experience as well. And I think it actually opens up a lot, like it opens up a much bigger pool of talents, because you can hire people from, for example, Southeast Asia, you can hire people in East Asia. It opens up so many possibilities, right? Because we're at a stage where people are super familiar with working from home. But I would say like an advice for this is that it really blurs out the time, and you might not have a sense of work. So my biggest suggestion is to really find the right balance between work and your own life. Like it's very easy, sometimes for me too, you know, I just sit in front of the computer, and because we have people in America, with people in Europe, so we're kind of at a stage that, you know, I start doing work in the morning, and then at night when my Europe colleagues wake up, you know, you have to reply to emails and stuff. So I think it's really crucial to find a balance between that work time and also like your own time. So you do have to give yourself some time to rest and, you know, shut off your computer, close your emails, and, you know, and interact with people around you instead of just focusing on work. So I think that is one of my biggest advice I would give. But also I believe that it opens up a lot of opportunities because you know, people are really familiar with this method of working right now.
Well, returning for the more of a specifics of collaborations between you two, we went through history from before establishing the partnership, throughout the pandemic and development time, And yeah, just 2 weeks ago, again, the launch happened. So what was then your expectations? What was the preparation period? Because it's like the most, this is the culmination of everything that developer did throughout those years. So how did it look like in the weeks before? What did you felt? What did you helped? What was maybe the problems to tackle together? Jose, tell us about how did you felt and.
Yeah, so the release was something that we've been, looking at for a long time, and in conversation, right? Sharing, builds of the game, giving the sense of like completion, and obviously the kind of support for, we realize that there's still things to be fixed and polished, like we had a project that we had a sense of confidence that we really would be a really great game experience, and I think that we're still realizing how to improve that, and we're really working hard. So it's strangely enough, the release became a continuation in a way. Like there is a kind of a sense of like a great milestone and a stepping stone, but maybe anticipating that what we want to do with the game and how we want to continue expanding the game. There was a sense of, well, we have to keep on improving this project, right? And that's something that we knew all along, in a way that it's a project that wants to have kind of a live support for a long time. And as we mentioned initially, our passion has been to do so. So yeah, I think that the conversation with Kowloon has always been of support, of like looking at the bigger vision in a way. There are going to be moments of ups and downs. It's going to be moments in which the project might be celebrated. When we got recently kind of nominated for the Indicate Awards, we're really excited for that. And just like a few weeks before the launch, and and then we're certainly reading comments of community that still wanting the game to be improved in many ways. So there's a sense of like this collaboration is not just the game before we launch and it's done, but rather there's a continuation. In many ways, you kind of grasp the energy to kind of keep doing this. And if you don't really love doing the projects, the games, and this way service as well for the community, I think that you're not in the right place, because these games, once they go live, they become alive in a completely different way. So we're as busy as we were before launching, and we enjoy making the game kind of a better game, right? So we're excited to kind of keep on bringing updates and patches and all sorts of different content in the future as well to our community.
And on the side, do you have like also special anticipation or like high periods in the team where you like see, all right, this project is about to release, we're about to see like how it turns out? What's this period looks like usually in Kowloon?
Right. I mean, of course, like of course it's we are super nervous before the product releases. Like everyone will be like, oh yeah, Commodore coming out in a week. Oh my god, I'm so nervous on how well it will do. And I think like Jose mentioned a great point. Like since the beginning of the collaboration, we understand that this is a long journey. Like it's not going to end when it released, right? After release, we still want to be able to help support the team, especially because we see so much effort coming from Jose's team. Like within days, they've released so many patches already. So we know that this is like we see the commitment in Jose's team in improving the experience, adding more content, providing updates. And therefore, on our end, we should do our part in supporting them as well. Like if there are areas that we need help from them, we are more than happy to provide these help. So even after after the release of the game, we actually scheduled follow-up calls with Jose as well to understand a bit on like his plans, his roadmap for the title, and then check in if there's anything that we could help. So yeah.
And going forward, so you still plan to expand this project? Do you already have ideas to like, hey, then once this project is done, we done the support, it's already living thing, people enjoying it. What's the next big thing? Have you already thought it or maybe discussed it between each other?
Well, I would stand behind. Like, it hasn't been formalized, and I think that this is a little bit just sharing, even with the community, like what our roadmap is. There is a kind of a profound commitment to the project. I kind of admire projects such as No Man's Sky and others that have really continuously expanding. Like what we set up the foundations on this game in terms of the crafting system, in terms of like the characters, the NPCs, like all the different things that you can do in the game. I think that we are just scratching the surface of what you can really do with the systems that we have in place, right? So I do anticipate expanding the content greatly in, at least for a year to come. And then, obviously we can start looking at how the future looks as well. So building materials, building systems, different kind of improvements to like the kind of multiplayer experience. That's certainly a component that we have, developed to a certain degree, but we think that there's a lot more potential there. So we really want to kind of continue expanding and have that conversation with the community. I think that this is a project that wanted to come out for so long, and we really wanted to put it in the hands of players more broadly. And I think that at this point we feel that we can continue expanding that experience as we go, because it does take time. For instance, in the game, anything you build, you can share with anybody, right? So we kind of circumvented the Steamworks kind of form of like content generation and content sharing. We kind of completely integrated into the game. So the more people play, you would kind of come back to the game and you will see that there's more content that is being produced by players. So finding, good ways to filter the content that you might be more interested in, and really kind of revisiting the game might become, a project that can keep on gradually growing over time. At the same time, all those little creations that people do, they become little tutorials of how you could actually build something else. So it's a model, or kind of at least a hypothesis that it's a value proposition that will grow over time. So we really want to stand behind that for quite some time, and give it, the best chance for it to succeed in the long term, right? I have my kind of crazy ambitions about potentially building architecture out of a game. So if there's that possibility, and I saw a community conversation about how do you create like, a renovation or a tiny house with commonhood. And I feel really, excited when I hear conversations like that. We want to support communities that might want to do that, but at the same time, making the game, better in any way. So the future is certainly open-ended, but we really want to double down on what we have been building for 5 years, and certainly kind of expand on that.
Yeah, definitely. As users join, there is whatever the plan was before the release. I saw it before. People just build such crazy things you could never imagine when you were just building this tool set. So I'm also really looking forward to seeing what comes next. To anyone watching on YouTube right now, prepare your questions. You probably had a chance to look at the project, at the collaboration. So look at the previous, because Kowloon already mentioned they have more than 50 projects already in their portfolio. If you have questions about anything, but preferably, of course, about Plethora Project, and Kowloon especially, let us know in the chat. We are going to discuss those in the last block. But before we go into that, I'm sure you also, apart from all the serious questions and challenges, had some fun together. And we already mentioned, like, being remote and never meeting each other is part fun, but in my opinion, it's a challenge, actually. So sorry for taking away this question from you, or this answer. But maybe, yeah, if there are other stories. So maybe during the prototype, you've been sharing like some things like, hey, look at this fun thing we can do here. Anything happened for that?
I think that there is it might not be as funny, but it's just, there's certain awkwardness, I would say, on starting to collaborate. Like sometimes I remember like having an email saying, hey, Jose, you can invite your team to our Discord channel. And suddenly I'm like, okay, great. I don't know really how this works, but we started kind of inviting a bunch of people to the channel. And then at some point it's like, wait, like, how many people are in your team? Like, what are you doing here? So there was a sense of how do we manage, what is the expectation? How do we kind of create the playgrounds where we could actually really collaborate, and so there's a calibration, there's a sense of crafting the kind of not the game itself, but the ways in which we hang out, the ways in which we collaborate, and sometimes we end up doing too much to the degree in which I think becomes counterproductive, right? Like there's just adding everybody to a conversation or kind of replying all to like emails. Maybe you've been in a situation like that where there's kind of too many people involved into a conversation. I think that just calibrating that became a little bit initially some kind of moments where we had to kind of understand each other. But in hindsight, it was like not reading the room very well, and we can laugh about some like what was really implied in some of the lines. But I don't know. It's been rather like more the kind of fun moments happen almost like sporadically in our kind of I think in the background in some chat or in some room, like more than specifically an anecdote that we can share. I don't know what you think, Anton.
I guess what I want to share is definitely not funny, but I just wanted to share, why this project is also unique to me in a way. Apart from, how great the game itself, but because, Jose, when we signed Jose, the two persons that were main point of contact to the project actually both left Kowloon. Like Kowloon has been around for 5 years, and only like two or three people left the company itself. And coincidentally, it was the two main point of contact for Jose's project. So of course, there was some chaos efforts in handover to who would be the next main point of contact. But eventually, I started building relationship with Jose, especially starting with the Chinese marketing part of stuff. Like I was sharing knowledge with him. He was chatting with me about like his offers or terms that he's got. So I think usually when we were assigned to a project, we were assigned to it from the beginning, and then to when we signed it to when we launched, it's going to be the same person who's in charge of the project, where Jose is one of the only project, at least that I'm managing, that came in halfway. So I really treasure, the relationship that we've built, and I'm glad, it worked out and not put Jose in an awkward position because of that.
Yeah. So I can't see any questions yet, but if you have anything to add, Jose?
Yeah, no, I think that story sometimes it's difficult to anticipate how certain, in a partnership, there are kind of things happening within our team, and obviously I see some of the stuff that's happening within Kowloon, but by no means most of it, right? So because of the hands-off sometimes relationship, we would go, months just on our own, and yeah, there was always this kind of question mark. It's like, well, I was kind of, connecting with this person. But yeah, I think Anlu really brought to the attention that there was some kind of restructuring and opening up that door to her and Damon, who have been the people working with us for the last year, I think, or so. You wonder, like, I think that this is the awkwardness that comes from working online, right? Like where sometimes if certain things become very explicit, if you're in the room or you're kind of like suddenly like meeting with different people, I didn't know exactly what was the organization within Kowloon that would actually lead. I knew that there were several points of contact, but I was never absolutely sure about the structure, right? But I think that those things ultimately get boiled down to like, how the trust and the kind of conversations transpire once we do have those meetings, when we kind of really the kind of tone, I think, in the conversation. As I mentioned in the pitching process, sometimes you talk to people that you really want them to fund the project, but you realize very quickly that the relationship that you would establish with them would be a nightmare, or would be difficult to kind of sustain over time. And I think that it's natural that over many years of development, either us, we have different people that have come and go in the studio, and Kowloon, I think similarly, there's a kind of a understanding that there's kind of live events, right? Like I think that it's a business, but at the same time we have to kind of have some flexibility and awareness that certain things need a reality check sometimes. So I appreciate that. I think that that's kind of the ethos of our studio as well, is really kind of looking at the people that we work with, just as people, not only as the job that we perform. And we try to put that idea into the games that we do. So there's kind of we always reflect, it's like, how do we kind of live to the standards of what their games are kind of trying to say. But in that degree, I think that Kowloon Nights has been an amazing partner, because they I think they share that kind of value system in a way, or if that makes sense, that kind of a sense of integrity that I really appreciate.
Totally. I can see how many like good partnership actually built on common vision, common values, and how you really understand each other on like more bigger level than just personal, not just as individuals, but as a collective to collective relationship. Talking about that, and maybe let me quickly check a live chat. So the question from me about how you see the role of the games in a global culture. Because of course you're making a thing that like I'm just looking at it, see like, hey, this is about DIY culture. This is about how we as individuals can build great things while collaborating. How do you see like overall games changing the world? What are games in a modern culture?
If I may. So like that's a big question, right? And I could give you like a very utopian response. I actually write a lot as well. Like I'm kind of involved with academia, and I write about projects. So I'm highly optimistic about what games can do in the world. Like I think that that documentary that we mentioned, like Game in the Real World, kind of had a glimpse of how Minecraft, City Skylines, and in some capacity our small project Blockhood were really trying to kind of read the room of how people, players, and communities might want to find certain kind of mechanics, kind of relate or kind of be relate to real world issues in a way. That's not to say that like some people were giving us a lot of kind of a lot of advertisement or like interest in Blockhood at the time, because they were thinking that we would be able to design buildings that would become real buildings, right? And the game was still a diagram of how the world works, right? But I think that by no means games should underestimate their audiences. I think that players are there. I learn constantly from what players are bringing to the table in terms of like the challenges that are presented, how a problem is depicted. For instance, in Commonhood, we have so many conversations that are, characters that have very awkward relationships that are maybe don't have the same worldviews, right? They have different perspectives on how they should go about creating their own community. And you, the player, don't really kind of resolve all that. There's kind of aspects that are kind of very unique to the characters that you encounter. And I think that makes characters quite realistic, and they resonate in a way with what players actually experience. So I don't like the idea of like presenting games that they can do everything and they would resolve big world issues completely, but I do think that they have a very important place to a conversation about what are the kind of aspirations and what is the kind of expectations of what maybe our communities could be. Like that's what Commonhood is trying to do in many ways. It's just offering a place where I'm playing this game, but I'm kind of also envisioning what a community could be doing if they were kind of struck by kind of economic hardship, right? Which is something that maybe other people go through. So I think that they create these kind of narratives or aspirational narratives, I think, of what could be possible, and that could be a beautiful thing in my eyes, right? Like and again, maybe games can do a lot more in different angles. I'm just talking about what maybe our niche of building community management kind of seem. I do think that there's a strong correlation with real world issues, and I think that players see that and they kind of offer their own kind of passion for those issues when they play our games.
Yeah, I can imagine someone getting inspired and actually wanting to create something like this, learning from the game and learning from your experience and your ideas that you put in there. But for you, Anlu, like for Kowloon globally, what is then you trying to make with the games you fund and support? What do you want to see? What's your like ideal founder ideas looks like?
Right, I think like Jose summarized everything really well. Like whatever he believes, I believe the same too. I think games can be very impactful. And it's also, when we're evaluating project, that's also one of the not criteria, but that's also something that we do look at, like, and we do appreciate a lot. And Jose has described, what his game tries to share with the culture and everything. But we do have like other titles in our portfolio that also does the same. And I think it's very important. Like for example, Sifu is trying to share knowledge about the culture. So I think it's stuff like this that we appreciate, and players would also appreciate. It's like a learning as well, right? You by playing the game, you know how it feels. You're also learning a lot from the game itself. Like even myself, like when we were developing Sifu, I know this is not related to Jose, but I just thought it might be somewhat interesting. But like we got consultants to review the titles, and then there was this washing machine. It was a front-loading washing machine, and the consultant was like, "Oh no, it has to be a top-loading washing machine to fit the environment and stuff." So I think even for me myself, like when I play games like this, I'm learning more about the culture. I'm learning more about like meanings behind the cultures as well. And I think that is actually very, very important. So if you're a developer and you really want to convey the message, I think you should definitely put it in the pitch deck. Like publishers would really, really appreciate your effort in delivering a message or experience that you want to share with the rest of the world. And I think the players would definitely learn a lot from playing the games as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. So last call for questions. We have just a couple of minutes left in our conversation. So if you would like to learn more about Kowloon, about Project Plethora, go check out their websites as well. They're really easy to find. They list neatly all the things that they did, because Plethora Project is, of course, not only the gaming company. There's a lot of things that they do outside of it, and there's big ideas behind it. And apart from this, any closing thoughts? So once your project is out now, what would you wish for to kind of
Well, I mean, maybe just to conclude, it's certainly like an invitation to join. Not only like if you're interested in the game, by all means, get the game. But so Common Hood is out. But also, I think that we're certainly looking for kind of expanding a community, having a conversation. If you think that any of the things that were mentioned today, maybe there's ways of kind of take them further, kind of maybe unconventional ways. I think that's I love collaborations that really would take things into sometimes different formats, expanding in the way we practice game design, but also as like my relationship with architecture. So I think that there's different avenues. By all means, reach out. We are kind of a very small team, and we are very hands-on. We're there in Discord all the time. So our Discord is always an invitation to have a conversation about these things. And if you think that the game could be improved, I mean, I'm super open to kind of really kind of engage with that very directly, and really participate on what's the way in which this actually would work the best, right? Because there's that kind of longer ambition of long-term project is something that hopefully kind of gets demonstrated when you join that community and you see what we're doing as a studio. So yeah, the invitation is there. Hopefully, if you're passionate about some of these issues, I love the conversation with game designers as well about crafting and the details of that genre. So by all means, let's be in touch.
Any closing thoughts from Janla?
Right. Kowloon is never really a consumer-facing brand, because we want developers to capture all the spotlight. We want developers to have all the attention. So I would say, please take a look at Common Hood. And then if this is something interesting to you, you can wishlist it. They are working very hard on updates and stuff. So you can, take a look at it, follow their progress, share feedback with them. I think it would be really appreciative. And then for the other titles in our portfolio, feel free to go and take a look at them. And then if you're interested, like feel free to click in and check out more of the other titles. And then if anything today in our relationship that sounds interesting to everyone, like feel free to reach out to Kowloon and share your projects with us as well. We have like a contact us page on our website. We typically take 2 to 3 weeks time to get back to you. And then if there's any questions about, how we work and stuff, feel free to also drop me an email or contact us directly on the website. And just wanted to thank everyone from joining this session. I hope that, it might be useful to you in some way. And I do hope that, we have more of these like healthy and beneficial relationship in the industry in the future as well. I think when it comes to choosing a partner, it's not only that the game is a perfect fit for Kowloon, but at the same time, like you're trying to find a partner that is good for you, right? So from the developer's perspective, for example, from Jose's perspective, we hope that working with Kowloon, it was also a good fit for you and not just a one-way relationship. And we hope that this will actually be more common in industry where developers will get better terms and better relationships in general.
Okay, thanks, Jose. Thanks, Hanlu. That was really enlightening conversation. To all of you watching, I see you tomorrow at the Fireside Chat and the last day of DevGAMM Game Fest. Cheers and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Bye, thanks.
Here we are back to the live interviews bit of the DevGAMM Game Fest 2022. Here we are.
Yeah, we are back. And we are back for 1 more hour with 4 more games to discuss and to share the stories of the developers.
That's not everything what's going on. I'm sorry, Nick, for interrupting,
Sure.
but I'm sure that people must know this. We've got devgamm.com/fest22. This is our website where you can check out everything what's happening live. Streaming showcase, our page on Steam, and of course, tomorrow's DevGAMM Awards ceremony. Go check it out.
Yeah. Check out the awards. They're already on YouTube, not the whole video, but you can push notification button and don't
smash the bell.
Smash the bell and return tomorrow for the ceremony and our stream. But we'll get back to it at the end of this stream. But for now,
because now back to games, back to the games. We've got incredible 4 titles, and the next one is coming up right now, and it's called Spiritfall.
Yep.
We've got Orr, we've got Connor. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the live interviews. Welcome to Game Fest.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Hello,
Hi,
hello.
how's it going?
It's going well.
Yeah. Awesome. How are you? How are you feeling? Is it dark? Is it too early for you? Where are you located?
Just which parts of the globe?
Yeah.
Yeah, Connor, do you want to take that?
Yeah, so I'm in Scotland at the moment. It's completely dark outside. There is no sun at all.
Yeah.
But we are spread about as a team. Or is in Israel at the moment, and we've got other members of our team that are from France and all the rest. So we're spread far and wide.
Yeah, awesome. That's familiar to us because DevGAMM is kind of the same in that regard. So tell us about your game. Tell us about Spiritfall.
Spiritfall.
Yeah, what's it about?
Yeah. Well, Spiritfall is a 2D action roguelite inspired by platform fighters like Brawlhalla and Smash.
Yeah. And we can see it right here on the screen with us. Very colorful.
What's the plot? Who are those characters? Are those animals?
So we've got a colourful cast of characters, as you would expect. So we've got the main character that you play as here is called the Omen Forged. The Omen Forged has been selected by the spirits to kind of defend the realm that is corruption spreading from a place in game that we call the Brink. And it is up to you to equip a variety of weapons and fight your way to protect the lands. So that's what you're responsible for in Spiritfall.
Sounds like an epic adventure.
Yeah, it is.
And what is the ultimate goal of the character? Of our protagonist?
Yeah, the ultimate goal of the character. So there is a corruption that is spreading from the Brink, as we've talked about. The ultimate goal is to unseal the Brink and allow the spirits to take over again. So at the moment, there's corruption. It's impacting everyone in the land, and you're responsible for putting an end to that corruption spreading. So you have to fight your way through all of the areas and all of the rooms that you see on screen at the moment. You have to fight bosses. You have to go through various different levels that give you different upgrades. Because of course it's a roguelite, so you get a variety of different blessings and powers, and you have to do the job, so to speak.
Right, a life full of corruption. Sounds like, well, the real world, I believe. Not so colorful though.
Yeah.
So I've checked out your Steam page, and actually what caught my eye is this particular feature, grow stronger from defeat. Does it mean that when your character dies, it's not like set back, it doesn't lose like all of the loot, all of the skills, but actually you can get stronger, get better, and return to the foes that slaughtered you and slaughter them back? Is that correct?
Yeah. That's absolutely right. So like a roguelike, when you die, you get to take some of the upgrades and some of the essence that you take back to the start. We have a variety of NPCs. You can upgrade your weapons, you can upgrade your skills, and then of course you can return stronger and try and kill the enemies that killed you.
Yeah, revenge.
Exactly.
How sweet that name.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, basically.
You're quite right.
Awesome.
Right. What's the story behind the project? When did you start developing, and what inspired you for doing this?
Yeah. So we started working on it. We've been working on it for a year and a half. Started in the middle of 2021, I think.
Right. A year and a half.
Like
And we already got this. Wow.
Yeah, we're working fast. We have a really amazing team.
But it's not your first game, I can imagine.
Yeah, so you're talking about our inspiration. So actually, we, Nadav and I, my co-founder, we're the two partners. We actually did mobile games for 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we made tons of games.
Something that we know, maybe?
Hopeless Heroes, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. And like after 10 years doing mobile games, we decided to go back to something that we were a bit more passionate about. We want to really make a game that we would like to play. Games that are more immersive, games that the player will sit down and be like only focused on the game without any distractions from the experience that we want to create. Yeah, so 2 years ago we actually left the company that we were working for and started our own studio.
Sorry, I just have to ask you, Hopeless the Dark Caves, is that the one or not?
Yeah, that's the first one of the series. Yeah.
That's the one, really? With these light yellow bulbs?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love this game! Wow, this is
Yeah.
incredible! Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive. And now you move to this. Okay, very cool. So your team, you mentioned your partner and Connor here. How many of you are in total?
So we have I'm doing the programming. Nadav is the co-founder, is doing game design and art direction and also composing. He's really talented.
Right.
He's working a lot of hats as you do in indie games. We also have Yari that's doing animation. He's also super talented. He, instead of going to high school, he went to study animation. So he already has experience, like 10 years experience as well in animation. So it's really amazing. And he also did a degree in art school. Super talented. And we have Omer that's doing the concept art. We actually went with him to art school. We were in the class together, and it was really fun seeing his talent grow through the years in school.
Wow, that's not the first time we hear this story when people were familiar back then in school or in college, and then they proceeded doing those games like so many years after they actually met each other. That's incredible. So 7 people altogether, I counted?
5 people.
5. Oh, just 5 of you. A year and a half. I will never understand how you do this, guys.
Yeah. A lot of hard work, a lot of pressure.
I can imagine.
Nights.
And a lot of passion. I mean, we love doing what we do.
Right, and you are now in terms of the development process, where you're now after a year and a half.
Yeah. Connor, do you want to take it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're nearly done, which is great.
Whoa!
So we've had 3 really good betas. We had one in August, one in October, and well, we're about to have our final beta in December. That launches on December the 7th.
Oh wow! So these nights might be really sleepless for you, right?
Hey, we enjoy it. It's a good challenge. And
Okay.
then the brilliant thing about these betas is that they've actually allowed us to explore the gameplay loop. We've had really good feedback, and we've been able to like tighten up the gameplay. So like the weapons all feel really good. They feel different and distinct. And then the great thing about that is that once we're finished, we're going to be launching in an early access in March. So we're nearly there. It's the home stretch, but we're having good fun with it.
Awesome. I also saw on your Steam page that your community is really influential on your process. Can you talk a little bit about that? What is the community's influence and impact on your process?
Yeah, absolutely. So as I was mentioning, like, you know, the betas have been really important. So again, one in August and one in October. And we wanted to not just release in early access. I suppose we've kind of segmented the early access, but we've had really good periods of our community getting involved, playing the game and giving really good feedback. So we've used things like feedback forms, we've encouraged feedback during the betas, and sometimes that's led to us fixing things and updating them during that beta. But it's also been really good advice and suggestions for us to take on to further development. So our community's been absolutely fantastic in that. They love to, you know, create their own stuff. There's already kind of in-jokes in the Discord. There's like a really good feeling around it. And we just hope that we're doing right by them. We're really excited to showcase what we've been working on December 7th. It'll be really cool. There's a weapon that we're releasing which has been long awaited. So we're looking forward to seeing what they do with that.
Oh, cool. That means that this is like actually a good time to become a part of that community, right to this point when you can get new and exciting stuff along with everybody else who's been there all the time.
Yeah, and as Connor said, this is going to be our final beta, so it's a really good opportunity to try out the game before the early access.
Did you mention the platforms where you can find Spiritfall?
Sorry, go on, Nor.
Okay. We're currently planning to release on Steam, and we really love to see the game on all the main consoles.
Right.
By the 1.0, the full release.
So, but you want to see it, or are you planning to see it?
We have some plans, so we can't really talk about it. But,
okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're definitely keen to see it on main consoles. We want to share Spiritfall with the world, and at the moment it is Steam for early access in March. But yeah, definitely for a full release, we would love consoles to be part of that.
Absolutely, and I guess you'll just widen your community just by doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That easy. Okay, and do you guys have a publisher, or maybe you need a publisher, or you self-publishing?
Yeah, so we're currently self-publishing, and we're like already in the last stretch, like in the final months of development. So it doesn't really make sense to publish it right now.
But was that always a choice, or you tried and you decided to go by yourself in the end?
Well, we can release the game. I mean, we have enough savings to get the game all the way to early access. So we can do it. So why not? You know?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
That's cool. So basically, you're now searching for an audience, right? At the event like this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, audience, getting more feedback from the beta. Yeah.
Did you guys actually sign up for the streaming showcase at our event?
I believe we did. Yes. I think we've got a couple of streamers as part of your showcase that are streaming Spiritfall, which is really cool, and we very much appreciate them doing that. With content creators during our betas, they've been fantastic. You know, people who are streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. That plays a big part into building the community as well. So you know, we've got creators who have obviously contacted us and have said, look, I'd love a key. I would love to talk about your game. We've had people making YouTube videos about it as well. So that's all fed into the feedback. And it's probably one of the more fun parts of my job, where I get to like watch people play the game and I get to see the reactions in real time.
Exactly.
It's really cool.
That's the feedback that we're receiving from the developers at this festival, that they see their games being played, being tested by the streamers. And this is like eye-opening for them, because they see the game like playing by somebody else, and they can collect this feedback and maybe improve the games. So yeah, this is really nice.
Absolutely. I mean, like watching other people play your game is a completely different experience.
Sure.
You know, when we're playing it in, you know, QA build 0.256, you know, it's one thing, but seeing like a build that's been played by other people is amazing.
Wow, thank you guys. Your game looks incredible. We really wish you a lot of success with this one.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having us on.
And once again, for Hopeless, this absolutely, it was my favorite game back at university. I played it over those boring lessons and studies. I loved this game, man. Thank you so much for this one as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Enjoy. Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much.
Bye-bye. Man, I love this game.
I'm glad you had an opportunity to meet the people behind it.
Absolutely. That's like, wow, I'm a big fan.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Okay, maybe I'll become a fan of the next game that we're having.
That's absolutely possible. So we have Trinity Fusion here, and that's what really caught my eye when I been preparing for this stream. Yeah.
Oh, wow. And I believe we have Craig with us.
Yep.
Hello, Craig. Hello, welcome.
Hi. Hello.
We've got a Trinity right now happening here, right? And we've got this fusion.
Let's fuse something up. So tell us about your game. Tell us about your game.
Yeah, Trinity Fusion is an upcoming action roguelike. So we're going from one roguelike to another. It's a sci-fi action roguelike side scroller with a huge emphasis on the feel of the combat. Our previous game was a fighting game, and we're taking sort of like the lessons that we learned from that, and we're moving it towards sort of like fighting large numbers of enemies at once. So,
oh wow.
I've been checking out your Steam page, and I saw that you actually play not as one character, or not one character per se. It's like 3 parallel versions of one character. Is that correct?
Right. So the idea is you play as a character who is basically a psychic hitchhiker who is attached to all of her alternate selves. And their goal is their universes are destabilizing. They are falling apart. And the only hope that they have is to sort of like bring them back together as one cohesive whole, because they used to be one cohesive whole. And so she is connected with her alternate selves to coordinate this plan. And meanwhile, all of the other like factions, they don't like that their fate is in your hands and they're trying to stop you and take control for themselves.
Awesome. What was the inspiration behind it? What's where are you getting those ideas?
A lot of Metroidvanias, a lot of Dead Cells.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that particular DNA in there. A lot of a game called I'm blanking on it now.
It's okay.
It's all good.
It happens.
Yeah, no, we just wanted to what is it called? I should have prepared for that better. Anyway.
It's no problem. Maybe it will come to you. Just jump in and say the name, because it's really interesting.
But just explain to me once again. So I see that there are 3 beautiful girls, right? And the first one names is Kira. The second one is
Altara and Naira.
But this is like the one person in 3 different bodies, or these are 3 different people?
That's the fusion. That's what we're. That's where the title of the game starts to come in.
Yeah, we have a trinity and we have fusion. Okay.
The goal is to not only fuse the universes, but as you do that, you yourself are going to start to merge.
Okay. So I'm sensing also like a metaphorical layer here. Is like coming together, like building yourself up again after some, I don't know, calamity that happened to you. It's really cool. Really cool.
Well, the calamity is ongoing. Your goal is to try to fix it.
And we've seen lots of games today, today and yesterday, and we'll probably see them tomorrow. The games which were inspired by the pandemic and by going like being at home alone and finding your new inspiration. Was this the game that was invented, or that you came up with the idea in 2020?
No, the game actually began in around 2019. We're closing in on like 4 years working on it.
Wow.
But definitely some of the themes of like isolation that we sort of like took from our inspiration from Metroid is just like, that definitely got a little bit amplified. 2 years of that.
Right, absolutely.
So, yeah,
and
all of these girls are, for the most part, stuck within their own reality. They don't get to actually just like cross over. Their only sort of connection to other people is through you as the hitchhiker.
That's why I asked. I thought there was some parallels with the being alone and on quarantine. I don't know, just something that I keep thinking about. Right.
It definitely is a thing that happened.
Sure. You mentioned you've had some games developed before, right, with your team? So this is not your first one.
Yes.
Not your first ride.
Our previous game at Angry Mob Games was Brawlout. It was a platform fighter similar to Smash. And so when we started working on Trinity Fusion, we basically took the combat system that we built for that game and started sort of like reconfiguring it for more player versus enemy kind of game instead of a PvP one-on-one fighter, that kind of thing. And so we took a lot of like the feel of like striking an opponent. We took some of the knockback. You'll see that in the next clip that's coming up with Kara, because her whole thing is she knocks enemies around. So we have that sort of like kinetic fight to her, and there she is.
And I wonder, I mean, we've got a lot of games today as well, but a lot of those people are solo, maybe indie developers, and they are just releasing their first game or about to release. And you are like experienced guy. So how does this experience of your previous title help you to develop or maybe to enhance your new title?
That's a really good question. Well, I think that the biggest thing is just we spent a lot of time trying to make the combat just hitting something feel good, because we were working on a fighting game. So bringing that over into sort of a game where you're just fighting hordes of enemies as you're running through the level, that experience helped out quite a bit. So we carried forward almost everything that we learned from the previous game there.
Yeah.
It's a very different game, though.
Yeah. How early did yeah, but you mentioned 2019. Your previous one was released by the dates.
Yes, our previous game came out in 2017, and then we supported it with free updates and new content and things like that.
Very cool. So you must be like a huge studio right now.
No, we are only 10 people.
10 people?
Yeah. That's
incredible. Incredible.
Handful of artists, programmers, me, whatever I do, level design.
Are you sharing the same space, or are you like distributed around different locations?
We are almost all in Romania. Some of us work in the office, a lot of us work from home. So it's just kind of all over the place.
Cool. Also like a thing that happens more often after the pandemic, definitely.
Our chat though says that it's like Torchlight, Fallback, Hades. It's like
okay. I just did a live stream on our Steam store page, and somebody else mentioned Fallback, and
maybe this person follows you.
maybe that definitely was a game that I was playing while we were beginning the development of this one.
Okay.
That definitely was one of them. Foregone. That was the name of the other game I forgot about.
I
really liked that game's movement, and just like the way that the sword hits were so smooth. I was just like, we need to do that.
Right. So you've got your inspiration from this one, of course.
Yeah, no, Fallback was definitely like one of the ones that I looked at for its upgrade systems. They had some very fun upgrades that we might have stolen one or two of.
Well, true artists steal.
You know, the trick is not to get caught, so maybe saying it out loud isn't the best play.
Well, maybe not steal, but borrowed. I don't know, took inspiration from.
It was a formative experience in in the development of this game.
I love your how you put it.
Yeah. Approach is great. Right. So in terms of the development process, what's happening with you right now?
We are finishing up our first closed beta playtest. We did that for about 100 players. We are going to be basically putting our heads down for the next week and a half, working through everyone's feedback, making sure that everything's polished up for the next one. Our next closed beta playtest will be on December 6th. We're still taking signups for that. If anyone wants to sign up at trinity-fusion.com, just give us your email and put in your Discord username, and we will send you a key if we can find you in our Discord.
Cool.
Yeah, okay. We're very excited. We got a lot of really great feedback from the first closed beta, and so as soon as I'm done here, I'm basically going to go back and start retuning all of the weapons based on what everyone had to say.
What happens next? When do you plan to release this one?
We're planning on going for early access next year.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't really have anything to say. Unfortunately, I just don't know yet.
That's because of the development process, or maybe you're looking for some additional funding, publishing?
We do not have a publisher yet.
Yeah.
So
that's something that you want to do?
That one's not my particular field of expertise. I'm the level designer and I do the combat. So that's business. You'd have to talk to Bogdan about that.
Yeah, well, all right. The game looks cool though.
Thank you.
Very nice. Yeah. And this this closed testing that you're going to proceed with right now. Yeah. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
So how's this DevGAMM experience for you? What's just basically, you're collecting feedback on the events like these, right? Or what's your main goal when you go to the conferences or game festivals like this one?
The main goal is just sort of get the word out. I'm actually entirely surprised with how often our previous game was sort of a very niche genre, and even still, there were so many people that just didn't know we existed. So it's we need to get the word out.
Yeah. And this is really important. So I guess communities, what's what driving your game forwards these days. Like you've got to have your fan base of sorts.
You've got to have your Discord. You've got to have an open dialogue with your players, especially as a smaller developer. Like they're the ones that are going to tell their friends about your game. And so you gotta do right by them. Like we've got a Discord open. We've been pretty active over the course of the closed beta. And yeah, we're just getting ready for the next one.
Right. Are you a part of the DevGAMM showcase on Steam right now?
We are, yes, indeed.
Great. Well, I really hope it helps you. It helps you to spread the word.
I checked out some of the games. Actually, the previous game that was on, I just added that to my wish list because I do like those kind of like, you'll see, again, when you see Kara coming up again, I do like those kind of like kinetic fighters with like the big knockback and you're just bopping people around. So
more formative experiences for you.
More formative experiences to get inspiration from.
That's awesome.
Right.
Actually, I see that we have like many games of the similar genre, of the similar variety here. It's not
the action roguelike subgenre has just really exploded recently. It's wild to see.
I wonder, is there any particular reasons for that?
To be honest, personally, I think it was the just explosive success of both Hades and Dead Cells. Because Dead Cells Action Game of the Year in, I think, 2016, was it?
Oh, really?
Massive success.
Okay.
And then Hades just sort of like took that sort of formula and then incorporated like a really good story into it. So for the people who weren't like the hardcore gamers, just like they had something absolutely fantastic to engage with as well. And so I think that those two games in particular really helped the genre take off.
Great.
All right.
Yeah, so it's the renaissance of the genre. And it's really cool. Really cool.
Yeah, I hope you'll ride on this wave of popularity and release your game just in time to get your fan base finally and have a huge community.
We are going to release our game when it is ready.
Yeah.
No soon, no less. No late.
All right, then. Thank you, Craig. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. You are invited to the following DevGAMM events. Please do come on some in-person DevGAMM showcases. Why not?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, absolutely. You are invited, so be there.
He doesn't leave you a choice, actually.
Not giving me a choice. That was more of a direction.
See,
that was a command.
I do PR and marketing at DevGAMM, and this is how I do this. It's like a hardcore PR. That's the way I like it.
Yeah, definitely. Even our CEO does not like refuse anything Anton asks. Commands.
That's not true.
Sorry.
That's not true, unfortunately. Thank you, Craig. Anyhow, and good luck with your game. Enjoy.
Yeah. Good luck with your show.
Such a lovely person.
Yeah, really nice. Really nice. And it's really interesting to learn more about games. Actually, although we're working with a huge deal of developers, it's always interesting to learn more because you can't possibly play every single game and every single genre. And I kind of getting my education here. It's really nice.
You can imagine my situation. I'm like the person who does not play that many games. Nope. No, sorry. Hopeless. Hopeless was the one, the only one which I knew today. Like, okay, this is not true, but still, yeah. Every day you learn something new. And this second day, which is about to be over very soon, but so many incredible titles, so many incredible games. Sometimes I just don't understand how they do this, especially, the idea, somehow they come up with this, with the inspiration, with the right circumstances, you can come up with this idea. But then you actually have to implement it. You have to design it. And people do this alone. People do this in couples. And they do it like in this short period of time. And it blows my mind, man. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. But it's really inspiring. Definitely.
Okay.
And we have our next guest, actually, one more couple of developers with their game Roboplant.
A Roboplant coming up right now.
Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah,
You are
nice to see you.
inside of your game.
Yes, we are.
How's it going? How's it going up there in Roboplant?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I would say, yes. We are here with our pug, so in case you hear some strange
Aw.
noise.
Oh my God! Can you put it higher? Can we see him?
Of course, Leia. Say hello.
Aw.
Oh, hello!
That's nice.
That's so nice. I like these guests already. So, Roboplants, is this a plant of robots?
Go ahead.
Okay, so we decided to call it RoboPlant because it's you grow plants, but with robots. So that's why we call it RoboPlant.
Right.
So
Okay.
you are like on an alien planet, and you have to build and manage your hydroponic farm. You can grow plants that are from planet Earth, or you can grow alien plants, sorry. And yeah, so you have to become a great tycoon, like a successful tycoon. You have to manage your resources, you have to take care of your robots, you have to make them happy because otherwise they don't work. And then you have to research new tools to improve your business. What else?
Look, yeah, I think you cover most of it. Yeah, you need to survive and make
Yes,
some money
you
out
have
of it.
to, yeah. You have to
Okay.
survive the challenges of outer space. And yeah, become successful. That's the main part of the game, yeah.
Make robots happy and survive. You know, it seems like a bit of almost post-apocalyptic plot here.
Yes.
But how do you make robots happy? So robots are robots; they're machines. What makes them happy?
We decided to give them feelings. So in the game, you need to build rooms where they can play games, relax, charge their batteries. If you don't do that, at some point you'll see like that they have to recharge their batteries. They're not happy. They can go on a strike. And we are building different machines for them. So for example, they need to drink oil in order like to feed themselves. And yeah, so you have like different tools in order to improve all these needs. And each robot has a specific role. So you have engineers, you have biologists, you have farmers, and generic robots.
Yeah.
So it's a good team. It's a good team of robots.
Okay, pretty advanced machinery there.
Yeah.
Cool.
Are there any dogs involved, though?
No, but I was talking with the 3D artist, Alessia, and we want to add like a robot dog.
Yes.
We have a dog. She has a dog.
Right.
We also have a parrot in the team. But so definitely in the future we're going to add a robot dog for sure.
And I think if the robot dog will get unhappy, she will just go and put every plant out from the ground and I don't know, drop it everywhere just to say that it's unhappy.
Yes, like yes.
What was the inspiration for this game, guys? Because that's like the main question of all today's live stream. Because I don't know, how do you come up with an idea like that? RoboPlants, why? How did you come up to this?
Yeah, I'll answer to this. So yeah, we're always being interested in the concept of hydroponics. It's not very common in our country, but something that is used abroad, and you can see it especially in Japan, Israel, and other countries. And so we wanted to make people more aware about the future of hydroponics and how powerful can it be for the improving the farming and efficiency and reducing the water usage. And also we're very into management games. So that's why we decided, okay, let's mix it. And let's do something that involves hydroponics, but it also involves managing a factory. And then the location, because we love robots as well, but we love more the Wall-E style robots. They have emotions, they have feelings. And so that's why we combine all of those elements and we made out RoboPlant.
Yeah, we were hugely inspired by Wall-E, like at the movie. Yeah, while creating the robot, we were thinking about
a cute robot like that you will like instantly connect with. So yeah.
That's a great source of inspiration. Yeah,
absolutely. And we've had this game before today, which was based on the idea that humanity is running out of drinking water. Did you know that? I've discovered this today. I didn't know that. So yeah, if your game also raises some ecological issues and ecological awareness, maybe that's so cool.
Yeah, hopefully. Yes, a lot of potential, especially. Yeah, we had the same problem this summer in our country, in Italy, where they were almost rationing water, and this was something that doesn't happen very often. So it's like, and all the farmings, they had to stop watering the plants and everything. So it was like kind of a bad situation. But in the future, we expect that with new techniques of farming and hydroponic farming as well, we can have a huge impact.
And how long were you developing this game?
2 years myself, and I'm the programmer. And then our 3D artist joined a year and 3 months ago, and then Luis has been there all the time with me, helping me out. So yes, so say around 2 years. And we still have a long year ahead, even though we are out in early access. We plan to keep going for another year of implement. We have a huge list of features plus. We are getting a lot of feedbacks and suggestions, so the list keep growing and growing.
Yes.
So you're a team of 3 people, is that right? Cool. And your game looks really nice. And well, we just been talking with Anton about it, like how these small teams, such as your own, are able to build these amazing things with the limited time, limited resources. It just amazes us deeply. So huge respect to you.
Thanks.
It amazes us as well. We were just like so impressed at the end of that. Wow, we can actually make a game, just the 3 of us.
But it's like your full-time activity, right? It's not like a side quest of yours.
Me and Alessia, we're full-time, and she's part-time.
Yeah.
Right.
So 2 people and an elf, let's say.
And your beautiful dog, of course.
Of course, they really help.
That's why the name Rebel Pug is because we have a very rebel pug.
She's a rebel, yes.
So, do I understand it correctly that it's your first game that you did?
Yes.
Awesome. Were you studying game development, or did you just decide that to hell with it, to hell with my previous career, I just go game developer now?
Yeah, the second one. Yeah, because I've been changing heads for so many years: project manager, product manager, developer, and then I say, why not in life? It's short. We really want to make a video game, so let's make it. And yes, the learning curve when you start by the first game and everything, it's very difficult. I must say, it takes a lot of effort, but I think that it still can be done. So, and it's challenging because of course we get so many feedback, we do so many things wrong, but luckily people are very forgiving and helpful. So we get messages saying, okay, you can do this instead of this, or people are very helpful and like sending us emails with their save files and things to fix and everything.
Oh, cool. It sounds like you have a wonderful community behind you.
Yeah.
But man, you've got to have some guts to leave your full-time job and try to do something like an indie developer, like making up your game, your own game. This is incredible. This is such a big challenge. So huge respect to you. Was it really difficult? Was that like hard at the start and then it was easier, or was it like a complicated process all the time up to this point?
Do you want the honest version? It's not an easy thing to do. No, it's always gonna be, I think, at least for the full first game, is gonna be all stressful and very a lot of work. And we'll see with the second game. We don't know, but so far, it's always a learning curve because you also have to manage the business side, the marketing side, but also you need to manage community and development. So far, everything since it's new, everything takes a lot of effort and time. But I think maybe with the second game you do in your life, it's getting like easier over time.
Yeah, we're learning a lot. We're learning a lot, especially on things that we don't know, like marketing side. We're not an expert, so we're like posting on social media, trying to understand what people like. It's difficult, but it also gives you like a lot of, when you're passionate about something, gives a lot of strength for going on. So yeah, that's good.
Have you considered going with a publisher for the marketing, at least for the marketing side, at least, or are you dead set on publishing your game yourself? Yeah.
We talk with different kind of publisher, the one that's give you funding, the one that only give you marketing. And the first thing is that since we don't have any commercial experience, we only get offers, for small publisher. So sometimes it's a balance if you want to go with them or just saying, okay, I'm gonna try it, and that's it. But we are we ourselves open to instead to publisher just for the marketing. We are talking with an agency that they're offering their services, so it's a potential collaboration. But yes, I think I highly recommend probably at least for the marketing getting some extra help, because it's very difficult to do it by yourself, everything, especially in a very small team.
Yeah, I can get that. But I wanted to ask you about your community, actually. So you have an available demo, you have your game in early access. So basically, there are players, there are live players who are playing your game at the moment, and they're giving you their feedback, and you said it has been useful. Are there any memes that people are sharing about your game in your community? Is there anything like that?
Oh, not yet. Not yet. So far, I'm getting only bugs reports. That's fine. That's fine. It's very helpful, because like at least like 5 a day, we keep working, fixing.
But you're getting there. You're definitely getting there at some point.
Yes.
Maybe there are some strange bugs, I don't know, like robots stuck in a palm tree or something, something like that.
And that's how memes are born, indeed.
Yeah.
There are very strange bugs. Sometimes I am like looking at the bugs that we have, like, oh, they're really funny to watch. Like robots stacked in each other, like walls or.
Yeah, and you only see the hair of the head coming out.
Yeah, they have like 2 leaves on the head, and once we saw the leaves like stuck in a game object, we were like, you need to really look carefully, like it was there, and you could see like a robot stuck like underneath. It was really funny.
Is there a point, or is there like a meaning of those leaves on the heads, or it's like just a design feature?
I think it's robot plants, so it's a connection between the robot and the fact that they grow plants.
All right.
So, but I really like I designed the robot, so when I design it, I really like putting the leaves on the head. I don't know, they're cute, but
they are.
Thank you. But yeah, so there are some robots with like a farmer head, another one with the engineer head. So they have different styles as well. So, and in the future, I hope to design more and more. Yes.
Cool. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice to watch at your game. Actually, it's really watchable, I would say.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask about how you see other people playing your game. Do you actually participate in the streaming showcase at the Game Fest? Are there any streamers playing your game currently?
Yes.
Maybe.
There
yes, they are.
Yesterday and tomorrow, but we try to keep an eye on every stream that is passing by about around 10. But sadly, because we are launching the next big content update in less than a week.
Oh, sure.
To fix everything, because it's like we gave access to everybody, so there is a beta branch on Steam where people can join in and try the next month features. And it's being very good, because we're getting tons of feedback about new features, but it also means that we need to be working crazy to get everything pretty and clean so that by December you can have a Christmas tree in your factory.
But how weird is that to see your game being played by somebody else and watching those bugs again? Is it awkward, or do you want like immediately to fix everything, or how? What are your feelings?
Yeah, totally. They remember the first time I saw a live stream, it was in August, and in 5 minutes the game broke. So I was like, no.
Oh, no way.
But yeah, so that was a very stressful. But I think it's very good because you also see how other people play the game, and I think that it really gives you an idea how others are perceiving the game. For example, in the game there's a constraints where you also need to put corridors connected to rooms, but we are getting seeing other people playing, and what they do is place the corridor, place the room, and destroy the corridors because they don't want to be connected with corridors.
Right.
So that it means we will need to change the feature. So it's very nice to see other players playing the game, even though it's sometimes very stressful, I have to be honest, because it's like they see a bug, like, no, I need to fix this.
Yeah, I can imagine that. That's so that doesn't feel good. But yeah, you learn from your mistakes. Yeah. In the end, you turn out to be all right.
Yeah. No game has ever been done without occasional bugs. So it's perfectly fine.
True.
Absolutely. So I just wonder about this approach. Do you have any levels here? Do you have like the ultimate goal to build this factory, or is there an ultimate goal? Basically, is what I'm trying to ask.
Yeah. So we have, let's say, two ways of playing the game. You can do challenges like fixed time missions where you have to grow specific amount of plants in a given time, or you have the sandbox mode. That's also the story mode, where you can also always play as much as you want, because we don't want to put limitations. But over time you get quests you can do. Like at the beginning, now there is the story quest about saving Earth, like providing food and helping them out with money. But in the future, we will add more kind of quests and things for the player to so they can keep being entertained while still be able to play as much as they want. Yeah, we saw a factory with 144 days in, and it was huge.
Wow.
And one with only melons as well.
Yes.
One player only grow melons. That's it. You have different plants, you can grow like strawberries and alien plants as well that are really cute and fun to grow. But yeah, only melons.
They look pretty, so they make.
So he's like a melon magnate.
Yes.
Or a melon fellow. Okay. Really nice.
Sort of. And what are the platforms? Where do you want to release this one?
So for now we are on the PC window. We also work on Steam Deck-ish. We are not officially compatible, but Steam Deck really does the trick himself. But in the next year we will be available for sure on all computer operating systems, so macOS, Linux, but also Switch, Xbox, and PlayStation. We just need to do the time to finish all the features. So, and then we will do the porting, I would say, in around 1 year.
Awesome.
Wow, so huge plans.
Yeah, it will be a busy year.
Definitely, yes.
And we wish you luck with it. Your game is definitely worth to play. And I hope that you find many players who will do that and give you more feedback.
Have you already imagined the day when the game is finished? Do you like have this idea in your head? Have you imagined what we're gonna do with your life after that?
Not yet. It's already like the day after. It's like, is there going to be a bug today? So it's like that's my mood at the moment. But yeah, no, I think it's gonna be 1 year more. So it's like my mindset is still off. We have many ideas, many new things we want to add. So I don't know when this feeling will kick in.
Right. So you're moving step by step, gradually.
Yeah.
All right. That's a great approach, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck with all of your incredible plans. I mean, you've got a lot of work to do. Stop sitting around talking to people on those live interview segments. Yes, you've got to work. You've got some work to do.
Yeah. But don't forget to take a break. Yeah, crunching never helped nobody.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good luck to Apag. Good luck to your colleagues, and yeah, see you next time at DevGAMM events probably.
Yeah.
See you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a great evening. Bye bye.
So
Nick, are we done for today?
Is it over?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
It
What
looks
I'm gonna
like
do
it.
with my life after that.
Well, I think you asked this question like from everyone today. Like, what will you do after your game is done?
See,
right now, your game, your project is done, Anton.
No
What
way.
are you going to do?
I don't know. Maybe I should go and play those games, which I have to wishlist first, and then I have to buy them, wait until they're released, and then play them finally. After all, grow some plants, grow some melons, and my God, what a variety.
I think you have some competition with the melons, though. Maybe you should switch to strawberries.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe watermelons are my guys.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's been inspiring. It's been truly inspiring today.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm just impressed and amazed at by the diversity of those games. They're so different, and those developers are so different, but they're driven by this force. I don't know what kind of force is that. Is that a force of nature? But it's just a force that drives them forward to continue developing and to implementing those craziest ideas into real life. I don't know how they do this, and I will probably never learn.
But you know, I've been playing games for I don't know, since I was in kindergarten, so most of my life. And after a while, it gets kind of familiar with the games themselves. Yeah. But right now, what really inspires me in game development and playing the games are actually the developers and the stories behind them, because you can really see when you can really see what's behind the games, what's behind those developers, their stories, their experiences that they put in those games. That's what motivates me to go to Steam, the wish list, and to wait and to play all of that stuff. So yeah, it was
I really want to believe that it's not always about money, or at least it's not completely about money. It's about the idea, and this is just makes me a happier person, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. So let's finish this up, and probably let's talk about what's going to happen tomorrow for a bit.
Tomorrow, it's the final day of the DevGAMM Game Fest 2022. Pow, pow, pow.
Yeah. So people in chat, thank you for staying with us for so long. It's been a long day, 6 hours of the stream. So everyone who watched it, everyone who watched it for any amount of time, actually, thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Come back tomorrow, though.
Come back tomorrow, definitely. It will be more games, more developers, more of their stories, and also we'll have 2 interviews tomorrow with some of our sponsors. We'll discuss some really exciting stuff about game development and the future of game development as well.
Absolutely.
And for the last part, Anton, what's going to happen
Pinnacle
tomorrow?
event.
At
Well,
6 p.m.
I know nothing
Central
about this.
Eastern time.
So if you are in London, it's 5 p.m. If you're, for instance, in Amsterdam, it's 6 p.m. If you're in Kiev, then it's 7 p.m. If you're somewhere else, it's probably another time. But still, the show is going to be exciting for everyone. No matter where you are, we've got 8 categories. We've got special nominations. We've got a $20,000 prize pool, excited developers, and of course, special guests, game industry celebrities. And this is all in an hour show tomorrow, the DevGAMM Awards ceremony. Be there, witness the legendary comeback of the annual competition brought to you by the DevGAMM team. This is really going to be cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be something to witness.
Also, Streaming Showcase will be back. In fact, I guess some online streamers are still playing somewhere. Yep. Steam page is still available.
And will be available until December, yeah.
Oh, wow, until December, that's great. And if you ever get lost, you just go to devgamm.com/fast22 and see what's happening live. We've got Discord, we've got newsletter, we probably have some Instagram, but don't go there, it's a dark place. Thank God we don't have TikTok, thank God. But we have Twitter,
We have Twitter.
If Twitter still exists, I haven't checked it for a few couple hours, so maybe it's not. I don't know what's
something may have changed,
Yeah. So anyway, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. And Nick, tomorrow you're gonna see lots of new games.
Oh yeah.
Nick will be hosting tomorrow's live interviews.
I will be all by myself. Well, I'll be joined by another co-host, but Anton, I will miss you dearly.
Well, you might see me later tomorrow. In the DevGAMM Award ceremony, but maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure.
But who knows?
I know nothing. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I know.
We don't know
that.
anything. Yeah, something will happen, but what happened? We'll see.
And finally, thanks a lot to the sponsor of the Game Fest, the infamous Archibaldi Studio, which brings you the coolest sound design for your game, soundtracks, sound effects. They can do everything. Go to them, go check them out. Archibaldi Studio, they are the best. Mwah.
Indeed. So thank you, lovely people, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. My name was Anton.
My name is Nick.
Bye-bye.